Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. In accordance with the resolution of the House of Representatives relating to the registration of members' interest, I have appointed Mr Peter Banson, Deputy Clerk of the House of Representatives, as Register of Members' Interests. I call the Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Universities Accord cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025.
Call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I present the Universities Accord cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Australian apprenticeship support loans, the Higher Education Loan Program, student start-up loans, vocational education and training student loans, and the Student Financial Supplement Scheme, and for related purposes.
Call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, it's a privilege to introduce the Universities Accord cutting student debt by 20% bill. As promised, this is the very first bill to be introduced to the Parliament after the election. And as promised, it cuts the student debt of 3 million Australians by 20%. Mr Speaker, on the 3rd of May, Australians made their voices heard. They voted for the tax cuts that we're delivering. They voted for free TAFE that we're making permanent. They voted for us to build more homes. They voted for us to roll out more Medicare urgent care clinics. They voted for cheaper medicine. They voted for the biggest investment in Medicare ever, to make it easier to see a doctor for free than ever before. And they voted for this, cutting the student debt of 3 million Australians by 20%. Most of those are young Australians, just out of uni, just out of TAFE, just out of home, just getting started, trying to save to buy a home, thinking about starting a family. Nurses, teachers, tradies, doctors, paramedics, engineers, architects, IT workers, AI experts. These are the Australians who will build Australia's future, who are already building it, and this will take a weight off their back. The average help debt today is about $27,600. When this legislation passes, it will cut that debt by about $5,500. If you've got a debt of $50,000 today, it will cut it by $10,000. All up, it will cut student debt by over $16 billion. When this legislation passes, your debt will be cut by 20% based on what it was on the 1st of June this year, before this year's indexation occurred. This will make sure that you get the maximum benefit possible and that we honour our promise in full. And it will all happen automatically. The Australian Tax Office will process the changes at their end. You won't have to do a thing. It'll take a bit of time for the tax office to do this work, but once this bill is passed, the cut is guaranteed. Mr Speaker, this is a big deal for everyone with a student debt today, 3 million Australians. But it's not the only thing that this bill does. It also makes important structural changes to the way the repayment system works, to make it fairer and to help with the cost of living. The bill raises the minimum amount that you have to earn before you have to start making repayments, from about $54,000 today to $67,000, and it reduces the minimum repayments that you have to make. For someone earning 70 grand, it will reduce the minimum repayments they have to make by about $1,300 a year. That's real cost of living help. More money in your pocket, not the government's, when you really need it. This is important structural reform. We're replacing the current repayment system with a new marginal repayment system. At the moment, the amount that you pay off every year is based on your entire wage. That means once you earn above the current minimum repayment threshold of $54,000, you pay a percentage of your entire wage as a repayment. Under the changes in this bill, you will only pay a percentage of your wage above the minimum repayment threshold. So, for example, if you earn 70 grand at the moment, you currently have to repay $1,750 each year. Under these changes, you'll only have to repay about $450 a year. In other words, if you earn $70,000 a year, you'll have to repay $1,300 less a year than you currently have to. If you earn 80 grand a year, you'll have to repay $850 less a year than you currently have to. And if you earn $110,000 a year, you'll have to repay $700 less a year than you currently have to. You can still pay off more if you want to, but what this does is make the system fairer. It means you start paying off your uni degree when uni starts to pay off for you. It's a recommendation of the Universities Accord, and it's a recommendation of the architect of HECS, Professor Bruce Chapman. When we announced this reform to create a marginal repayment system, Professor Chapman said this: "This is the most important thing that has happened to the system in 35 years. It's a marginal collection. It's much gentler and much fairer than previously. We should have done it years ago." Mr Speaker, these are important reforms that will help millions of Australians now and into the future. It's why this is the first bill that we've introduced into the new Parliament. As the Prime Minister said when he announced that we would cut student debt by 20% and make these structural changes back in November of last year, and I quote, "It helps everyone repaying a student debt right now, and it delivers a better deal for every student in the years ahead. Permanent structural reform to boost take-home pay for young Australians." This is about putting money back into your pocket and putting intergenerational equity back into the system. Good for cost of living, good for this generation and the generations to come. Good for building Australia's future. Mr Speaker, not surprisingly, the Coalition immediately said that they would oppose this bill. Like everything else, their immediate reaction was to attack this. I suspect now they rue this decision. They called it terrible. They called it unfair. In the electorates they represented, people saw something different. In electorates right across the country where 1 in 4 voters have a student debt, they saw an opportunity to get a load off their back, to make their life a little bit easier, and they voted for it. As one anonymous National Party MP told the Daily Telegraph after the election, quote, "My kids are paying off a university debt, and I reckon they voted Labor." Mr Speaker, when even your own family won't vote for you, you know you've got it wrong. Now the opposition have a chance to get this right, not just by voting for it, but actually speaking in support of it. This is a chance for the opposition to admit that they got it wrong and that the Australian people got it right. Education is the most powerful cause for good. A good education changes lives, and a good education system changes countries. It's changed ours. We have a good education system in Australia today, but the truth is it can be better and it can be fairer, and this bill is part of that. So is paid prac that started last month for teaching and nursing students, for midwifery students and social work students. So are the university study hubs that will open up in our outer suburbs and in our regions over the next few months. And so is the new needs-based funding system for our universities that starts next year. It's also what the agreements that were signed with every state and territory to fix the funding of our public schools are all about, and tying that funding to real reform to help kids who start behind or fall behind to catch up and to keep up, and help more kids to finish school and then go on to TAFE or to university. It also means making our childcare centres safer, and I'll introduce legislation to help do that in a few moments' time. Mr Speaker, once again, it is my privilege to make good on a promise that we made last year and that we repeated every single day of the election campaign in every seat across the country: to cut student debt by 20%, to cut the debt of 3 million Australians, to take a weight off their back, to help with the cost of living and to help to build Australia's future. I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. The debate must now be adjourned. We call the member for Nichols.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Early Childhood Education and Care, Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025.
Give the call to the Honourable the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I present the Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I'll call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, in the last few weeks, Australians right across the country have been shocked and sickened by the news in Victoria. A person arrested and charged with multiple heinous offences against children. Offences allegedly committed in childcare centres. The mums and dads of thousands of children are now dealing with the fear that their children could be hurt or are sick, and the trauma of getting them tested. This is a live investigation and the matter remains before the courts. But I've been pretty blunt in the last few weeks. People have been arrested and convicted of offences like those alleged before. And governments of different colours, state and federal, have taken action, but not enough and not fast enough. That's the truth. We have to do everything that we can to ensure the safety of our children when they walk or when they're carried through the doors of an early education and care service. At centres across the country, big and small, but not just there, in family daycare too, and in in-home care, and at outside school hours care. And this bill is part of that. In short, it will give us the power to cut off funding to childcare centres that aren't up to scratch when it comes to safety and equality. Services that don't meet the standard when it comes to safety and quality, or where they're in breach of the law or are acting in a way that puts the safety of children at risk. This power will apply to all forms of early education and care that are eligible for the childcare subsidy. centre-based care, family day care, in-home care and outside school hours care too. Funding is the big weapon that the Australian government has to wield here. Australian taxpayers are the biggest funders of childcare centres, and we do that through the childcare subsidy, $16 billion a year. Centres can't operate without it. It covers about 70% of the average cost of running a centre. It pays for things like wages and rent and electricity. This legislation gives us the power to suspend or cancel that funding if a centre is not meeting the quality, safety or other compliance requirements that are put in place by our national system of early childhood regulation. This is how that system works. The Education and Care Services National Law sets the standards we expect childcare centres to meet. State government regulators are responsible for rating centres and enforcing standards. Most centres meet these standards now, but not all. If state regulators think there's a real and imminent threat to safety, they can shut a centre on the spot, and they do. Sometimes, though, they'll identify problems in centres that can and need to be fixed, and sometimes those problems remain unfixed. And this is where this legislation comes in. The real purpose of this legislation isn't to shut centres down, but to raise standards up, to make sure that the safety and quality in childcare centres is what parents expect and what our children deserve. This is how it will work. It will give the Secretary of my department the power to take into account a provider's quality, safety and compliance history when considering whether a provider should be approved to administer the childcare subsidy, or whether they should continue to be approved, or if they should be approved to operate a new service. This has never been part of the childcare subsidy system since it started in 2018. It will be now. This change will tie a centre's eligibility to administer the childcare subsidy directly to their record on quality, safety and compliance. And it will allow the Secretary of my department to cut off access to the childcare subsidy where standards are not being met. That might mean cutting funding to an existing provider or service, or denying a provider the ability to expand until they have met the required standards. Under these changes, the Secretary of my department will be able to impose conditions on a provider's approval, or to move immediately to a process to suspend or cancel that approval on the basis of safety and quality concerns. Where conditions are imposed, a provider must meet those conditions within a specified timeframe if they want to maintain their approval. This could include a condition that the provider comply with directions from their state regulator. It might require them to follow a quality improvement plan or hire a quality and safety expert to help them lift their standards. As I said a moment ago, the Secretary of my department can also move immediately to a process to suspend or cancel a provider on the basis of quality and safety concerns. That involves issuing a formal notice to the provider requiring a response within 28 days. If the provider doesn't give a good explanation in that period, the Secretary of my department will be able to cancel or suspend their approval. It's a process that permits providers an opportunity to engage with my department where they have a genuine commitment to improve. These powers will be used in close collaboration with states and territories, backing in their core role and responsibility in regulating quality and safety. It means the Commonwealth can use the power of the childcare subsidy funding to lift the standards of providers not doing the right thing and ensure those that aren't up to scratch don't get access to Commonwealth funding. This bill also expands the Commonwealth's powers to publish information about providers that are sanctioned for non-compliance. The Secretary of my department already has the power to publicise actions such as suspending or cancelling a provider's approval for the childcare subsidy. The information is available in the Enforcement Action Register on the department's website, along with other information such as how the department issues infringement notices and imposes conditions on approvals. This bill expands that power to include the power to publicise when a provider is refused approval for a new service. It also gives the Secretary of my department the power to publish other compliance action taken against providers, such as when conditions are applied, including the details of those conditions, or where an infringement notice has been issued, including the details of the notice, such as the alleged contravention and the fine amount. Conditions and infringements are very important because they point to specific things that a provider must do to stay eligible for the childcare subsidy. Parents should know when a childcare centre that their child attends, or one that they're thinking of using, is subject to a condition or has received an infringement. When this legislation is passed, the Secretary of my department will expand the breadth of the Enforcement Action Register to include those things I've just outlined. I've asked the Secretary of my department to ensure the Enforcement Action Register provides parents and other organisations with as much information as possible given the circumstances of each matter. Providing more detailed information on compliance actions and refusals of new centres is important to ensure parents have the information that they need to make one of the most important decisions in their child's early years about who they want to put their trust in to care for their child. It'll also ensure transparency for company directors and board members who may not be directly responsible for the day-to-day management of the provider, but who play an important role in ensuring that their organisations are taking the steps necessary to keep children safe in early childhood education and care. The bill also gives the Commonwealth's authorised officers more powers to do their job. It allows them to perform spot checks and to enter premises without consent during operating hours to detect non-compliance across the sector. It means that the Commonwealth's officers don't need to get a warrant or other pre-authorisation to inspect a centre, an outside school hours care service or family daycare service. These Commonwealth powers largely mirror arrangements that are already in place for state and territory regulators. The primary purpose of these compliance officers is to monitor compliance with family assistance law. This is a serious issue in early education and care. Over the last 3 years, this government has allocated $221 million in additional funding to detect and prevent childcare subsidy fraud, and this has helped to claw back around $318 million for the taxpayer. These new powers add to this. While compliance officers are there, they identify safety and quality concerns, they will also be able to share that information with state government regulators to take action. A person who does not cooperate with an authorised person seeking access commits a criminal offence and is liable to a civil penalty. The bill also includes a number of other integrity measures. It will allow the Secretary of my department to delegate the power to apply for a monitoring warrant to an appropriately qualified executive-level officer. Monitoring warrants are an effective tool in conducting childcare subsidy fraud and compliance investigations. These changes will streamline processes, allowing warrants to be requested and issued more quickly. The bill also makes amendments to allow the Secretary of my department to delegate their existing power to appoint an appropriately qualified and experienced expert to conduct audits of large childcare providers. This power is expanded to allow delegation to a senior executive service employee, and this will further streamline the process for appointing auditors, an important tool in ensuring integrity and compliance in the sector. The bill also makes important changes to how gap fees are collected from families who use family daycare and in-home care. The bill makes an amendment to require all family daycare and in-home care providers to collect childcare subsidy gap fees directly from families. This will reduce the administrative burden on individual educators so they can focus on providing education and care to children. It will also improve transparency and integrity of childcare subsidy funding. Mr Speaker, the purpose of this bill is not to shut childcare centres down. It's to raise standards up. This is not about leaving parents stranded without care for their children because of fixable or minor shortcomings at their service. But this legislation is also not an idle threat. Services, whether they be centre-based daycare or family daycare or in-home care or outside school hours care, know what they have to do to consistently meet national quality standards. Providers that can improve their services to meet the standard will get the chance to do that. Services that don't or can't or won't will lose their access to funding. I think that's fair, and I think most Australian parents will too. Mr Speaker, this bill also isn't the only thing that we have to do to improve safety in childcare centres. There's a lot more. After Ashley Paul Griffiths was arrested and charged in Queensland with multiple child sex offences, education ministers across the country commissioned the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority, AUSPA, to conduct a child safety review. Education ministers have agreed in principle to the key recommendations of that review. Some have been implemented, but there's more work that needs to be done. That includes establishing a national educator register to help track workers from centre to centre and from state to state. It also means mandatory child safety training to support the 99.9% of educators who care for our children every single day and do a fantastic job, to help them to recognise the people in their centre that might be up to no good. After Four Corners exposed appalling examples of abuse and neglect on the 17th of March this year, the New South Wales Government commissioned Chris Wheeler, a former Deputy New South Wales Ombudsman, to undertake an independent review of the New South Wales Early Childhood Education and Care Regulatory Authority. That review recommends increasing penalties on services for offences that are largely factual or procedural and for which prosecution is currently the only avenue available. It also recommends services be required to display their compliance history alongside their quality ratings to help families make informed choices about childcare. The Wheeler Review also recommends allowing the regulator to require that a provider installs CCTV when they identify potential risk to the health and safety of children at a service, or when the service has failed to meet quality standards for an unreasonable period of time. These recommendations and more will be considered by education ministers when we meet next month. The other area where serious work is needed is to improve the operation of working with children checks. Problems here were identified a long time ago. The Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse recommended the Commonwealth Government facilitate a national model for working with children checks. At the moment, systems in different states work differently. In some states, the Working with Children check is valid for 5 years. In others, it's 2 or 3 years. In some states, only people over 18 working with children require a check. In others, this is required from the age of 14 or 15. Jurisdictions also differ in how they assess both criminal and non-conviction information, as well as patterns of behaviour. There are also issues with getting real-time updates to Working with Children checks and information sharing between jurisdictions. This system isn't run by education ministers. In some states, it's run by the Attorney-General. In others, it's the Minister with responsibility for child protection or human services or families and communities. Next month, the Commonwealth Attorney-General will also bring her state and territory counterparts together to address these serious issues. Mr Speaker, there is no more serious work than this. And I want to thank my friend and colleague, Senator Jess Walsh, the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth, for her leadership on quality and safety in early learning and her work in bringing this bill to the Parliament. And I also want to thank the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, and the Shadow Minister for Education, John O'Doniham, as well as the Assistant Shadow Minister for Education, Zoe McKenzie, and all of their teams for all of the work that they are doing together with us on this, for the serious and professional and bipartisan approach that they have taken to make sure that we get this right. It's what the mums and dads watching this right now across the country want of us and expect of us. They're not interested in excuses. They expect action. They expect all levels of government to work together and the people that run childcare centres to join us in this work as well. We all know that no party, no government, state or federal, has done everything we need to do here. That's obvious. But I think everyone here is determined to do what needs to be done to rebuild confidence in a system that parents need to have confidence in. A system that more than 1 million mums and dads rely on to care for and to educate the most important people in their world, their children. This legislation is an important part of that. It's not everything. The truth is this work will never end, but this is an important step, and I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to Honourable Member for Nichols.
I move the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, suspension of standing orders relating to private members' business and committee and delegation business for Monday, 28 July 2025.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Just for the information of members before I speak to the item, just to let people know, for the two bills that have both just been introduced, both of them have a level of urgency to them. Members should expect a couple of late nights that we'll schedule next week to be able to facilitate that. I expect, given the nature of those issues, we will not be able to fully accommodate everyone, and so I'll talk to the Manager of Opposition Business and the crossbench to work out whether or not we do subsequently a take-note debate on each of the bills so that we can still get them across to the Senate, but make sure that there's an opportunity for members who want to speak. I now move the motion relating to private members' business and committee and delegation business for Monday, 28 July 2025, in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, it's a standard motion that deals with the fact that we need a little bit more time to get private members' business ready for Monday of next week, and it's to allow that.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4, proposed amendments to the standing orders.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. As is also standard on the second day of a new parliament, the government is putting forward a series of amendments to the standing orders and a proposed sessional order. The difference for new members, a sessional order will apply to the 48th Parliament only, and the standing orders changes ongoing. So I move the motion relating to the proposed amendments to the standing orders and the proposed sessional order in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. So for the information of members to go through the standing orders changes that we're having, after which we will have a time for debate, so I'll keep my remarks as brief as I can, but I will let members know when it's time for first speeches, just before 10:30. If the debate's still going, I will move that it be put, to make sure that we're not delaying the first speeches. First change, and I presume in the debate, as is always the case, whichever of these standing order changes that people are supportive of, they will be completely silent, and whichever ones they object to, they will be completely outraged, and that's fine. I've done this too. So the first change, we have time limits on a series of debates, but there's a general rule for where debate is not otherwise provided for, and we've had time limits on speeches, but not the debate. That would be a standing 1 hour limit. Obviously, it's always open to the House to be able to extend that should the House choose. Secondly, some changes to deferred divisions. At the moment, between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock on Tuesdays, if a division is called, it then doesn't happen until after the MPI that day. That has created some challenges when we've had urgent legislation to get across to the Senate, where the Senate is needing to deal with it, and effectively, if a division is called, even though the House might, as a majority, might want to vote for it, it's unable to do so until after the MPI, by which time the procedure of the Senate doesn't actually match the processes here. So for those people who are used to, on a Tuesday, taking off between 12 and 2, you'd now, under this standing order change, have to remain in the Parliament. There's some changes to routine of business for the House and the Federation Chamber, extending the hours of the Federation Chamber, which gives 30 minutes more of government business, but 90 minutes more of constituency statements. This is trying to acknowledge something that I've had members from all sides raise with me over time, which is to say, can we get better use of the Federation Chamber, and in particular for people to be able to talk about issues within their electorate that might not be able to be properly given during other legislative speeches. And so that would now provide that extra time in both changing for the Federation Chamber. Ministerial statements, which don't happen often, but when they do happen, would now happen immediately after question time. In practice, they can still occur at other times of the day, as is already the case, but that would shift to being the standard time for them. The next is something which I am willing to move. This was recommended by the Procedures Committee some time ago, that, Mr Speaker, you be given a new power. That under 94A, you would have an option of suspending someone for 1 hour or suspending someone for 3 hours. Now, this was recommended to me repeatedly during the last term. I strategically waited until Graham Perrott had left the Parliament before I was willing to move it, but that was a unanimous recommendation from the Procedure Committee as part of its inquiry into recommendations 10 and 27 of the Set Standard report. The next is something that we've been doing that's not covered under the standing orders, adding to the list of resolutions that can be moved by a minister and then get put without debate, which is to bring on an item of business immediately. The next is the number of votes required for a full division count. Now, I will say, if people wonder whether the consultation across the aisle matters, you have the evidence here, because I was going for a much higher number on this. Basically, the rule that we have for when you have to take a full count of a division was put into the standing orders back when the crossbench itself was fewer than 5. And as the crossbench has grown, we have never increased that number. I was minded to increase it to something approximately the current size of the crossbench, but in the consultation, the arguments that were put to me were such that I thought, to be true to the spirit of the consultation, I still have an increase, but instead of it being 4 or fewer, it becomes 6 or fewer. So there's still a minor increase there, but I'll be upfront. I was aiming higher. The procedure that we have to refer statements to the Federation Chamber gets formalised. It's similar to what we've already been doing. Next, there is a bizarre standing order. There's a few, but we're getting rid of this one, which is a Member of Parliament is allowed to become so attached to their seat that after an election they can just say they're staying. I am supportive of most forms of industrial action, but I find this one particularly odd, and there's been some consultation with the Manager of Opposition Business on this, and we would be removing that. The next is trying to bring some of the committees up to date with the complexion of the non-government benches in the Parliament. And it is this. Effectively, the non-government benches now are basically a ratio, not precisely, but close to a ratio of 3 to 1 in terms of the opposition versus the crossbench. On the positions of deputy chairs on committees, that has meant under our current standing orders that the opposition receive every deputy chair's position, and the 3 to 1 ratio makes no difference with respect to deputy chairs. The standing order would change so that for For 3 committees, it would be the committee itself that elects the deputy chair. That does not guarantee that it would be a member of the crossbench, but it creates a pathway for that to happen for the deputy chair's position. That is, they are positions that historically have automatically gone to the opposition. But the number of committees we've chosen to do this for, rather than to do it for all of them, is to make sure that we don't go further than the 3-to-1 ratio. And the committees are the Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water Committee, the Economics Committee and the Health, Aged Care and Disability Committee would be the 3 where the committee would choose its deputy chair. The next one is the sessional order. We did a sessional order for the first time last time to give additional questions for the crossbench. In terms of the numbers of the non-government questions, it was 3, 7 and 9 was where they came in. Occasionally we would go very long at question time, which the Prime Minister and I always liked, but the rest of the front bench weren't always as mad keen on the idea as we were. But when we would go longer, effectively the opposition would get all of those additional questions and the crossbench would get none. So where we go beyond 10 now, there's an additional question for the crossbench when that would happen. They're the different changes that I have, and I suspect I know the speech that's about to come. If it's like we heard yesterday, it will be about the rights of minorities. Allow me to say I am pleased that the opposition have found a minority they support. I am disappointed that it is themselves, but I commend the motion to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and indeed that is what democracy is all about. The whole tradition of democracy is about the right of minorities, always has been, always will be, and it should be in a rights-based society, always a liberal principle. Speaker, I think the Leader of the House has belled the cat. That all sounds very lovely when you listen to it, how democratic and smooth everything will be and how lovely the Parliament will function with these changes to standing orders. However, taking my Leader's instruction, I think we can be constructive on certain machinery changes that the Leader has proposed, but then unfortunately I feel like we must be critical about some other changes that the Leader of the House is proposing here, because they're on the veneer of increased transparency and democratic operation. We have some anti-democratic measures that the government is proposing in its first action. I will say up front that as a lifelong constitutional monarchist and a great supporter of our constitutional monarchy in Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, while we are still, in my view, in the official mourning period for Her Majesty the Queen, we do accept reluctantly the changes to remove all references to the Queen from the standing orders and replace them with the Sovereign, which is the bulk of the work that the Leader has put forward in today's standing orders. A reluctant but necessary change. So there you go. We have supported you on something. Even as a constitutional monarchist, I've agreed to that. So now, moving along. 65A, Sessional Order 65A is, of course, the real meat of what the government is proposing to change in these standing orders. And while government members will be disinterested because they now have a supermajority in this place, the whole purpose of having a question time is scrutiny of the executive, not of the government, not of you in the backbench, but of these people on the front bench. And you know, the Leader has referenced, ministers will be happy because they'll be able to get out of here quicker. That isn't the principle of effective, transparent government.
Exactly.
In fact, if you're a government minister, and I have been, you should know your brief, you should welcome questions, and you should be able to answer those questions. That's the point of being in the Parliament. And the Parliament has an important function on behalf of Australians to say to the executive, what are you doing in government? Can you explain to the Australian people what your legislative and political agenda is? And you have to defend it in the scrutiny of an open democratic forum. Now, in its first term, this Labor government under Prime Minister Albanese reduced the number of questions that we have in question time. The average number of questions asked by the opposition went from 10 in the 46th Parliament, the one that we heard was anti-democratic and not transparent, to just 7 in the 47th Parliament. A big drop. The average number of questions overall fell from the 46th to the 47th Parliament. And question time ended before 3:10 p.m. more often in the 47th, 29 times compared to only 17 in the 46th. We know on many occasions the Prime Minister urgently cut off question time because simply it wasn't going very well for the government. Now, these changes that are proposed by the Leader of the House do something very sneaky. And it is sneaky, and I'm sad that he didn't mention it. He mentioned it but didn't say what this would mean. The heading for these changes, of course, is more opportunities for crossbench questions. But the crossbench is under no illusion that the reordering of the numbers is after the cut-off that the Prime Minister usually uses. So there won't be any more opportunity for the crossbench to get more questions, because on a normal given day or when things are going badly for the government, the Prime Minister routinely guillotines question time, as is his right. So there will be less opposition questions in this parliament, as there was last parliament, and there will be less crossbench questions this parliament, unless it's up to the Prime Minister, of course, to decide that he's having a good day and extend the question time a little bit longer. So that, in our view, is a sneaky attempt to rewrite this to just, over time, slowly, not under the scrutiny of anyone who pays a lot of attention, except for the most ardent watchers of this place, reduce questions bit by bit by bit by bit. Overall average questions will go down, opposition questions will go down, and crossbench questions will go down. How does that help the operation of this parliament? Well, our view is it does not, and our view is that this is an anti-democratic measure. So we do have some solutions in place. So that's my criticism. I can now be constructive. I'll swing. The pendulum's going to swing. We're going to go back to constructive. I move the amendments to the motion moved by the Leader of the House as circulated in my name. The amendments I'm moving today, we only had a short notice of this ourselves, and I apologise to the House for the notice that I've given them, because if we get 20 minutes notice, unfortunately, you will also get no notice as well. The amendments I'm moving do something important in relation to 65A, and that is return something that has been here before and is on operation in the Senate, and that is allow for supplementary questions to be asked both by the opposition and by the crossbench. This would increase transparency in this parliament. And I know many of my crossbench colleagues would support the operation of supplementary questions, because not only would a government minister have to be prepared for a question, they'd have to be prepared for a follow-up question, which can only be a good thing, especially on the complexity of the operation of government in today's society. So we have the ability to ask any minister any question, but if they don't answer the question, no ability to follow that up. So this is a sensible reform that will, of course, return supplementaries to this chamber, and I welcome the proposal. In the previous parliament, of course, the conduct of the government was, as I've highlighted, anti-democratic. In relation to the standing order changes to committees,
Just on a point of order, the manager can just resume his seat for a moment. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just not sure how to handle this. The amendments that have been... An amendment's meant to be fully read out unless it's been circulated. I've just checked with the clerks because there's not a copy of these amendments at the table. I'm not sure if they were handled to the table office and something's gone wrong, but they certainly haven't been circulated. And if the manager office of your business has to read it out word for word, I'm not even sure you'll get it out in the time remaining. I'm not sure how we handle it.
Yeah, well, we can find a way through this. I thank the Leader of the House. The normal process is the amendments will be circulated as the member for Warringah has and the member for Wentworth has. On this occasion, that hasn't occurred, so the manager is, I assume, moving the amendments as part of his speech now. For the remainder of that, they'll need to be seconded, but we do need a copy of them normally before we get to this point, if that makes sense. And we don't have them as yet. And we're making copies now, so we will have them. So he'll have 3 minutes left, and then we'll have a seconder to those, just to find a way through this. The manager has the call.
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker, and I accept that. I did explain that obviously this was a very last-minute process from the government's point of view in providing the very substantial standing orders changes, and we did our best to produce them very quickly and provide them to the parliament. I've already apologised to members, but we had no idea what the government was doing, so thank you for that reminder about the procedure. I do move back to our conversation about the anti-democratic nature of some of these changes. Now, on the committees, of course, that again sounds very reasonable. Why can't we just share the the deputy chairs. The government knows exactly what it is doing in relation to choosing the portfolio areas where it will change the mechanism for electing a deputy chair. That is designed to reduce scrutiny and transparency as well. And there was zero consultation with the opposition. I don't know if there was a consultation with the crossbench on this issue. However, the selection of the Economics Committee is no accident. What the government is saying is that they want less pressure from the opposition on the issue of the economy. They are saying they do not want an opposition member in the deputy chair to ask questions on that committee, to raise matters, to scrutinise the office bearers that are brought before that committee very much. And they are saying, of course they want less pressure on the economy. The economy is the #1 issue of our day. It is the matter of our time. And the government's agenda on the economy is more government intervention, higher taxes, and of course an unrestricted commitment to increased government spending, endless government spending. So it's no accident that the government has said we want to change the procedures on the Economics Committee. The Economics Committee has been a vibrant and important part of our democratic system, and deputy chairs play a vibrant and important part about that. So they, of course, are trying to play politics with parliamentary committees on the topics of their choosing, and we understand why that is. We do not obviously support those changes. In the time I have left, I'll just refer to a couple of the things that we think are important. I do welcome the Leader's commitment to more speech time. I think that is relevant for this parliament and in the Federation Chamber, and here it's a proposal we would have also welcomed and put forward, so we support those changes. However, we will have no choice but to oppose this because of I think there are some other matters that we are moving in amendment, including questions in writing. We have increasingly seen a lack of transparency from this government in relation to questions in writing. Ministers who are failing to respond to this time-honoured mechanism within the prescribed 60 days. According to the Procedure Office, there were more overdue questions in writing in the 47th Parliament than in the 45th and the 46th. Again, an executive, just so that everyone's clear here, that is not committed to transparency. Less questions in question times, less scrutiny of government, less responses to questions in writing for the Parliament. What is going on inside the government? Not only will we have less opportunity to ask, we'll have less answers, we will not know what our own government is doing. And so when the people send us here to do this, and this has happened more in previous parliaments, now we'll have less and less and less opportunities under the second term of the Albanese governments. Order. So as it stands, this standing order we believe needs amendment, and with our further time I just flag, while there are some good changes here, we will be opposing this.
Time has concluded. Just for the benefit of all members, and I'll just explain the process so everyone's clear. The Leader of the House has moved a series of amendments to the standing orders. The Manager of Opposition Business has replied to that with his own amendments to those suggestions, and they are now available for members to pursue at the table. So if members wish to know what is the changes, they'll be able to do so at the base of the mace. Now, those amendments will be seconded, and they're going to be seconded by the Deputy Manager of Opposition Business, the member for...
And I do rise to second these amendments moved by the Managers of Opposition Business. And before I start, Speaker, I congratulate you on your election yesterday to Speaker in this chamber, again with bipartisan support, and I think that says a lot about the respect you have in this chamber. And I start actually, Speaker, by paraphrasing. I won't quote you because I can't remember the exact words, but I'll paraphrase something you said yesterday which I thought was quite important, because you spoke about the importance of this chamber to our parliamentary democracy, how important it is and the importance of this chamber is, and you said that you would look to protect and strengthen the democratic processes in this chamber. And I firmly believe that's your thought process and that's what you would like this chamber to do. But, Speaker, what I would say is, and again, as the Manager of Opposition Business said, there are many things, some things within what the Leader of the House has proposed here that we do support, but there are some things here, Speaker, that I would say is not strengthening parliamentary democracy, is in fact weakening it. And I just want to, before I start on the amendments that we're talking about today, Speaker, is even to give some context in this, because I would also say that even in the last parliament, with some of the changes that were made to the standing orders then by the current Leader of the House, I think weakened and didn't protect parliamentary democracy, but actually weakened parliamentary democracy in this place. And two that I remember were the changes of the standing order to the suspension of standing orders and the process, how that would work. What new members may not be aware, but it used to work that when you suspended standing orders, that debate, that process would happen immediately. The government moved that process would be deferred, which, you lose the impact and you lose the importance of what you're trying to suspend standing orders over when those things are deferred. The other thing that happened in the last Parliament too, Speaker, was the change in the standing orders that could rush legislation through. I mean, the thing was the government put it in the proposal that if things are important, they need to be moved quickly, and there would be, it was basically a gag order. And what we saw in the last Parliament, really for the first time, or that happened more often than not, Speaker, was important legislation was gagged. There was a time limit on it and it stopped, and the legislation went through without necessarily the thorough parliamentary process and checks and balances that happened in previous parliaments. So again, I think this is what's happening again with some of these standing orders that are proposed today, especially in relation to the questions. And look, Speaker, I'm going to be really optimistic. I'm going to have the attitude that the amendments that people are now reading through on the government side, the crossbenchers, are going to support this. They're going to support this because we saw a lot of goodwill yesterday, and they heard your words that you want to protect and strengthen parliamentary process and parliamentary democracy. And I think when they read these amendments that they will agree with what the Manager of Opposition Business and his amendments, because what these will do exactly that. They're going to protect and strengthen parliamentary process. So in the goodwill that was shown in this chamber yesterday at the start of a new parliament and optimism, then I think, and I know the government when they got elected, not last time but the time before, they wanted increased parliamentary transparency. They wanted the sun to shine in, and I think that that's what these amendments do. Now let's just go through a couple of them. I just want to pick up some of the more important ones. Question time changes are really important. The supplementary question amendments that the Manager of Opposition Business does, I think, are exceptionally important. This is what happens in the Senate. This is not earth-shattering. Often, I'm sure the government, when in opposition, would have felt this. Sometimes, you might be surprised, but sometimes when you ask a question to a minister, you don't really feel as though they've answered the question, and you would like to have the opportunity just to reinforce or follow up with maybe some extra availability for the minister to maybe answer the question more clearly. Great thing of that would, how good would that be about strengthening parliamentary democracy? So I think the supplementary question idea is a great idea. I know how well the Leader of the House answers his question. I'm sure if you gave him the opportunity to double up and sort of explain the question even better, if he asked a supplementary question, that he'd enjoy that. So I'm sure he may well change his mind on this amendment and support this amendment to get the opportunity to get a supplementary question to maybe give clarity to an answer that he may not have given, even though he thought he had. The other, as the Manager of Opposition Business also highlighted, was just a really important process too with questions, in the sense that the amount of questions that were asked in the last Parliament wasn't high in historical standards, and we're putting in a proposal here that there would be at least 8 questions by the opposition members in question time. Again, I don't think that's earth-shattering. I think again, if ministers are happy with their decisions, are happy with how things are going, you would think to have more opportunity to get questions from the opposition, to explain what's going on, and to have a cap of 8 a day doesn't sound a lot to me. So again, a very modest, and I think again, going back to your words, Speaker, strengthen. This is all about. I know. Any chat that I've had with the Manager of Opposition Business, and I congratulate the Manager of Opposition Business on his appointment, and every chat I've had with the Manager of Opposition Business about his new role, the only words he mentions to me is he wants to strengthen parliamentary process, wants to protect and strengthen parliamentary process. So again, a very modest ask there about having a minimum of 8 a day. Also, I know that the issue raised too about the Federation Chamber. Federation Chamber is important, and one of the things we do support the government is the constituent statements within the Federation Chamber. That's important, and gives the opportunity for a lot of especially new members, as you want to talk about your electorates and people in your electorate and things happening in your electorate. We support that. However, with the Federation Chamber in the last Parliament, we saw a lot of things flick through there, and some important bills were debated up there. The important bills in this place should be debated in here. So putting them up in this standing order changes. A motion that you have to move something to the Federation Chamber. Again, a very modest request. Also, just the other thing the opposition has been growing concern about is those who fail to respond with written questions. Again, this is really common in the Senate. Senate estimates to also have a process here that if a minister gets asked a written question, how that is answered and the timeliness of that. And we're seeing that there's no timeliness with that. So what we are, the amendment here is giving ministers that they're compelled to talk about the reasons that they may be delaying answers to questions and having overdue responses in writing questions as well. We agree, again, of the bipartisan thing, because this is not all opposition to about what the proposals by the government today. We are supporting that in talking to bills that the time be reduced to 5 minutes. We think that will just increase efficiency and timeliness in the chamber. I think if you're talking to a bill, most people would be able to say what they need to say in 10 minutes and not 15. I want to finish off too, Speaker, just on a change to the name of a House committee. There's a House committee that was in the last Parliament that included the name Resources in Northern Australia. We on this side are happy to talk about resources. We on this side of the chamber are happy to talk about Northern Australia, Speaker. Why are we happy to, and in my role as Shadow Trade Speaker, very happy to talk about those two things too. The export powerhouse of this country is the resources sector. Northern Australia plays an important part in that resource story. It's a very successful story. So the House committee that was formed and that existed in the last Parliament, we thought was very important to have that focus of language. Again, I'm sure you have been up there, Speaker, to Northern Australia, whether it be iron ore, whether it be gas resources, coal resources, agricultural products. And again, I remind this House and new members who may not be aware, coal, iron ore, gas and food are the 4 biggest exports of this country. The resources are an important sector of our export sector, and Northern Australia is a very important part of that. So, we'll be hopefully get the opportunity to move a motion later to make sure that we have a House committee that is the names of both resources and Northern Australia are included. So again, Speaker, I finish my seconding of this motion with great optimism. Remembering your words yesterday, we want to protect and we want to strengthen parliamentary process and parliamentary accountability in this chamber. I think that when people get a good chance to read and digest these amendments moved by the Manager of Opposition Business, I think there's going to be a light bulb moment on both our side but also the other side of the chamber, Speaker, and these are good amendments. These are going to protect and strengthen parliamentary democracy in this chamber and therefore this country, and I highly recommend the motions to the House.
The question is the amendment to be agreed to. Just before I call the member for Ryan, I'll just explain to the House. There are a number of new members here, so I like to explain what is happening so everyone is aware. For full transparency, just as the member for Page indicated to the House, we're dealing with a set of amendments moved by the Manager of Opposition Business. There have been other amendments flagged by other members of Parliament, and before we get to those, we'll have to deal with one set of amendment at a time. So with agreement, we're going to deal with the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business to the motion moved by the Leader of the House. So I'm going to state that question, that the amendments moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be agreed to. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? No. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. 2 voices have been heard. So we are now going to move towards a division, and we'll ring the bells for 4 minutes. but never in front.
I don't give up on you. There's always room for something. Can't suck up, you already have. Well done, Ellie. Never swapping sides.
Thank you. Block the doors. The original question was that the motion be agreed to this. The honourable member for Mitchell has moved as an amendment further changes to the standing orders. So the immediate question before the House is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes, and the honourable, at this stage, member for Bowman as one teller, and I shall need another teller, and I'll appoint the member for Capricornia as tellers for the ayes.
Believe it or not, I don't know. Well,
which is what the young character, the majority.
No. Order. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 92. The matter was resolved in the negative. I can just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Congratulations. Thanks, bro. Order. Members can either leave the chamber quickly or resume your seats. The question is the amendment be agreed to and the motion be agreed to. Now I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Mr. Speaker, I move as an amendment to the motion the following amendment to section 91 of the Standing Order 91. and I believe has been circulated. Mr Speaker, this amendment is to make sure that we in fact do have a safe and respectful chamber and a parliamentary debate. There is a balancing act between robust parliamentary debate and having a safe and respectful and discrimination-free workplace. As parliamentarians, we must lead by example and ensure that freedom of speech is encouraged in our workplace, but it is not used to excuse harmful behaviour and disorderly conduct. So this amendment seeks to clarify what constitutes disorderly conduct in this place, so that when it occurs, it's not left to an interpretation in the moment, which can be difficult, especially if it has not been dealt with in that way in the past under the standing orders for the benefit of the chair. And it can be quickly addressed and such, allowing the debate to return to being productive and allowing MPs to continue with that job. We know in our laws that we have anti-discrimination laws that makes it unlawful to have bullying, intimidating and harassing behaviour in a workplace. We know it is unlawful conduct. The difficulty we have is how that then applies in this place, because at the same time we have parliamentary privilege. Parliamentary privilege protects members from defamation for statements made in the chamber. It ensures freedom of speech in parliamentary proceedings. However, parliamentary privilege does not override all legal obligations. In fact, it does not protect against discrimination and does not exempt conduct within the chamber from scrutiny in relation to anti-discrimination principles. The difficulty is when the bullying, harassing and intimidation is oral, via way of yelling, for example, as I experienced during the previous term of Parliament, where the coalition went in a mob-like attitude of turning and yelling and trying to intimidate me from continuing with my speech. In any other workplace, that would be unlawful conduct. The difficulty in this place is parliamentary privilege is seen as an override from a question of that conduct and that applying. So my amendment seeks to make very clear that Standing Order 91, which relates to disorderly conduct, includes behaviour that is intimidating, bullying and harassing. And by making it explicit, it enables and empowers the Speaker to be able to rule very quickly, promptly, when behaviour is underway in the chamber that is in fact intimidating, bullying or harassing. And that's why it's really important. Now, this has been tried to be dealt with through codes of conduct, and we know this Parliament and the previous Parliament has tried to improve the respect and the conduct in this place. But the difficulty is the code of conduct does not apply in this chamber because of that interrelation with parliamentary privilege. So it is a balancing act between protecting robust parliamentary debate but ensuring a safe, respectful and discrimination-free workplace. And I would argue there have been instances in this place where that has not happened. I've certainly been the subject of it. And if we are to commence this new 48th Parliament in a new tone and a new note, I would urge the government to consider this amendment to Standing Order 91 to make it very clear and explicit for the benefit of the Speaker in applying the standing orders that disorderly conduct includes intimidation, harassment and bullying. I think in this place, legislators, we have to lead by example. We have to ensure workplace reflects the values we are legislating for others. We cannot have a situation where our workplace is setting a standard completely different to the one that is applied in workplaces all around Australia. So I commend the amendment to the House.
Is the motion seconded? And I call the honourable member for Indi.
I second this motion, and I think that the member for Warringah has outlined very clearly the dilemma that we have in changing the workplace culture in this Parliament. What the public see is not what happens in our committees or in our corridors or across the Parliament, where the Code of Behaviour does apply. I made reference to this yesterday in my speech, commending the Speaker to the position that you hold. This is the kind of amendment that gives the Speaker the tools that the Speaker needs to improve the behaviour in the Parliament, that will improve the respect that's shown to members and will be in alignment with modern workplace culture across this nation.
The question is the amendment to be agreed to. I'll call the Leader of House.
If I can just respond to the amendment itself, Mr Speaker, and I'll just respond once because there are two amendments that have both been circulated. One deals with giving additional powers to the Speaker by framing things in the negative as to what we would want to prevent, and the next one frames things in terms of giving similar powers to the Speaker but framing it in terms of what we would want to expect. They frame them differently, but they deal with a similar concept. Can I say, if you go through, anyone who goes through practice will see that offensive words are clearly out, offensive gestures are clearly out, but offensive and intimidatory behaviour is not necessarily covered. I think it is fair to say that there is a strong appetite from this Parliament and expectation from the Australian people that sort of behaviour is just as dangerous and would be considered by the public just as unparliamentary as the words or the gestures that are already referred to in practice. What method is best to deal with this in terms of, do you frame it in the positive, do you frame it in the negative? Do you in fact need the power? Is there another method? I don't have a fixed view on, but I do have a very fixed view that in my conversations with the crossbench, if I put it in these terms, what we saw and have often seen, which is more directed at the crossbench than at any other members in this place, is a situation when people stand when the chamber is full and a pile-on occurring, which for any observer would think what they were watching intimidation. And sometimes it will happen to government or opposition members, but I've seen it happen a lot to the crossbench. It is not something we want in the Parliament. What the method is to deal with this, I can't give a guarantee, and so the government won't be supporting either of this amendment or the next amendment in this motion today. I will undertake to the Parliament, though, for both this amendment and the next amendment, that as soon as the Procedures Committee is formed, I'll be writing to them and asking them to look at this matter. Whichever pathway, whether it's standing orders, whether it's something you as Speaker decide you already have the power to do, I do think there is an expectation in the Parliament that, yes, words can be offensive, yes, gestures can be offensive, but yes, behaviour can be offensive as well. That doesn't always necessarily involve words or gestures, and it is one of the areas where, as part of us responding to the Kate Jenkins inquiry that came down, and in making sure that we are in fact setting a standard and raising the standards of this place, is something that we need to basically ensure that you are empowered to be able to deal with the behaviour. So we'll be opposing both amendments, but I wanted to explain in one hit the reasons.
The question is the amendment to be agreed to. This is the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Warringah and seconded by the Honourable Member for Indi. I'll state that question. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. So the question before the House is that the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to, and I give the call to the Member for Wentworth.
I move an amendment to the motion. The following amendment as standing order 91 is circulated in my name. Australia has one of the most diverse and successful democracies in the world, and this is something that I think we are all incredibly proud of. But our diversity and the success of this democracy relies on our ability to disagree well. And in times of conflict overseas, where we have, certainly in my community and in many communities across the country, very strong and very different views about conflicts that need to disagree well, that need to disagree robustly, but with dignity, with fairness, with respect. Those are the things that we in this democracy need. And we need to start here in the Parliament and show that. And this is the fundamental part of this amendment. When after Brittany Higgins' terrible ordeal in this Parliament, the procedure, the Set the Standard report rightly recommended that there was a code of conduct in the Parliament that required people to treat people with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. But this code of conduct does not apply in this House. And that is a problem, because this House is where the community sees Parliament. This, particularly question time, is a time where the community sees the standards that the Parliament is in theory trying to set. And the standards that the Parliament sets in these times is not the quality of dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect in conducting a robust debate. And so this is why I believe, as was recommended in the Set the Standard report, that the code of conduct apply in the House as well as all around. Because you cannot do one thing in the House and walk out of the room and say, no, this is how we're going to behave. I did a survey recently on bullying in my electorate. And one of the comments that came back from one of the mothers affected by bullying was, my only comment would be for members of Parliament to show more respect to political opponents. Hear, hear. If we start to show that respect in this place, then we can engender that in our community. Because in our schools, in our universities, in our communities, I want us to be able to have robust and passionate debates with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. But if we're going to hold the community to that standard, we need to start to hold ourselves to that standard as well. Now, I know the government has proposed a variety of changes to the standing orders that are set to set higher penalties in terms of bad behaviour, and there has been a very welcome change in terms of the gender mix in this Parliament. But I don't believe that those are enough. Nor do I believe that we should be telling the country that you can't hold a robust debate without holding those four qualities in hand at the same time. That is what this Parliament should expect of itself, and I think that is what the country expects of us as well.
Is the amendment seconded? To give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Everyone I speak to in my community about Parliament pretty much has the same feedback, and that is, why is the behaviour in Parliament so appalling? There is a standard of behaviour that's considered acceptable in this room that would not be acceptable in any boardroom or classroom or even clubroom in the country. And this is really unacceptable. And we had this 2021 Set the Standard report. We now have a behaviour code for Australian parliamentarians. People are horrified when I tell them, oh yeah, that only applies to behaviour outside the chamber. The expectation that people are treated with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect doesn't apply when we're actually in the House of Representatives. And I don't think that meets community standards. I think there is an expectation that we are able to have civil debate, disagree, have robust discussions on policy matters while treating each other with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. So I would really urge the government to consider making that change to the standing orders so that the new standard of behaviour that we expect outside this room also applies in this room where Australians actually see us. And if that is not done, and if the government refers it to the Procedure Committee instead, I would really urge the Procedure Committee to make recommendations about those changes. I gave evidence to the Procedure Committee in the last term of Parliament on this topic and on the need to increase the level of respect in the chamber. And as far as I can see, not a lot has happened in terms of developing a positive duty of respect and dignity in the chamber as a result of that evidence. So I hope that if this does go to the Procedure Committee, they feel empowered to act to lift the standard so that we are actually meeting the expectations of the Australian community in this room.
The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to, moved by the honourable member for Wentworth, seconded by the member for Curtin. I'll put that to the House. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The question before the House is that the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Using using one of the new standing orders. I move that business intervening before the order of the day number 1 government business be postponed until a later hour this day. Oh, sorry, they've given me the old procedure. Oh, the new procedure is, if I may. I apologise for that.
We'll call the Leader of the House and we'll...
Sorry, I was back in the old days.
For abundance of clarity, we'll call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that government business order of the day number 1 be called on immediately.
Now we'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Governor-General's opening speech. Resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply.
The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Deakin, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I acknowledge the traditional owners of my electorate, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, as I do the traditional owners of this place, the Ngunnawal people. I rise today not with self-importance, but with a sense of duty. To be elected to this House by the people of Deakin is a profound honour, one I will never take for granted. This is not a platform for ego, but it's a call to serve. First, I want to thank those that made this moment possible. I'm grateful to the people of Deakin for placing their trust in me and in the Labor Party. Every day I will strive to honour that trust, to do my bit to help build a better, fairer future for our community and for Australia as a whole. My presence in this chamber follows an amazing grassroots campaign, powered by incredible volunteers and supporters, including campaign manager Michael McGoldrick, field coordinator Donna McKinnon, our dedicated local campaign committee and other wonderful volunteers. They were at the heart of the effort that brought me here today. We had no war chest. We had no paid staff. We operated out of a decommissioned motel bar, and with their conviction, with their courage and shared purpose, made this victory possible. They gave us their days, their nights, their weekends for something bigger than any of us individually. They made this happen. And a special thanks to those who helped us, particularly me, sharpen our phone banking skills. As someone who's not naturally inclined to interrupt people at dinner time, it did take some practice, but it was worth it in the end. Still, give me a street stall, a door knock or a market day any day of the week. Our opponents had all the phone boxes and billboards in the area, but we had hundreds of local residents and businesses allow us to put up our little campaign signs in front of their premises, which I think is a gesture far more powerful than any paid ad. Our campaign wasn't about handing out branded shopping bags, not just because we couldn't afford them, but because our strategy was to get out into the community and talk to people about what matters to them. It was about listening with curiosity, with sincerity, empathy and respect, including for those that held different views from our own. We're of course bolstered by Labor's suite of positive, well-thought-out policies that responded to the concerns of people in our electorate and painted a positive path forward. Thank you to the Labor Party more broadly, including those in this room that contributed to those policies. I'd also like to thank the Prime Minister for believing in our effort, for coming down to Deakin many, many times when the media was really asking why bother. Not only did his visits have a direct impact, but he reminded our local campaign that perseverance and authenticity still matter, that staying focused on people, not the noise, can still cut through. I extend that appreciation to the Deputy Prime Minister, to the Treasurer, to Senator Raf Ciccone and to ministers including Senator Penny Wong and the members for Hotham, Ballarat, Scullin and Fraser. Thank you for lending your voices, your time and your belief in our case. It really made all the difference. I'm also appreciative for the support I received from Michael Donovan and the SDA across 2 campaigns and for his tireless work representing some of the country's youngest and most vulnerable workers. Thank you. I also want to thank Victorian Society of Labor Lawyers and acknowledge my former colleagues at Slater and Gordon, especially the extraordinary women who continued to support and mentor me over many years, and it made me a stronger advocate and I think even a better person, so thank you. That culture of intellectual rigour, constructive debate and mutual respect shaped me. It provided a template for the kind of working environment I want to create in this new chapter of my life. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my family. Without them, I wouldn't be here today. I particularly want to pay tribute to my mum, who's in the chamber today, whose love and support has been unwavering. She taught me to think critically, to speak up, and to never walk past a problem I could help fix. For most of my formative years, she raised my brother and I as a single mum, juggling work as a full-time school teacher with the trials and tribulations of raising 2 fairly rambunctious young men. Because of her, I became a lawyer, my brother a carpenter, just as we dreamed of when we were 8 and 10 years old. Just with probably a little bit more imagination than realism, but no shortage in belief that if we worked hard enough, we could achieve it. She also inspired me to follow in her footsteps and become a school teacher, a career that has been the highlight of my working life as well, from which I've learned so much. Politics wasn't my mum and stepdad's natural world, but they made it theirs for me. They rolled up their sleeves for 2 campaigns and did it out of love, putting countless hours into our campaign, and for that support is something that I will always carry with me. My involvement in the Labor Party began in 2010, volunteering for the former Labor member for Deakin, Mike Simon, knocking on doors, putting up bunting at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, and all those other jobs normally given to 18 to 25-year-olds during a campaign, happily leaving the archie-barchie to others. I never imagined that one day it would be my face on those campaign posters. But over time, I realised I couldn't stay on the sidelines. In 2022, I put up my hand and contested the seat of Deakin for the first time, achieving a narrow defeat. But I learned more from that narrow defeat than I could have ever learned from an easy win. I tried again in 2025 with the support of local branch members, and this time we made it. What drove me to hand out flyers in 2010 and what drives me now is a belief in the power of public service, in the idea that politics can still be a force for good, that it can be measured not just by slogans and headlines, but by real, tangible improvements in people's lives. We live in a time that demands a seriousness of purpose. The challenges before us, economic, social, environmental, geopolitical, are complex and fast-moving. The temptation at times can be to retreat, to become reactive, performative, and paralysed. But we have to resist that. Our job in this place is to rise to the moment, to face complexity with clarity, to govern not for the next news cycle, but for the next generation. We must continue to address the big challenges of our time: education, productivity, the provision of care, environmental sustainability, with long-term resolve. In Deakin, I see these challenges play out every day. At our local footy clubs, I hear about players that have had to move hours away, not because they wanted an opportunity to play on the field or wanted higher pay, but because they couldn't afford a place to live in our part of the world. These aren't isolated stories by any stretch of the imagination. For most of my lifetime, the last 30 years, that great Australian dream, the chance to live, work, raise a family and contribute to the community you love, has become increasingly impossible to realise. That dream has been a defining aspect of Deakin for a very long time. Families calling our suburbs home from generation to generation. When you go to football clubs and other societies, you see the same familiar surnames on the walls and in the old photos, but that is starting to fade away. It's an erosion of that kind of sense of community and security we came to take for granted. It's an erosion that is fast becoming one of the great social and economic tests of our time. That is why I'm so supportive and excited about the government's bold and necessary efforts to address housing supply and affordability. Because when people can't live where they feel like they belong, community itself begins to fray. I also believe that Australia must remain a place that makes things. We cannot manufacture everything all the time. We're part of a global economy. But we must be capable of responding to shocks, of pivoting, of innovating. With the right policy settings, we can foster a modern manufacturing sector that's smart, agile and resilient. A sector where entrepreneurs and small businesses can access capital, support and cutting-edge technology through manufacturing hubs and industry programs to test new ideas in a supportive ecosystem. We must also continue opening pathways to allow more people to participate in these opportunities through skills, training and lifelong learning. That brings me to education, a subject that's very close to my heart. Not only am I the proud product of public education, I've taught in public schools, specialist schools in the country and at a university. And what I know without any shadow of a doubt is that education changes lives. It builds confidence, it builds capacity, it opens opportunities. Every child in Deakin, every child in Australia deserves access to world-class education no matter their postcode or background. Every adult deserves the opportunity to continue learning and growing throughout their life. And every teacher deserves the respect and resources to do the job well. That's why I'm proud to become part of a government that has put every Australian public school on a path to full and fair funding. Recently, I've heard deep concerns by members in my community about the impact that social media is having on the health and well-being and to civil discourse. Teachers see it in the classroom. Some of the toughest teachers I've ever worked with have felt they need to leave the profession, harassed with misogynistic and other antisocial behaviours like never before, inspired by, let's say, bad actors publishing their ill-conceived thoughts on social media. Young people themselves feel it in their own sense of self-worth. They know something is wrong. We must continue to meet the challenges posed by social media and the landscape it's created, not with panic, but with serious, thoughtful action. Our goal should be a digital world built on dignity, confidence and inclusion, where harmful content is sidelined rather than mainstreamed. Adults who wish to engage in that content within the bounds of the law may do so, but it should not define or diminish the experience of everyone else, everywhere, all the time. The relentless push for user engagement, exploiting vulnerabilities in the human brain, particularly those of our young people, to keep us logged in so they can sell more ads. That has to be tempered by a genuine obligation to protect individuals from unreasonable harm, just as we expect of any other industry or workplace. Commendable work has already been done in this place, but protecting our young people and upholding reasonable community standards will require continued vigilance and a sustained, principled response. Deakin is a vibrant and diverse electorate. We're home of an incredibly broad array of sporting clubs, volunteer associations, inclusion organisations, conservation and history societies, Dungeons and Dragons competitions, choirs, places of worship, theatres and many other clubs. Ours is a community that is active, generous and engaged, where there is truly something for everyone. It also has a strong and vibrant diaspora community, whose stories are woven into our social fabric. Communities from whom events thousands of kilometres away are not abstract, they're deeply personal. These connections remind us that Australia's global engagement matters. We must remain committed to principled international engagement, being a trustworthy and constructive partner promoting peace, mutual understanding, prosperity and sustainability within a rules-based global order. At home, fairness must remain our guiding principle, defining our reforms and shaping our national identity. So much of what we do in this place is shaped by culture, not just rules. And you can see that from a cursory look at our Constitution. The culture of politics can either lift people or wear them down. We need to keep asking, what kind of culture are we building here? The Australian people deserve a politics that reflects their better instincts, that doesn't insult their intelligence or play on fears, but speaks to their hopes. I will do everything I can to contribute to that kind of politics, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Before I close, a short reflection. My great-great-uncle Jack turned 106 last week. Born in 1919, he's witnessed the Great Depression and World War II, and in what we now call the Deakin electorate, the transformation from orchards and clay pits to many of the suburbs we now call home. His perspective reminds me that change is constant, and our communities have always navigated it. The question is whether that change is fair, whether it's inclusive and future-focused, whether we're making decisions that serve both the present and the generations still to come. That's the kind of change I believe in, change that builds rather than divides, that strengthens our communities and leaves future generations with a society they can thrive in, not just inherit. That's my commitment. Not to be perfect, but to be principled. Not to win every argument, but to bring good faith and a constructive approach to each one. Not to chase headlines, but to work diligently for the people of Deakin and for the country we all share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Banks, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the honourable member for Banks. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is the honour of my life to stand in this House as the representative for the electorate of Banks. It is the electorate I grew up in, the area I live in, and the place I am raising my own family. Banks is located on the lands of the Bidjigal people. I'm so pleased to be able to recognise in this great House their culture, their custodianship of the land, air and waterways of Banks, alongside the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of this region. I would like to take you back to the night of 18 August 1989 to a small house in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. That night, as a 3-year-old boy, I asked my parents why all our things were packed. My parents said to my sister and I that we were going to Australia. The next day would prove to be the most important day of my family's life. I'm told I would go on to repeat to myself for most of that evening, as kids do, the word Australia, 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 unsure about what would lie ahead. My parents had chosen to come to this great southern land in search of new opportunities for the family, but with an ever-present concern as to whether they and their children would be accepted. In particular, like so many migrants to this great country, they sought to give their children the best education possible, in the hope that would make their lives easier than the ones they had experienced with their families, but also to contribute to their new home. We arrived in the arms of family in Sydney, all of which are up there in the gallery. Spending the first year of our lives in Hurstville before moving to Revesby, where our family home would be. I started school at Revesby Public, finishing off primary at Picnic Point Public. I then went to Hurlstone Agricultural High School, where I not only had a great conventional education, but one about the land and the importance of agriculture. I am also the proud product of public education. I had a childhood in the 90s and the 2000s, soundtracked by Simply the Best, as the rugby league roared across the telly in the winter and the voice of Richie Benaud's commentary of the cricket in the summer. I once ate 20 oranges in a single sitting while watching a test match, much to my mother's bemusement. I also spent countless hours at Bankstown Basketball Stadium, imagining myself as a future NBL or NBA star, despite my smallish stature, and on the tennis courts across the area, preparing for my never-to-come debut on Rod Laver Arena. I could also be found, air guitar in hand, pretending I was part of Powderfinger, UMI, or Something for Kate. It was a childhood rich in diversity. My sister and I were welcomed into the households of families from backgrounds from all around the world. They took us in and treated us as their own. Whether they came from Egypt, like the late Mrs. Ammett, Lebanon, like the Abrahams, Vietnam, like the Tans, India, like the Vengulikas, or otherwise, they showed me that multiculturalism was not just a word, but a way of life. It involves sharing food, sharing traditions, sharing hardships, and sharing laughter. One moment I was eating a Devon sandwich, the next a curry laksa, a kibbeh, a bansil, or a panipuri. I'm a proud Asian Australian. I'm a proud Malaysian Australian. I'm a proud Chinese Australian. But most of all, I am a proud Australian. I was lucky enough to attend university, where I studied law and a broad range of subjects, from political science, international relations, to economics. During uni, I had a range of jobs. Everything from putting up Christmas decorations in a shopping centre, serving food at a football stadium, shouting out as a tennis linesperson, to working as a management consultant. Since then, I've had the privilege of a career that has taken me from the Prime Minister's office here in this House to serving as a diplomat in Afghanistan and working with governments, not-for-profits, and businesses all around the world on the application of behavioural economics and improving education standards globally. In Afghanistan, I saw firsthand the horrors of war and conflict. I learnt the importance of having trusted institutions, combating corruption, and the basics of economic growth. I also learnt about large-scale poverty and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. More broadly, though, in my time in diplomacy, I saw how international agreements were negotiated, the work of our security services and defence force. I saw our alliances in practice and what they mean. Through my time in behavioural economics and education, I've had the honour of travelling to dozens of countries, seeing firsthand how different governments do things. It gave me ideas on how Australia, as great as it is, could do things better. Having high expectations of your government is a good thing. I've also had the pleasure of working with teachers, school leaders, and education policy experts across our great country. I have seen their hard work in action, the profound role they play in our communities, and the lengths they go to make sure no child is left behind. I've also seen their innovation, creativity and empathy. This extends to teachers in regional, rural and remote communities. Unsurprisingly, the research is clear that the biggest in-school impact on a child's outcomes are their teachers. Your work will never go unnoticed in this House. Whilst I've had the opportunity to travel around our country and to places around the world, I live about 5 minutes' drive from the house I grew up in. My parents still in Revesby, albeit on the other side of it now, my sister close by. We are now raising our own families in the electorate of Banks. As I told all those that I saw at early voting or on election day, I drive the same streets you do. I shop at the same grocery stores, I eat at the same restaurants. I go to the same doctors and hospitals, and I'm about to experience, as a parent, the same early childhood education and schools you do. Your problems are my problems. Your hopes are my hopes. Your joys are my joys. As a new member, you get asked what you believe in. For the more academically inclined, I am largely a Rawlsian. I subscribe to the beliefs of the great John Rawls and his principles of justice. What that means is I believe we should have systems of government that, no matter what circumstances you are born into, allow people to live happy, healthy and successful lives. A society that is productive but supports each other, understanding that true achievement is one that is shared and widespread. I also believe strongly in aspiration. Wanting better for you and your family is to be supported. We must have intergenerational mobility, learning from the research of people like Raj Chetty about the barriers to it, what can be done to facilitate it. I'm also a big believer in social capital, the value derived from social connections and community. My friend and former colleague, David Halpin, often refers to this social capital as the hidden wealth of nations. I also share Bob Putnam's views on the importance of social trust, not only for social cohesion, but as a foundation for economic growth. Social policy is economic policy, and vice versa. I'm also a great believer in making government more human. People are not just numbers, and we should ensure that we have the systems in place to reflect that. We should make government processes easier for people to navigate and demonstrate compassion in our delivery. We can strike the balance between fiscal responsibility, accountability, transparency, and humanity. Often governments have sound strategic visions for their policy agenda, but do not give enough thought to their implementation or how people experience said policy. The details matter. I'm a person who believes strongly in evidence-based or informed policy making. We should rely on robust evidence to guide our decision-making. Where we know what works, we should adopt. Where we don't, we should try and evaluate. As governments, we need to be humble in recognising what we do and do not know, what we do and do not do well. We must test, learn and adapt. Another thing you get asked as a new member is what you want to contribute. First and foremost is my commitment to the people of Banks. Whether you live in Milperra, Revesby, Panania, East Hills or Padstow, Picnic Point, Riverwood, Narwee, Punchbowl, Roselands, Penshurst, Oatley, Lugano, Mortdale, South Hurstville, Hurstville Grove, Carrs Park, Carl Bay, Connells Point or Blakehurst. I will work day and night to ensure your voices are heard and that you have the services you need and that government is focused on improving your lives. As I've told every person who has walked through the Banks electorate office since I have been elected, that office is not mine, but yours. It is the community's office, and I hope to use it to make the lives of every single person in the electorate better. My campaign slogan was "Because you matter," and I really mean it. I'm also deeply passionate about education. education is transformational. It was for my life and has been for generations. But my passion for education runs deeper than overarching statements. Understanding what makes good education and how we can translate what we know from research about effective teaching and learning into classrooms around our country. This means supporting teachers and school leaders, equipping them with the tools to support generations of kids to explore what they are good at, what they are interested in, and what is productive to support our continued growth and development as a country. I see Australia's potential as an education superpower, one that is a world leader and that is at the cutting edge of teaching practice, the adoption of technology and student empowerment and agency. This is not only in our schools, but in our early education centres, our higher education institutions, including universities and TAFEs. Good education policy is good economic policy. I can remember the name of every single teacher I've had since kindergarten. That is because of the profound effect they've had on my life. I also believe we must think about economic policy more creatively than we have in the past. We can do more as government to promote well-functioning markets. There is comprehensive research by economists like Alvin Roth on how to make markets more effective. We should look to intervene in order not only to prevent market failures, but also to boost efficiency and productivity in different markets. We should also explore how we can use data held by government more effectively to support business growth. Do we have information that we can share to equip a small business owner with data to inform their business decisions and to increase their likelihood of success? Equally, can we equip consumers with more data to help support them with their decision-making? I mentioned previously my interest in social capital. We can also do more to explore how this can be utilised to understand and drive economic productivity. I'm also deeply passionate about Australia in the global context. Having served as an Australian diplomat, I know how important Australia's voice and actions can be on the international stage. We have a role to play, demonstrating how people of different backgrounds, creeds and interests can come together, living peacefully and harmoniously together. Australia is respected by the international community. We can be leaders, galvanising actions on issues such as climate change, trade cooperation, addressing human rights violations and ending conflict. Whilst we are not a big country by population, we are a great one. We are uniquely placed in the Asia-Pacific. We have strong relationships in our region, but also across the world, allowing us to be a leader, something we should continue to embrace. I have always believed that a threat to peace and security anywhere is a threat to peace and security everywhere. This is why international relations and diplomacy is so important. In order to be here, I have stood on the shoulders of giants. I would first like to thank the people of Banks for entrusting me to represent you at Federal Parliament and to be your champion in accessing the services and support you need. I would like to pay tribute to David Coleman, the previous member for Banks. Thank you for your service to the community and the work of you and your staff over the years. I would like to pay special tribute to Daryl Mellon, who was the member for Banks for 23 years. Daryl might not remember this, but I first met him as a Year 6 student from Picnic Point Primary School in this house. Daryl has only ever asked one thing of me, and that was to be myself. Daryl, I know you couldn't be here today in person, but we did it. Thank you to the countless volunteers that helped support the campaign in Banks. There are simply too many individuals to name them all, but I would like to recognise some people who've made particularly important contributions over the course of our campaigns in 2022 and 2025. My sincere thank you to the Banks Labor Federal Electoral Council leadership, namely Andrew Ogden, Noreen Whittaker, Kano Gango Padahai and Peter Gayton. I would also like to recognise the Labor stalwarts in Banks, the Melvin family, Linda Downey, Alan Ashton and the whole Ashton family. Ian Stromberg, John Ronwell, Morris Yemmer, Kevin Green, John Shaffetti, the Gambian family and the Bai family. There are also wonderful elected officials in Banks that have supported me. Mayor Bella Ohayek, Deputy Mayor Carl Saleh, councillors David Walsh, Catherine Lansbury, Elena Ancelotti, Leon Pun, Gerard Hayes, and my new colleague, the member for Barton, during her time at local council. There were also many volunteers that kept on showing up, time after time. Derek Russell, Michael Warner, Vince Smith, Aaron Troy, Mary Studdert, Jaden Kelly, Graham Wilkinson, Margaret and Patrick Brady, Chloe Walsh, Wendy and Kim Stevenson, Sue Wyatt, Paul Judge, Margaret Herman, Jerry Salvaraj, Andrew Galuzzo, Bethany Pankhurst, Kate Rainbird, Veronica Fakara, Matt McDonald, Simon Burns, Roy Cho and Ronnie Wang. I can see many of you up there today. We did it. Thank you. Also, a massive shout out to the team from Riverwood Community Centre who are here today. Every time I visit your centre, it reminds me the greatness of multiculturalism in our community. Thank you for coming. I'd also like to recognise the Rotary Club of Padstow and the Lugano Lions Club. My thanks also goes out to the mighty union movement, with special thanks to the United Workers Union, the Community and Public Sector Union, the Financial Sector Union and the Electrical Trades Union. Thank you also to the whole team at the Revesby Workers Club for all your support and flying the flag for working people in southwest Sydney. I would also like to express my gratitude to the New South Wales Labor Head Office and the National Secretariat, particularly Dominic Offner, George Simon, David Dobson and Paul Erickson. Thank you also to the Young Labor movement, whose hard work has helped me and so many in this chamber. To Thomas Arthur, who led the 2025 Banks campaign, but also to Declan Davis and Thomas Gow, who led my campaign in 2022. Your intellect and tireless work and commitment I will forever be grateful for. You were the architects of our success. I look forward to seeing your amazing careers ahead. Thank you also to Terran Creek for all your support with the campaign. My sincere gratitude goes to my colleagues in the Federal Caucus for their encouragement and support during the election and since. This includes the Prime Minister, who came to Banks during the campaign, as well as the many ministers who came out to campaign alongside me during the campaign and visited me since. Also, thank you to my New South Wales State Parliament and ministerial colleagues, including the Premier Chris Minns and the Member for East Hills, Kylie Wilkinson, for all your support. Now for my family. To my parents, Biao Hong and Ilay, you have shown my sister and I boundless love, and we are who we are because of you. You worried before we came to Australia if we would be accepted. Hopefully me speaking here today in this house and the achievements of your daughter are testimony to the fact that we have. To my sister, Dr. Yin Lan Soon, you are my hero. Thank you for always being there for me. My aunties, Barbara and Mei Lin, uncles Yao Ling, my late Uncle Nelson, my cousins Wayne, Ryan, Stacey, Lennox and Aubrey, my in-laws, the Smith, Bone, Lawrence and McPherson families, my brother-in-law Kevin, my nieces Eleanor and Abigail, and lifelong friends Scott Walters, Wilson Kwok, Victor Huang, Edwin Ho, Jerry Lee, Kim Newen, Henry Huynh, Stephen Heap, Ray Rayotica, Ronnie Azzi and Chrysanthos Kazanis, as well as the rest of my family and friends in Australia and Malaysia. You have been with me every step of the way. Thank you. To my partner, Bridget, you inspire me every day with your kindness, intelligence, can-do attitude and sense of humour. Thank you for your incredible and unwavering support. To our lovely little girl, Dorothy, you mean the world to us. Dorothy is named after the great Labor Senator, Dorothy Tagney, her fifth cousin, or great aunt, as we like to say, and the first woman elected to the Australian Senate. What we do for you, Dorothy. Thank you.
Thank you. If people could take their seats quietly, that would be much appreciated, because the question before the House now is that the address be agreed to. And before I call the Honourable Member for Barton, I remind the House that this is the Honourable Member's first speech, and I ask that the House extend to her the usual courtesies. On that note, I give the call to the Member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in this chamber with deep humility and enormous gratitude as the newly elected member for Barton. Before I begin, I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land this Parliament meets on, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I also acknowledge the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of the land I have the privilege to represent, the seat of Barton. These lands were never ceded. They hold the wisdom of over 65,000 years of continuous connection to land, water, sky and spirit. This history is not behind us, it lives with us. And it reminds us that the work of truth-telling and justice is far from complete. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. I want to acknowledge my predecessor and mentor, the Honourable Linda Burney. Your service to the people of Barton and to this nation, as a proud Wiradjuri woman and a trailblazing parliamentarian, it has been profound. Your advocacy for First Nations peoples has shaped this country's moral conscience. I will walk in your footsteps with awe and admiration. I wish you well for the next chapter of your life and thank you for your support. I also want to congratulate my fellow new members of Parliament, and I know we will all work together to ensure this Parliament is defined by unity, by courage and by decency. Deputy Speaker, we are all part of the most diverse Parliament in this nation's history. We should be proud to say as much, but we should also understand the duty that representing that diversity bears. It requires empathy, compassion and humility. It requires an understanding that service to others underpins this job. I'm lucky enough to have been raised by a family that instilled this ethic in me. I was raised in the electorate of Barton. My story is written in the streets of Hurstville, in the parks of Cogra and in the laneways of Arncliffe. I stand here as a member of the House of Representatives with Papua New Guinean heritage and the daughter of a Tamil Sri Lankan mother. While my mother completed her studies in Papua New Guinea and became the first female psychiatrist there, I was raised by my uncle Tiru, her brother. He was a young single man in his 20s, thick slick hair, a leather jacket and a cigarette permanently perched between his lips. Not your typical father figure, some say, but he showed up for me every single day. We didn't do it alone. A Maltese cleaner, hospital cleaner, introduced him to the Bazina family of Nawi, who became family. Then came the Colubriales, an Italian family from Elwood who taught me to brine olives, make salami and roast chestnuts. My family was not defined by blood, but by love and kindness. I was raised in a multicultural village, Sri Lankan, Maltese, Italian, Burmese, Cambodian. I was that dark-skinned little girl running through the streets of Barton who never felt out of place. It was at Hurstville Public School where I first met my husband, Shamil. Maybe an idea was forged on the bus back from the Year 6 excursion to Canberra, but I think it is more likely to say that neither of us imagined we'd be here. Shamil has been by my side through 3 election campaigns in 2.5 years. He's endured stump speeches at the dinner table, and my idea of weekend do-it-yourself at home, hammering a few A-frames together for a shopping centre stall, but that's devotion, Deputy Speaker. I see your patience, your love, and your strength, Shamil, and I'm grateful beyond with all words. Yeah. I learned early that love doesn't follow convention, it just shows up. And community, real community, is built not by proximity, but by generosity. From my maternal grandparents, my grandfather known as Master Ambi in the Tamil literacy and scientific world, and Mano, my grandma, a teacher by trade, and I must say she's been a teacher for 40 years, I inherited a commitment to education, justice, and I am eternally grateful to them. I thank my in-laws, Smita and Kishore, who came from apartheid South Africa to settle in Hurstville for a better life and taught me resilience and hope. I would like to thank Tiru, my parents Uma and Siva, Dharmini, Daya, Ajith, the Bazinas, the Colubriales and my siblings for understanding that serving my community often means sacrificing time with you. While Mother's Day and Father's Day have been a little bit complicated for me, I must say I'm proud that I was raised by a community, a mosaic of cultures, traditions and faiths. My childhood transcended the conventional nuclear family. I never felt once left out of place because love doesn't care for convention, it just shows up. It shows up and it serves. Deputy Speaker, Barton is named for Edmund Barton, Australia's first Prime Minister. He was a nation builder, stitching together all of the disparate colonies into one federation. However, as a champion of the White Australia policy, I don't think that Edmund Barton could have envisioned someone with the backstory I've just described making their first speech in Parliament. But like Edmund Barton, I attended the University of Sydney before studying law. Like Barton, I stand here representing more than just a place. I represent the project of Australia itself, a project that is not finished but ever evolving. Edmund Barton was Prime Minister when women won the right to vote. In this chamber, I stand on the shoulders of Julia Gillard, our first female Prime Minister. Her words in this chamber were a clarion call to me and to all Australian women to speak up, to push through and change the system from within. I also follow the footsteps of members for Barton, Robert McClelland and Gary Punch. It is an honour and I do not take lightly. Deputy Speaker, after completing my science degree, I began my career in a mortuary. Yes, that's right, dead bodies, not glamorous, but it teaches you that life is precious and dignity matters, in life and in death. That's what drew me to law, to unions and to advocacy. It led me to my passion for workplace law reform, my belief that dignity at work is sacred, is at the core of everything I do. I've stood with workers here and overseas. I've worked with the United Auto Workers in America, the Electrical Trades Union, the Nurses and Midwives Association, and the Australian Hotels Association. In this federal campaign this year, I worked with the United Workers Union, and I want to thank them, especially Joanne Schofield, Mel Gatfield, and Riz Chowdhury. Everywhere I've been, I've seen how easy it is for workers to be exploited, especially when they don't understand their pay slips, their contracts, or their rights. I've seen employers operate in the grey zone, especially in the care sector, where profits can be prioritised over people. That's why I'm proud to be part of a Labor government that is pro-worker, pro-decency, and pro-small business. Labor's secure jobs, better pay reforms are shifting power back where it belongs with the workers. Minimum standards for gig workers, the right to disconnect, genuine bargaining power, and the government's Closing Loopholes Act, tackling casualisation, underpayment and wage theft. This is just the beginning. Some say that supporting workers and supporting small businesses are incompatible. I reject that. Business success should never come at the cost of dignity and fairness. The best businesses know that when you invest in your people, you invest in your prosperity. I'm proud to be part of a movement that has always understood the role of unions. They stand in the gap for those who don't always know their rights, who can't read the fine prints, who just want a fair go. Again, their purpose is to serve their members, to serve the collective movement for working people. I learnt more about what this service means in my time working at the St Vincent's de Paul Society, but this time applied to those experiencing housing stress and homelessness. This role taught me that policy only works when it is human, when it listens first. My time as a councillor at Georges River Council gave me a glimpse of how compassionate leadership can shape local lives, especially in homelessness advocacy. I've volunteered in soup kitchens, I've delivered meals to some people sleeping rough. I've sat with families terrified of the night ahead. These are not statistics, these are people, our neighbours. I'm proud of the Prime Minister's National Housing Accord because housing is not just an economic issue. It is about dignity, it's about safety, and it is about hope. I'm also passionate about our young people. This next generation deserves purpose, pathways, and potential, not burnout, not debt, not despair. We owe them a future that is fair, full of opportunity, and where safeguarding the planet has been taken seriously by the generation going before. That's why climate change must be the lens through which all policy passes. If we're not tackling climate, we're not doing our job. Deputy Speaker, while there are parallels between Edmund Barton's life and mine, in some ways they could not be more different. While Barton championed the White Australia policy, I live and breathe multiculturalism. I stand here because others lifted me. That's why I will always fight for anti-discrimination, for safety, for equity and unity. I know what it feels like to be different, to navigate different worlds. I've also seen how political tension can quickly mutate into real-world hate, if not called out early. I will always stand up against racism, division and hate. Yeah. I like to think that Edmund Barton, as the architect of federation, would recognise the work needed to forge not just a nation, but a just nation. My story is a uniquely Australian story, and it is Barton's story. Diverse, proud, imperfect, but always striving. In that spirit, I carry forward the unfinished work to ensure parliaments reflect their people, that justice is accessible, that equality is not just a promise but a practice. Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his faith in me and for leading us all with compassion and strength. Thank you to Dom Offner and David Dobson, and especially George Simon. Thank you, George, for your wisdom and your support. I stand here today because others stood with me. I carry my community with me every step of the way. I thank the people of Barton for placing your faith in me. I will never take that for granted. I thank the wonderful Barton Labor branch members, and I can't list them all, but I can see you up there. My friends, Labor councillors, who worked so hard on the campaign. Thank you to Cherie Burton and Sienna Forrest, volunteering and showing political courage and campaign grit. And to Davina Langton, Cheryl Han, Samantha Hurtado, Jessica Way, Loretta Marcus, Anne Sinclair, Anne Tagg and Anna Minns. Deputy Speaker, my campaign was run by almost exclusively by women, and the result speaks for itself. Thank you to the New South Wales Premier, the Honourable Chris Minns, Ministers Steve Camper and Sophie Kotsis. It is a remarkable privilege to represent a seat alongside 3 state MPs of such calibre. I am grateful for your advice, support and friendship. Thank you to the Southern Sydney Young Labor, to India Jones, Sam and the Iskander family, and to our secret weapon in Barton, Don Smith. My passion for the people of Barton has been shaped by organisations who serve our community. Lala Norahan and the Cogra Storehouse, who provide vital services of food relief and in cultural inclusion. His Grace Bishop, Christodolos, the Greek Orthodox Community of New South Wales, the Australasian Hellenic Educational Progressive Association, and our Greek community, who all promote heritage and belonging. Henry Pan and the team at CAS, who provide our amazing Chinese community, who support our amazing Chinese community, who support aged care, childcare and cultural services and lift countless lives. The St George Dragons Junior Rugby League Club in Kingsgrove, who create community and opportunity for local kids. These groups and so many more are doing the real on-the-ground work that no level of government can replace. I'm committed to fiercely advocating for equitable funding, fair policy, and ensuring the voices of those who serve are truly heard and respected. As Edmund Barton stitched together a nation, I'm here to help stitch together a future for Barton, where no one is left behind, where every voice counts, where dignity is non-negotiable. Deputy Speaker, I'm a proud Tamil Sri Lankan, Papua New Guinean Australian woman, educated in local Barton schools, raised by a Sri Lankan, Maltese and Italian village. I'm married to a South African-born Indian. I have roots in Hinduism, Buddhism and Catholicism. I am the walking, talking embodiment of modern Australia. None of us chose the colour of our skin, our birthplace or our family. But we can choose to be kind, we can choose to serve. And I close with the Latin phrase that guides me, ut prosim, that I may serve. Thank you.
I just ask people to take their seats again quietly, please. And remind the House that the question before us is that the address be agreed to, but also before I call the honourable member for Hughes, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask that the House extend to him the usual courtesies. I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I also want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands and waterways that make up the area of Hughes, Darawal people and the Cabrogal clan of the Darug Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. They've looked after this country since time immemorial, and it's not lost on me the responsibility that I have to live up to that stewardship. I grew up as the child of two maths teachers. I studied maths at a postgraduate level, and for a long time I viewed politics through a mathematical lens. You draw up a Mackerras pendulum, you write good policy, that policy assists people, the people vote for it, and the swing moves down the rungs of the pendulum. This is not an accurate assessment of politics. In a democracy, good policies mean absolutely nothing if they aren't supported by the population, and they won't be supported if they're not communicated. I grew up obsessing over politics a little bit, and I'm sure a lot of people in this place and our social circles did too. But most Australians do not spend their days thinking about politics, and that is not a bad thing. We shouldn't expect everybody to focus on the matters that divide us all the time. People are getting on with their lives. They're paying their bills, spending time with their families, running their businesses. But as we do those things, our lives are being affected by the decisions that are made here and at other levels of government across our country. It is not our role to place this, to wish that those people paid more attention to our amazing policies. It is our role to explain what we're doing with the responsibilities given to us and to seek input on how it can be done better. I firmly believe that good policy cannot be produced without consultation from the people that it affects. That is why engagement from politicians and candidates is so important. And to me, the most direct form of engagement is door knocking. I occasionally hear political candidates complain about having to door knock, or advise that you really only have to door knock for the photo. Once you have one, you can stop. Who's going to know? While I understand that every individual has their own way of engaging, I do not relate to this sentiment in the slightest. Door knocking is not a chore for me. It is core to who I am, and it's core to why I'm here. As public representatives, I believe we should be students of the communities we represent, and there is no better way to learn about them than door knocking. I have seen door knocking transform candidates from name on the ballot also-rans to suburb by suburb experts on their constituencies and the matters affecting them. Door knocking teaches me about what my community cares about and guides me on how to communicate about matters that affect it. You earn the right to speak about policy because you've listened first. It transforms candidates from name on the ballots. That suburb already ran. I put my hand up to run for Hughes because I believed that our community was seeking meaningful engagement. I put my hand up because I believed that our population wanted representation from a local who understood who they were as a community. I put my hand up because I thought we needed a door knocker, a local who'd lived here, walked these streets and heard their stories. During the campaign, there were some days when I had an army of volunteers with me, to whom I will always be so grateful. Some days it was just me, going from house to house, street to street, pounding the hot, tarred pavement with my walking shoes on my feet and a brimmed hat on my head, on scorching hot days of the summer that didn't seem to want to end. The conventional wisdom that was that Hughes was not a winnable seat for Labor. Analysts and psephologists, much smarter than me, had looked at the seat, its position on the Mackerras pendulum, and decided that it wasn't the time. I would often pause at the doors I'd reached after I'd knocked and rung the sometimes up to 3 doorbells. Yes, I always ring every doorbell that the door was presented to me. And while waiting to see whether anyone would come to the door, I'd consider this conventional wisdom and whether this was a rational way to spend my time. But I had seen the power that engagement could have. I remember doing a street stall one Saturday morning during my time as a state staffer, and a community member came up to me and conveyed their cynicism. I have so many problems that I could raise with you, but you won't be able to do anything. I've worked in the system, I know how it works. Just try me, I eventually said. What's the harm? She explained that there was an intersection on the Princes Highway that, in her professional opinion, was too unsafe. It needed better signage. But they won't do anything about it, she said. I've tried. Nevertheless, I noted down her contact details and her concerns. I drafted a letter to the Minister, we sent it off, and a few weeks later I drove past that intersection, and what did I see? Brand spanking new signage. A couple of days later, we received correspondence from the Minister saying that they'd assessed the intersection as requiring better signage and promptly installed it. I immediately rang that community member. She'd seen the signage and was happy that it had been put up. What she hadn't realised was that it was a direct result of her engaging with a local member. This was a tiny victory. In the scheme of things, it was a sign on the road, but one that could have saved a life. But it was something that the government structure had overlooked. One of the strengths of democracy is that we can identify these gaps in our system through the eyes and ears of every citizen. I also like to think that this small victory and others like it put a small dent in the cynicism that has been afflicting democracies around the world, including our own. My community wanted their income tax cut, but most were unaware that a vote had occurred in this place to secure one. My community wanted energy bill relief, but they didn't know for what reason that deduction had appeared on their bill. Opportunities like that are why I door knock. The most common question I've gotten over the last few months has been some variation of, did you know you would win? I find it to be a difficult question to answer. The mathematician in me wants to say that Hughes had been redistributed to be a marginal seat and winning was within the realm of possibility. The political analyst in me wants to say that the analysis presented to me indicated that it was not winnable. But ultimately, winning and losing were not what I was thinking about. What mattered to me was finding out what issues were affecting community members and doing my best to help them. As a candidate, it was a privilege to explain government policies and to be able to act on concerns raised by voters. I treasured every moment of that opportunity. It is even more of a privilege to be able to act on concerns raised by my communities to me as their local member, and I will treasure every moment of that even more. This role is multifaceted, and there are so many important elements to it. I know that community work is important. I know that voting on legislation is important. But what I really want to do with this role is listen to my community about what issues affect them and do everything I can to help. When developers tried to move in on land on Bundanoon Road, on which the Warrenora Heights community had seen koalas, we engaged with the community to let them know. When the state coalition government turned around and told us there was no evidence of any koalas on that land, we door knocked. Because our engagement with the community had picked up something that the government hadn't. On street stalls, there were community members coming up to us telling stories about the koalas they'd seen, showing us videos of the koalas they'd seen. The community hadn't been consulted and information had been missed. I'm so pleased that in June this land was declared a regional park. When the New South Wales Coalition government devastated the TAFE system with a decade of underinvestment, I door knocked, and we turned what had once been 3 safe Liberal seats in Hughes to 2 marginal seats and 1 Labor one. When this place legislated tax cuts, I begged Senator Sheldon's office for material for which to door knock. Thanks to Senator Sheldon, we were able to start spreading the word about them, with many of the people we spoke to hearing about them for the first time. While working for APRA, the prudential regulator, I became a CPSU delegate. I'm proud to have been a member of successive unions since I joined the workforce, and it was such an honour to have been able to represent my colleagues in this manner. The seat of Hughes was held by successive Labor members Les Johnson and Robert Tickner from its creation in 1955 to 1996, except for a single term which preceded the creation of the neighbouring Cook in 1969. Both former Labor members for Hughes served as Ministers for Aboriginal Affairs during landmark moments in the reconciliation movement. Les Johnson was Minister when Gough Whitlam poured that handful of red dirt into the hands of Vincent Lingiari, and Robert Tickner was Minister when the Mabo decision was handed down and fought to deliver a just Native Title Act. Inspired by their values, I was proud to play an active role for the Yes campaign during the Voice referendum in 2023. I sat on the organising committee for Yes 23 Sutherland Shire, kicked off our direct voter contact and led the door knocking. I'm so fortunate to have the support and counsel of Robert Tickner, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to build on the legacy that he left in this community. I started to take an interest in federal politics after the sustained interest in federal politics after the 20... Sorry, I was, always interested. A sustained interest in federal politics after the 2010 election. The media focused on the instability presented by minority government, but they couldn't hide the fact that many incredible world-leading governments were being accomplished by the government during that period. During that period, I was particularly struck by the integrity of one cabinet minister, one who stuck by his values even when they were a danger to his career. I was so inspired by that integrity. From that period, whenever asked who my favourite politician was, Anthony Albanese was my answer. I even received a 21st birthday card from someone to whom I had given that answer, had given to the member for Greenland to sign, and to which he was kind enough to add the words, "Party hard." I'm not sure if the party he was referring to was the Federal Parliamentary Labor Party, but I've chosen to interpret it that way. So while, yes, I am proud to have that man of integrity and conviction now leading our country, it does not give me much credit in the obscure political trivia community that my favourite politician has been Prime Minister for the last 3 years. My electorate contains a diverse range of communities across its nearly 400 square kilometres and 3 local government areas, stretching from Bundeena to Bardia, from Engadine to Ingleburn, from Menai to Moorebank, from Waterfall to Wattle Grove. Each community has unique needs, and I am honoured to represent those needs here. Hughes is also home to a thriving small business community, the lifeblood of our economy. Almost 60,000 local businesses base themselves in the Sutherland Shire, Liverpool or Campbelltown local government areas. I want to work with businesses to help them thrive and to deliver for our community. I want our workforce, especially our young people, to have access to the skills they need to succeed. I'm proud that this government not only believes in TAFE, but is investing in its future. I understand the value of education being raised by 2 teachers, and I want to see more education opportunities for people in this country that are properly funded. Healthcare and social assistance are the largest industries in the local government areas of Hughes by employment. People of all ages have been coming up to me with concerns about the cost of seeing a doctor after 9 years of a government that didn't support bulk billing. On this side of the chamber, we built and defended Medicare, and I am proud that we're reinvesting in it to make bulk billing the norm again. Hughes is home to bushland, waterways and national park, including the Royal and Heathcote National Parks, the Georges River, the Hacking River and the Warrenor River. It is on the forefront of the environmental management and conservation movement. Hughes contains the only putrescible landfill site in the Sydney Basin. I have been an active participant in the Labor Environment Action Network, and I'll continue to advocate for our natural environment in this place. I'm also the only member of this place who represents an electorate with a nuclear reactor, with the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation's Sydney facilities located in Lucas Heights. ANSTO produces around 85% of Australia's nuclear medicine, and 1 in 2 Australians will require nuclear medicine at some point in their lives. We are fortunate enough to have this world-class institution contributing to both our understanding of science and the strength of our health system. My electorate also includes the Holsworthy Army Barracks, one of the Army's major defence presences in New South Wales. I want to honour those who put their hands up to serve this country in our Defence Forces. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide made it clear that we still have significant work to do in improving the support we provide to our veterans. I'm proud that our government has accepted the overwhelming majority of its recommendation, and I look forward to working on their implementation and continuing to advocate for better outcomes for those who have served. We must also reckon honestly with our past and continue to the work of building a more just and reconciled nation. I hope to continue in the tradition of my predecessors, Les Johnson and Robert Tickner, in this place of First Nations justice and advancing the cause of reconciliation. Our country can never be complete for as long as we fail to come to terms with our past and work to remedy injustices that are ongoing. Deputy Speaker, my team and I worked hard to win this seat, but we stood on the shoulders of giants. The success of my campaign was built upon the hard work of others who kept the flame alive during the wilderness years for Hughes. The former member for Miranda, Barry Collier, and the late former member for Menai, Alison McGarity, thank you for setting the benchmark for effective local engagement in this community. Along with former Shire Deputy Mayor Dawn Emerson, Barry Collier set a high standard on door knocking to which I hope to live up. Deirdre Steinwall, who sustained the Labor brand in Hughes during its darkest days and won her ward for the first of 3 times during a period when it was widely thought impossible. And Mary Ann Stewart, who took back Heathcote and showed us that modern Labor could succeed in the Sutherland Shire when we engage and when we follow through. Deputy Speaker, there are so many hard-working Labor members and volunteers without whom I could not have made it here. I won't have time to name them all, but there are 3 that I'd like to call out. To Stuart Munn, whose enthusiasm and energy knew no bounds and did so much to sustain mine. To Greg Poulter, who put in so many hours of effort into making our campaign succeed. Deputy Speaker, I'm not entirely sure when Greg slept during the campaign, but I'm so grateful for all the work that he did to bring this home. And finally, to Anthony Duff. Anthony was the first person who believed that I could do this. I'll never forget that at the first suggestion of me running, he offered to do whatever it took to help, and he delivered. From booth kits and call flutes to calling volunteers and advice on every stray thought that came to my head. He did it all. Deputy Speaker, I'm so grateful to Anthony. I also want to acknowledge my predecessor as Member for Hughes, Ms Jenny Ware. Ms Ware brought dignity to the office of Member for Hughes after a tumultuous period for representation in our community. I want to recognise the sincerity with which she approached her role and thank her for the sacrifices that she made in putting her hand for it. I wish her and her family all the very best. I also want to acknowledge my predecessors in this place representing the northeastern corner of the Macarthur region, the members for Werriwa and the member for Macarthur. I have big shoes to fill. I'm very grateful to you both for your ongoing advice and counsel. I also want to thank the Honourable Analak Chanthavong, the State Member for Macquarie Fields, and the New South Wales Minister for all that you did in assisting me to reach the community that you have served during your time in public life. And I want to thank the Sutherland District Trade Union Club, the spiritual home of Shire Labor for generations. I want to thank Senator Tony Sheldon and Senator Jenny McAllister, who both took the time to visit my campaign, and to Minister Tanya Plibersek for visiting my campaign as well. I want to thank the union movement, notably Unions New South Wales, Julia Angrisano of the FSU, my former union, Graham Kelly and the USU, my current union, and Michael Kane of the TWU for their help during the campaign. Julia, I don't know what we would have done without you. You're a superstar. I also want to thank New South Wales Labor, including Dom Offner, David Dobson and Callum Bain, for your enormous help in preparing me and my office for this place. And of course, I want to thank my family for your incredible support. I could not be here without you, and I am, as many stated, this path takes a huge toll on families, and yeah, I don't think it's ever something that you've ever wanted to be involved with, but I'm very grateful for it. And finally, and most importantly, I want to thank the people of Hughes for placing their trust in me. The enormous honour of serving in this role is not lost on me. It's something I will never take for granted. I'm not entitled to serve in this role. I know that I have to earn it every day. I am here to ensure that this community is not overlooked, and I intend to fulfil that purpose. Sport is a big part of life in Hughes, and politics is a lot like sport. You have your team that you follow through thick and thin, you have thumping victories and razor-thin losses. But while democracy can feel like a spectator sport, it isn't. Our democracy cannot function without active engagement and participation from elected representatives, not just at the ballot box and not just during campaign season. Our democracy only thrives when people step off the sidelines, and that is what I'll fight for every day in this place.
Well done, mate.
Okay, I'll just ask members to quietly take their seats, please. And remind the House that the question before us is that the address be agreed to. And on that note, I'd also like to remind the House that the honourable member for Forrest, before I give him the call, I want the House to be reminded of the fact that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask that the House extend to him all of the usual courtesies. On that note, I give the call to the member for Forrest.
As I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, seems like the only fitting way to begin my first speech to the House some 3 years after leaving the Senate. But as most members of the House would probably admit in a quiet moment, we don't always pay much attention to what goes on in the other place, making it quite appropriate to reintroduce myself all over again now that I'm standing here on green carpet. Politics is a contact sport, and in making the decision to campaign for a return to Canberra, many people asked me why I wanted to join the fray once more. And aside from feeling like I might just be the right amount of mad for this business, I do feel like the Australians that I feel compelled to stand up and fight for need champions now as much as they ever have. Some 15 years ago, I was on duty as a volunteer ambulance officer in Bunbury, when my partner and I were dispatched to transfer a dying cancer patient from home to the palliative unit at the local hospital. It wasn't one of the countless lights and sirens, adrenaline-pumping medical emergencies that I was tasked with in my time in Green, but little did I know that one of the more profound experiences of my life would take place in the next hour. Arriving at the house, we discovered that the patient was from a large migrant Italian family, so we'll call him Giuseppe. He was in a bedroom by himself at the back of the house, so lumbering down a long corridor with heavy bags of medical equipment, I bowled into the darkened room and was frankly shocked to find a shadow of a man lying on the bed. Keeping my game face on despite the relatively confronting scene, I breezily introduced myself and informed Giuseppe that we were going to whiz him onto our stretcher and then pop him up to the hospital, at which point the emaciated figure said quietly, "No, you won't." Trying to hide my surprise, I inquired as to how Giuseppe fancied getting to the hospital if it wasn't with our help. "Son," he said, "I came to this country before you were born. I built this house myself and I've spent 25 years here raising my family, so I will walk out of this place for the last time." For what seemed an eternity, and was in fact something like 45 agonising minutes, this incredibly frail figure slowly hauled himself out of bed and then dragged himself down that corridor, using only the wall for support, one foot in front of the other, in front of the other. Giuseppe collapsed on the front porch, having walked out of his house for the very last time. I recount this story to the House, as I did to the Senate, for a simple reason. Giuseppe's story in aggregate has made our nation what it is today. So we stand on the shoulders that have gone before us, those who weren't afraid to work hard, take risks, care for their families, embrace their communities, and who were resilient in the face of adversities that my generation can barely comprehend. These are the people that I have come to this place to fight for. Those Australians who were prepared to have a little less today so that their kids might have a little more tomorrow. Those Australians who put it all on the line to start a business, to create something and to provide opportunities to others. Those Australians who are optimistic that their hard work will be rewarded, but stoic when it doesn't quite pan out, getting straight back up off the mat to have another go. Those Australians who, without second thought nor notion of personal gain, pull on a uniform and volunteer to serve our fellow countrymen in whatever their hour of need. Those Australians who would sooner join the committee, become the secretary or roll up their sleeves at a busy bee than see the death of yet another community organisation. These are my people, and I am lucky enough to stand in this House representing a corner of Australia where they abound. My predecessors, Nola Marino and Jeff Prosser, typified the best of those Australians, and I pay tribute to their decades of service in this place. Loss has forced me to look at life a little differently than perhaps I once did. I've experienced loss in political terms, so my place will never be with Teddy Roosevelt's cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat, as my 18 months in the Senate was just long enough to see how government could work for Australians, but so often doesn't. More profoundly, though, the sudden death of my younger sister at the age of just 30 has taken me years to process fully. I've seen so many grieving families on their worst days, but on mine, seeing my mum holding my dead sister's babies in her arms is an image seared in my mind. For me, this perspective anchors the political struggles that play out each day in this building against what really matters in life, especially the value of those incredible people who share our journey in life and to whom in our busy lives we don't often pay enough care and attention. I couldn't possibly rise in the House today without acknowledging the people that have supported me, shaped me and changed me through the many chapters of my story so far. You all know who you are, and I want you to know how much you mean to me, even if I don't say it anywhere near often enough. Today, Australia is brought to you by the word can't. You can't do it, and you can't say it. Almost every business has input costs associated with its people, the power it uses, and of course compliance. We want highly paid employees in this country, but business is drowning in stifling red tape and regulation while also being crippled by higher and higher energy prices. We are slowly sleepwalking as a country into decline as investment capital flees our shores whilst we become less and less competitive with lower and lower productivity. Yeah, I see limitless potential for an Australia that is bolder, braver and more bountiful as a nation, and I am convinced that deep within our communities is the pride and passion to achieve more for our country, for each Australian to achieve their potential, to maintain a safety net for those deserving a hand up, and to again become a country of can. In realising such a vision, I hold one thing to be self-evident, and that's to change the Australia of tomorrow, we must first understand the Australia of today and accept the Australia of yesterday, as it is, as it was, and not how we might have wanted it to be. The more that we obsess over symbolism as a way to alter the past, the less that is said about changing lives in Australia today, and the more deafening the silence about affording all Australians greater opportunity tomorrow. Matters of employment are of great personal interest to me, not only as a compassionate person who believes in the dignity of work, but also as a small business owner who has had direct experience of hiring hard-working Australians and seeing firsthand both the social and economic benefits that work provides. The false caricature of aristocratic bosses rapaciously exploiting the downtrodden, the vulnerable and the weak is in a relentless pursuit of ill-gotten gains is, quite frankly, centuries out of date, because such a view denies a fundamental premise of modern Australia, and that's that most Aussies are fair-minded and hard-working, whether they be employees or employers. So, like millions of Australians, I had a dream of building my own small business, which grew to employ more than 30 people, including a number who were registered with a Disability Services Agency. I know what it means when we speak of the best form of welfare being a job, and I am particularly proud that one of my former workers has even gone on to start his own small business, which continues to grow today. So with almost 1 in 2 employees in Australia working in a small business of less than 20 staff, most bosses are in fact tradies, restaurateurs, retailers or farmers, working side by side, day after day, starting early, staying late. These are the relationships that have built modern Australia. Businesses in a modern economy have their interests best served by an engaged, agile, free-thinking and committed employees. Those same staff benefit in turn from the superior business performance of an organisation that has the flexibility to change, adapt, trade and prosper. To me, the idea that we need more government red tape between an employer and an employee too often stops people hiring at all, whereas simplicity, certainty and flexibility create opportunity for all Australians. Every dollar we take off a person or a business reduces the incentive to strive for all. And we must remember that the taxpayer is not an imaginary money tree. Taxpayers are real people, and I particularly shudder at the thought of taking money from a tradie, nurse or teacher and giving it to for-profit companies in the name of some fashionable cause. Whenever we speak of subsidy, commission, plan or initiative in this place, we've got to have the courage to look those tradies, teachers and nurses in the eye and explain why we're taking more of the money that they've earned for themselves and their families. Those hard-working Australians don't live on Twitter. I don't think they always read the paper, and they almost certainly aren't members of a political party. They'd never march through the streets of a city with superglue and snorkels, but they do value honesty in political leadership, and they quietly nod their heads in the lounge room when a politician on TV actually talks some sense. So I'm convinced that political leadership, at its best, is capable of making the tough decisions whilst carrying the day with reasoned, rational and respectful argument. Australians are no longer listening to political leaders who simply parrot back popular sentiment to the public at large, and indeed many are yearning for leaders who will take a stance, even where it is a stance with which they disagree. Australians, especially in regional electorates like mine, are crying out for leadership that will truly lift our country and again enliven our communities. They don't send us here to simply argue over the latest way to dole out more and more borrowed money, adding to a debt that will be paid by our children and our grandchildren. Nobody seems inclined to remind Australians that just as our forebears learned, we simply cannot turn to government to solve all of our problems, and I hope to lend my voice to this timeless principle. Government shouldn't compete with an efficient and wealth-creating private sector, nor pick winners with taxpayer money, because it isn't fair that a business should have to compete against a government-backed entity that faces no pressure to be profitable and no risk of bankruptcy whilst backed by your tax dollar. So government must enable private enterprise, not shackle it, because it is business, small and large, that pays wages and generates wealth in this country. It is business that creates real jobs. And fundamentally that is why it is an imperative for government to create the right conditions for business to grow, employ and prosper, and why we must enhance personal responsibility, reward for effort and the incentive to strive in the Australian economy. I started my professional career on the deck of an oil tanker, becoming a ship's captain by trade. I followed an icebreaker from the Russian port of Murmansk right over through the pack ice of the White Sea, felt more than a faint terror at the sight of breaking waves higher than 5-storey buildings in the North Atlantic, and toiled in the searing heat of the Arabian Gulf. From having worked in and with many countries around the world, I've seen the full spectrum of political economic control and its impacts in the lived experience of ordinary people under those regimes. That has given me a deep appreciation of why Australia is as successful as it is. A significant part of my career has been in the energy industry, and accordingly I am very cognisant of the fact that energy affects all aspects of life. Households know too well the apprehension of opening a power bill after a hot summer, but less widely understood is the impact of energy prices on business, both the businesses that exist today and the businesses that can exist tomorrow. From the local vegetable farmer I've met, who is today considering selling up the family farm because his energy bills are sending them broke, to the possibilities for tomorrow, unlocked by energy-intense artificial intelligence, our prosperity as a nation depends on affordable and reliable energy. I believe that to deliver good government, we should appeal to the pride of Australians and not just to their wallets. We should promise only the dignity of hard work and not the spoils of hard work done by others. Every time the bells ring in this place, opportunity and incentive can be crushed by regulation, restriction or red tape, and we are the only guardians against that. Having bold policy ambition is easy, and yet delivering meaningful change is a different matter altogether. But I will strive never to mistake activity for actual progress towards real outcomes. To represent my special part of Australia in this place is a deep honour, and one that I do not take for granted. My great-grandfather was a 10th Light Horseman who was granted the family's first dairy farm near Boynutt for his service in World War I. My mother, who was here today, grew up on the farm next door, which remains in the family today, and so it is particularly special to represent a region so indelibly linked to my family's history, as well as where I grew up, went to school, messed around in boats as a Sea Scout, started my first business, bought my first property and volunteered as an AMBO. Even in this era of outrage, I still think there's room in our political discourse for a bit of the humour that has long characterised the Australian temperament and is still the quality for which our best remembered parliamentarians on all sides are most often recalled. It might get me into trouble occasionally, but at least nobody will say I'm a bore. Like Giuseppe, when I walk out of this place for the last time, I want it to be standing tall with a deep sense of pride and satisfaction that in some small way our nation is at least a little bolder, braver and more bountiful for my contribution here. I thank the House.
No, no, you can no doubt related.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I just ask that members who are remaining in the chamber just to take your seats quietly, please. And I am going to give the call to the Leader of the House.
So if we could have someone adjourn the debate.
Not yet, no.
No. Would somebody move adjournment of the debate?
I move the debate to be adjourned.
Thank you. So the question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made on order of the day for a later hour of this day. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. Ayes have it. Thank you. I give the call to the Leader. Oh, sorry, Clerk.
Government Business Notice Number 5, Proposed Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services.
Thank you. Now, the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much. For the information of members, we're back to where we were on the procedural motions. We've dealt with the standing orders and sessional orders and the committees that are contained within the standing orders, but now we have other committees that are established by resolution of the Parliament, and that's what I'll do now. And so I'll just go through them one at a time. I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Government business notice number 6, proposed joint standing committee on foreign affairs, defence and trade.
Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on foreign affairs, defence and trade in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call on the clerk.
Government business notice number 7, proposed parliamentary joint committee on human rights.
Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Clerk.
Government business notice number 8, proposed joint standing committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, another enthralling speech. I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on implementation of the National Redress Scheme in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you. I am appreciating the succinct speeches. So I'm going to put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And clerk.
The government business notice number 9, proposed parliamentary joint committee on law enforcement.
Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper and acknowledge the opposition calls for more in the speeches.
And I'm going to put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And clerk.
Government business notice number 10, proposed joint standing committee on the National Capital and External Territories.
Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the National Capital and External Territories in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the clerk.
Government business notice number 11, proposed joint standing committee on the Parliamentary Library.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the Parliamentary Library in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And I put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And call on the clerk.
Government business notice number 12, proposed parliamentary joint committee on parliamentary standards.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
And I put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And clerk.
Government business notice number 13, proposed joint standing committee on trade and investment growth.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on trade and investment growth in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you. I'll put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business notice number 14, proposed joint standing committee on treaties.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on treaties in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And call on the clerk.
Government business notice number 15, proposed joint standing committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business notice number 16, proposed joint standing committee on Northern Australia.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on Northern Australia in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business notice number 17, proposed joint standing committee on migration.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on migration in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you. I put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business number 18, proposed Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business notice number 19, proposed Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business notice number 20, proposed Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on electoral matters in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you, and I'll call on the clerk.
Government business notice number 21, Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 1, 2025.
Thank you. And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 1, 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
And Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 1, 2025 extends the sunset date of ASIO's compulsory questioning powers by 18 months until the 7th of March 2027. This extension will enable the government to progress reforms to ASIO's questioning powers and ensure the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the PJCIS, has sufficient time to consider those reforms. In September 2023, the PJCIS elected to review the compulsory questioning framework ahead of its sunset date, but it didn't complete its review prior to the Parliament being dissolved earlier this year. This bill will ensure ASIO retains, being prorogued earlier this year. This bill will ensure ASIO retains these important powers to investigate and gather critical intelligence while reforms to the framework are progressed through Parliament, including consideration by the PJCIS. I would note that this bill ensures that ASIO continues to have the powers it needs to navigate an increasingly complex, challenging and changing security environment and deliver on its mission to protect the safety of Australia and Australians. The regime will continue to be the subject of extensive safeguards and oversight mechanisms to protect individual rights, including oversight by the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security. The bill reflects this government's commitment to ensuring Australia's national security agencies have the powers they need to ensure that Australians can be safe and feel safe in an increasingly complex national security environment.
Thank you. This debate must now be adjourned. Sorry, I didn't actually give you the call. My apologies. I will do that. I don't know if the microphone was on there. My apologies. I'll give the call to Member for Page.
I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank you. So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Government business notice number 22, Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2, 2025.
Thank you. Minister for Home Affairs. Yes, Minister. Sorry.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2, 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call on the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
Thank you, Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation performs an essential role in protecting Australia and Australians from threats to their security. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers contained in Division 3 of Part 3 of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 provide ASIO with a unique and necessary tool to investigate the most significant threats confronting Australia today. In his 2025 annual threat assessment, the Director-General of Security outlined ASIO's outlook to 2030, which assessed that over the next 5 years, Australia's security environment will become more dynamic, more diverse and more degraded. Australia is facing multifaceted, merging, intersecting, concurrent, cascading threats. And if we are to ensure that Australians are safe and feel safe, ASIO must be properly equipped to respond. Today, I'm introducing the ASIO Bill No. 2, 2025, which amends ASIO's compulsory questioning powers to reflect changes in Australia's security environment and further strengthen the safeguards and oversight mechanisms in the framework. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers were first introduced in 2003 in response to the growing threat of terrorism following the September 11 attacks in the United States. After more than 20 years, Australia's security landscape has evolved considerably, and so have the powers. This bill acknowledges that ASIO's compulsory questioning powers remain a valuable intelligence collection tool and makes amendments to ensure that ASIO has the powers it needs to operate effectively in an increasingly complex and challenging security environment. I'll now turn to the key amendments that are contained in the bill. The bill repeals the sunset date in Division 3 of Part 3 of the ASIO Act and makes the questioning powers permanent. Since its introduction, the framework has been subject to 5 parliamentary reviews and 2 independent reviews, causing the Parliament to extend the sunset date 5 times. Removing the sunset provision reflects the government's view that these powers now form an essential part of ASIO's collection powers, particularly in light of the threat environment. ASIO has used these powers judiciously in circumstances where ASIO's other powers were not appropriate for the circumstances. The bill also expands the security matters for which ASIO may seek an adult questioning warrant. This will enable ASIO to obtain an adult questioning warrant in relation to sabotage, attacks on Australia's defence systems, the promotion of communal violence, and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity, in addition to terrorism, espionage and foreign interference. The Director-General's 2025 annual threat assessment made it clear that ASIO anticipates multiple threats will intensify over the next 5 years. I quote, "The most confronting thing about the new security environment, the prevailing security environment and the future security environment is there is no single security concern," from the Director-General. These amendments ensure ASIO's questioning powers reflect this reality. Importantly, the bill makes targeted amendments to further strengthen existing safeguards and oversight mechanisms to protect individual rights. These include amendments to ensure the independence and impartiality of prescribed authorities, additional safeguards for the questioning of a person who is or will imminently be charged with a criminal offence, and additional reporting requirements to ensure the Attorney-General is made aware of any non-compliance with or contraventions of the requirements of a warrant. These amendments will strengthen key safeguards in the existing legislative framework to promote fairness, uphold human rights and the right to a fair trial, and enhance transparency and accountability. Finally, the bill amends the Intelligence Services Act 2001 to permit the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to undertake a further review of the operation, effectiveness and implications of the framework 3 years after the commencement of this bill. The measures I've outlined in this bill deliver important reforms to ensure ASIO has the powers it needs to respond to emerging challenges and to deliver on its mission to counter threats to Australia's security and ensure that all Australians can be safe and feel safe. The bill reflects this government's commitment to ensuring Australia's national security laws continually evolve to protect the Australian community while ensuring that strong safeguards remain firmly in place. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to Member for Page.
I move debate be adjourned.
Thank you. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Just call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Governor-General's opening speech. Resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply.
And I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it is an honour to once again be standing here and be elected to the Federal Parliament of Australia as the member for Flynn. And I want to start by thanking the people who've entrusted me to represent them for another 3 years, the people of Flynn particularly. This is a diverse electorate of over 132,000 square kilometres, almost twice the size of Tasmanian area. It consists of 8 local government councils, council areas, the Banana Shire Council, the Central Highlands Regional Council, Gladstone Regional Council, North Burnett Regional Council, Woorabinda Aboriginal Shire Council, part of the Bundaberg Regional Council, part of the Rockhampton Regional Council and part of the South Burnett Regional Council. The electorate of Flynn was named in honour of Reverend John Flynn, OBE, 1880-1951, founder of the Royal Flying Doctor Service, who harnessed both flying and radio to relieve suffering and saving lives in remote regions of Queensland and ultimately Australia. Flynn extends from Gladstone in the east and encompasses many regional communities, including Wondai and Proston in the south, the Central Highlands District in the west and Gracemere District in the north. The electorate is one of the largest economic generators for the Australian economy, comprising agriculture, mining resources, power generation, heavy industry and transport. The electorate is made up of many hard-working men and women, and I'm proud of my local workers who've helped me keep the lights on and built products or grown produce Australia and the world will need for many years to come. And as such, it's critical that these industries and these people are supported by our government and not hindered. Since being elected in 2022, I've vowed to fight to protect these jobs in Central Queensland, which have been under attack for far too long. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to report a 4.6% swing in my favour and have increased my margin to over 10% on a two-party preferred basis, despite a negative swing nationally against the coalition. Behind my successful re-election campaign were hundreds and hundreds of people who supported me, from volunteers who handed out how-to-vote cards, householders who had to sign in their yard, people who put up their hand and people who put their hand in their pocket to support the campaign financially. While I'm unable to individually thank everybody, it's difficult to single out everybody in this speech, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of that support. To my wife Terry and my children Sarah, Tom and Scott and their partners, thank you for your support and keeping the family business going in my absence. To my Flynn FDC executive Tim Eversham and Rachel Curries and my campaign team, thank you so much. I would like to thank everybody who supported me along the way, especially my staff who worked tirelessly serving the thousands of constituents in the Flynn electorate. This includes my Gladstone team, my media advisor and campaign manager Cody Bella, electorate officers Melanie Kent-Ford, Kelly Wilkie, Natalie Ross, Leanne Rouge and April Vock, as well as support staff Liz Purnell-Webb, Julie Murphy and Ray Crowe. Thank you Lane Buffington in my Emerald office and Marjorie McIntyre in my Gayndah office. Last but not least, I would like to thank my office manager Nicole Lobergoga. Nicole is about to head off on maternity leave and I would like to wish her, Aaron and Ollie all the best for their future and the safe arrival of their new addition to their family. I would also welcome Adele Austin to the team, who will be part of the Gladstone office team while Nicole is away on maternity leave. In the last term of Parliament, my team and I were able to achieve some positive things despite an incompetent Labor government. I'm most proud of protecting the Great Artesian Basin, something I've been fighting for many years. In 2018, I expressed my strong opposition to anything that would compromise the Great Artesian Basin waters, and this was outlined in my maiden speech as the member for Callide in the Queensland State Parliament. Back then, I had stopped the proposal to inject industrial waste into the Great Artesian Basin at Wandoan. A couple of years later, in 2023, I found out about a proposal to inject industrial waste into the Great Artesian Basin near Moonee in southern Queensland. Since then, I've written countless letters, made countless calls and had countless meetings to stop this madness from occurring. In December last year, the Labor-Greens government quashed any attempt by the Nationals in Parliament to ensure important safeguards were put in place to restrict Australia's water aquifers and indeed the largest underground potable water source in the world. The Nationals moved an amendment to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act so that the Commonwealth, as well as the Queensland Government, undertakes the appropriate assessments of carbon sequestration projects. The Nationals fought for a common sense solution to ensure our farmers and communities have confidence in the approval process of carbon sequestration projects by asking all of these projects to be assessed under the Federal Act as well. The current EPC Act does not go far enough in ensuring the appropriate approval process is in place, and it was a disgrace that it was voted down by both the Labor government and the Greens. I commend the work of the Queensland State Government that banned carbon capture storage in the Great Artesian Basin in Queensland, and I note the enormous effort put in by AgForce Queensland to achieve this result. However, it's critical that New South Wales, South Australia and the Northern Territory governments do the same thing. And I'll continue to call on the Labor government to protect Australia's water aquifers and oppose these proposals to sequester carbon dioxide into the Great Artesian Basin particularly. I've also achieved substantial wins across the electorate in health, aged care, infrastructure, energy and the environment, telecommunications, agriculture and other community initiatives. For health and aged care, my office and I have initiated and secured thousands of signatures for reinstatement of the Gladstone Maternity Hospital ward. We've called out cuts to mental health support, advocated for fast-tracking of urgent care clinics in Rockhampton and Bundaberg, achieved positive changes to the 60-day dispensing rules, advocated for aged care changes following the closure of the Mount Morgan Aged Care Facility, and hosted regional health roundtables in Gladstone to address these regional health issues. We've renewed calls for investigation into district workforce shortages of cardiologists in the Wide Bay Burnett region and welcome construction of the Emerald Rural Health Training Centre funded by the previous coalition government. With respect to infrastructure, my staff and I have opened the School of Manufacturing in Gladstone, funded by the previous coalition government. We've secured reinstatement of funding for the Rockhampton Ring Road, along with the Central Queensland LNP team. We've continued to fight to fund the North Burnett evacuation route, delivered the John Peterson Bridge near Mundubbera, and which was also funded by the previous coalition government. We've secured funding for the Palm Dry culvert upgrade in West Gladstone, secured funding for Agnes Water Skate Park via the Growing Regions program, called for an extension for Remote Roads Upgrades program, called for the reinstatement of the Beef Corridors funding, delivered the Drynan Drive upgrade in Calliope, funded by the previous coalition government, delivered the Rookwood Weir project, along with the Central Queensland LNP team, which was partly funded by the previous coalition government. And we've opposed Labor's decision to cut funding to Paradise Dam. We've called on the Labor government to make changes to the Roads to Recovery program that disadvantages all regional councils. And we've called on the federal and Queensland governments to prioritise and bring forward funding for upgrades from the Gin to Rockhampton section of the Bruce Highway. In respect to telecommunications, we've called for further investment into regional telecommunications, initiated and collated information from telecommunication black spots in the Flynn electorate for federal funding. We've called for the reinstatement of funding for mobile black spot programs and achieved a Senate inquiry into regional telecommunications. In respect to community initiatives, We've announced funding for various community organisations and local athletes, ensured Flynn has received its fair share of funding by ensuring that the Labor government honours its election commitments, actively opposing the Labor government's funding cuts to ag shows, successfully advocating for funding through the Strengthening Rural Communities grants, announced funding for community initiatives, saluting through their service, commemorative grants, opened a new office in Gayndah to better serve constituents in the southern part of the Flynn electorate, conducted and released results of Flynn's biggest survey, hosted hundreds of community mobile offices at various locations across Flynn electorate, including at regional shows. We've helped thousands of constituents with federal government inquiries and successfully lobbied for the building of a high school in Gracemere. For the energy and environment issue, we've criticised Labor's reckless renewables energy rollout, and we will continue to do that. We've hosted energy forums in Gladstone, Billawheeler and Gracemere, hosted nuclear forums in Gladstone to discuss the energy form. We've opposed Labor's car tax and ute tax. We've spoke at the Energy Renewable Transformation and Jobs Inquiry Bill. We've called and achieved changes to renewable legislation. We've advocated for grant funding for heritage minerals at Mount Morgan to rehabilitate that mine project, and we've provided submissions to various state and federal inquiries. With agriculture, we have successfully advocated for the increased measures to protect Australia against foot and mouth disease, successfully lobbied for improvements to the palm scheme, opposed Labor's live sheep export ban and lobbied to protect cattle live exports, successfully lobbied against Labor's fresh food tax. Other initiatives, we've introduced a motion in federal parliament addressing the cost of living concerns. We've criticised the banks for closing regional branches and supported a Senate inquiry into banking closures. We've prevented franking credit changes detrimental to our constituents, opposed Labor's truckie tax, opposed Labor's divisive voice to parliament proposal, successfully lobbied for changes to the HEX system, criticised delays and called for improvements regarding Centrelink wait time. We've spoke against Labor's misinformation laws, opposed the cancellation of heavy vehicle safety and productivity programs, advocated for Australia Day to remain on January 26, opposed the digital ID bill and spoke on behalf of constituents of Flynn in the federal parliament approximately 110 times. Going term in this term of parliament, it's about holding the Labor government to account and protecting the future of central Queensland and the Wide Bay area. I have grave concerns for our regions and its future and for our traditional industries. The simple fact is that rural and regional Australia is being bulldozed from Labor's reckless renewables rush, and what the government does not understand is that you cannot rely on renewable energy alone. If Australia continues to go down the road of 82% renewable energy by 2030 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050, I fear a repeat of possible mass power outages that we have seen in Spain and Portugal, which are countries that are both heavily reliant on renewable energy. To kick the idea of nuclear power into the long grass for the future is an absolute tragedy. Nuclear power, just like coal, is among the most safe and reliable energy sources in the world. Nuclear energy is something Australia needs to consider for the future of business and industry in this country. There are many countries around the world increasing their nuclear capacity, and they are understanding that renewable energy is not reliable. Furthermore, the Labor government's unrealistic capital gains tax is not only economically reckless, but also fundamentally unfair and sets a dangerous precedent in the Australian tax system. This proposal should be abandoned, Deputy Speaker. It is fiscally flawed, ethically questionable and an administrative disaster. Australians deserve a tax system that is fair, transparent and rewards prudent financial planning, not one that punishes it. Deputy Speaker, I have concerns about the sustainability of local government. This concern has been amplified by the North Burnett Regional Council's decision to increase its rates across the area by 25%. While there are many factors that have led to this decision, including the effects of the flawed Local Government Act in Queensland, the current funding model from the federal government is outdated and inadequate. Today I call on the federal government to increase the untiered funding to all councils to at least 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, indexed annually with payment timing and certainty. Deputy Speaker, these are some of the policies that I will continue to call out as the federal member for Flynn. Deputy Speaker, whether you're a blue-collar worker in Gladstone, a grazier in the Burnett or a truck driver in the mines in the Central Highlands, a support worker in Gracemere, a veggie grower at Bundaberg or a boilermaker at a small business in Billawheeler, a nurse in Woorabinda, or someone who's just trying to have a go, I will continue to represent you and all of your people. I will continue to work hard for our region and ensure that we are strongly represented in federal parliament by putting the people of Flynn first. And in closing, once again, I thank you and the people of Flynn for putting your trust in me.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is my first opportunity to speak at length in the 48th Parliament, but definitely not my first speech in this place. It is an extraordinary privilege to have been sworn in again this week for the 4th time as the member for Macquarie. I'm so grateful to the people of the Blue Mountains, the Hawkesbury and my new constituents in Nepean who've put their trust in me to be their representative for 3 more years. And I want to thank the many volunteers who helped make that possible. I particularly want to thank the people of Emu Plains, Emu Heights and Leonay, which are the new parts of the Macquarie electorate following the redistribution. These people very generously had conversations with me and my team of volunteers on their doorsteps, at the railway station, along the river, sometimes in 38-degree heat. It has been a real pleasure already having conversations with you, and I look forward to more of those. It's also been terrific getting to know the community groups like the Nepean District Historical Society, Emu Plains Guides and Lions Club volunteers, especially being involved with them in the planning for the Emu Plains Anzac Day event, which the member for Lindsay restarted a year ago, and I'm very proud to be continuing that tradition. I look forward to deepening my relationship with community groups in coming years and months, as I am with working with the Penrith City Council on the various election commitments that we've made that directly involve working with them. One is Labor's $4 million commitment for upgrading Jamison Park netball facilities, not technically in my electorate but used by many of my constituents and their kids. I look forward to working with Penrith Council and netball on that, but also on the major projects like the Leonay Oval $2.25 million investment that we'll be making. One part of it will be the really exciting stuff of upgrading drainage. Essential, not necessarily exciting, but really essential for a field that sits at the foot of the Blue Mountains. But the exciting bit will be developing the master plan. So there's a real vision for that site, and one that's able to be brought to life in future years. Emu Plains Little Athletics and Emu Plains Junior Rugby League have hundreds of young athletes and players who rely on this oval every week, and this investment will finally give them the sort of facility that they deserve. We've also have a $1.1 million commitment to invest in local community parks in Emu Plains and Emu Heights. These are the things that make a big difference to you if you're a mum at home and you just want to get out of the house for a break with the kids, to have really lovely facilities nearby for kids after school to be able to have a play and let off steam before heading home, of course, to do all that homework. So our funding is going to be replacing deteriorated asphalt at Clissold Park and the basketball court there, and creating a multi-purpose court and a bunch of other things in Emu Plains. new pathways to make the park more accessible, and then modernising of Osborne Reserve in Emu Plains and Gough and Lucas Street reserves. As I say, these feel like small things, but I've got to tell you, it's easy to remember what it was like being home with kids and just needing to get out to somewhere providing a safe and accessible play space for children or grandchildren. The other part I want to mention around this new part of the electorate, the member for Penrith, Karen McEwen, State Member for Penrith, has been an amazing support in helping me get to know this part of the world, which she has lived in for so much of her life. I think she and I have already established our meeting place as the wonderful cafe at the Penrith Regional Gallery, the Lures, a perfect place to sit and make sure that at those two levels of government we're working hand in hand to support our community. Deputy Speaker, some of the things I'm really excited about as we move into this term of government are fulfilling the commitments that we've made that go right across the electorate. The urgent care clinic that is going to be opened in the Hawkesbury will be a real game changer for families there, and I'm grateful for the huge support I've had from the community in making sure we were one of those nominated to get a new urgent care clinic. There is already an urgent care clinic operating in Penrith, and one of the delights of door knocking through the campaign was being able to raise people's awareness about that, something that perhaps the member for Lindsay had not been as excited about as I am, but it is proving to be, in Penrith, a really useful service, particularly for kids with sporting injuries, for older people who know that they really should get a fall looked at or a cut dealt with quickly, not to mention run-of-the-mill. All of us will do something silly at some point or find ourselves in need of urgent but not critical care. I'm delighted to see that Lower Mountains people are using that service as well as those on the Emu Plains region, but the Hawkesbury deserves one, and that will be something I will continue to work with, have already had conversations about in terms of getting that one underway. The other medical service, aside from the fantastic commitments that we've made around women's health and the changes that are already in place that this Labor government believes very strongly in, the new endometriosis and pelvic pain and menopause clinic that is slated for the Nepean Blue Mountains area is a game changer, and I acknowledge the work of the Assistant Minister who's sitting at the desk, who made so much, put so much effort into making sure that women's health has been a key focus of Labor's first term agenda and our second. There's already been a discussion for an expression of interest for who might want to operate this service, looking for health organisations who already do this or have the capacity to do this, and we will then build on their capacity to provide a service across that whole Blue Mountains, Nepean region. So that's another one I'll be keeping a very close eye on. Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud to represent the Blue Mountains and the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. Much of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area sits within my electorate, and that's why koalas are a really key election commitment for me. We have committed to creating a stronghold for koalas, a place of refuge for koalas as climate changes. Our 3.495, nearly four, let's just call it $4 million election commitment, will address the knowledge gaps and coordinate the management of areas in this Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. And that involves multiple councils, multiple other state organisations, as well as the federal government, so that we can offer refuge to koalas. What the work of Science for Wildlife showed us in the years following the shocking 2019-2020 Gospers Mountain fires, part of that Black Summer fire season, was that koalas have found refuge in the Blue Mountains, and
it becomes even more important as climate changes that we conserve these spaces and make sure that they are well supported. So the commitment over the next few years will involve collecting and reviewing data across diverse sites, including looking at the connectivity of those sites, the disease that might be present in koalas and the genetic diversity. I'm very proud to say we have the most genetically diverse koalas already living in this area, and they deserve to be protected, which is why another part of it is a responsible pet ownership program to address the risk of predators, many of whom are our beloved pets. So this holistic program has many elements to it, and I look forward to talking about it in more detail, but I am very much looking forward to the work that we do with people like Science for Wildlife and the different agencies who support the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area, including the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Institute. Deputy Speaker, we are very focused on the commitments that we've made this election. One that has been a long-running and ongoing commitment from Labor to my community has been to duplicate the North Richmond Bridge. Now, the commitment around this started back in 2010, my very first election, where I was unsuccessful, and the now Prime Minister stepped in with a federal commitment to kickstart this process. It has moved slowly through some periods, quick when we're in government, slower when we're not, and I'm pleased to say it is moving now with pace. So this election we committed an additional $114 million on top of our $400 million commitment to ensure this project gets done and gets done properly. There is a long way to go, but we're looking to see the work on this project start next year. There are some preliminary early stage works that in fact will be starting within a matter of days, but the bulk of the project gets started next year, and that is thanks to the additional Labor commitment of funding to make sure that it's done once and it's done right. When I think about roads in my community, that has been a key focus of what we've delivered already in our first term and will continue to. On the back of terrible bushfires and floods, there's been tens of millions of dollars of investment of federal funding to ensure that roads can be repaired and, more importantly, that they can be built back better. And that is something we saw in the last term of government. But we also have an additional $100 million coming into one of our key roads, the Bells Line of Road. Now, this wasn't an election commitment. This was announced by us in government, and the state government is now working through where those sites will be. It's a road that spans two local government areas, the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury. It's a key thoroughfare for people coming from the Central West, from Lithgow through to the city as an alternative to the Great Western Highway, which in itself is going to be a focus of a lot of our attention in this term of government and with the state government. But the Bells Line now has $100 million of investment that we will soon start seeing the detail on. I'm very proud to be delivering those sorts of things. Commitments don't always come when there's an election. Sometimes they come because there's a job that really has to be done. There are still some commitments that I made in 2022 that the parties who receive the funding have not quite managed to bring to fruition. So this term I'm very much looking forward to seeing Hawkesbury Council delivering on the $2.5 million improvements to North Richmond at the North Richmond Community Centre to upgrade it so it is more suitable as an emergency and evacuation spot. These projects often end up being complex, and I appreciate Council has been working on them as best they can, but it is very clear to me that the delivery of those is urgent in this term of government, and I will continue to work closely with them on that, as well as with the rollout of additional mobile services. We've already this involves working obviously with the telecommunications companies, and sometimes it gets complicated when councils get involved. We have one of our new mobile towers at Hawkesbury Heights is switched on, and Mount Tomar is not far, again on that really key Bells line of road. So those are things that we keep working on. We try and work collaboratively rather than, just attacking them for not having got projects done and dusted. It is, I find, much more productive to work in collaboration. I'm definitely looking forward to them finalising the work on 2 small parks, not a huge amount of money, for Bounty Park in Bligh Park in South Windsor, and that's another Hawkesbury Council project. They're also spending some of the $3 million we committed last election to Woodbury Oval in Glossodia. And on the Blue Mountains side, the Mount Victoria $1 million investment into their Central Park is coming along nicely. So it's been sometimes frustrating for the community to not see an instant fix from those things, but several tiers of government can complicate things. The one group who has been beautifully delivering the 2022 commitment has been the Rural Fire Service and the SES. Now, again, it wasn't necessarily as quick as we would have liked, but I am now seeing $50,000 of expenditure in every single rural fire brigade in my electorate across the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury. And these are things that are really creative. Some are choosing water tanks to increase their water supply. Others are putting in vermin-proof lockers because you do not want stuff eating your uniforms. There is just a range of innovation happening that is designed to serve the volunteers and the community that they serve. I'm very proud to be seeing this and look forward to visiting every one of those RFS sheds and seeing the work that they've done. There's also investment that we announced in 2022 for the headquarters of each, and that is also underway, and $1.1 million for each of the SES, and they are very close to starting those projects. These sorts of commitments are just a sample of the things that we've done in Macquarie, and there is always more to do. The Veterans and Families Hub that the government has established is underway, the temporary site close to opening, and a site for the permanent one already selected. And what it shows me is that federal government doesn't do things on its own. We need to work with other groups. And I think in the last few minutes I have, I really want to turn to an issue that will be a focus for me in this term. And it goes to what the Governor-General spoke about when she spoke about caring for others in our community. There is a group of people who are facing increasing distress, and that's homeowners who can't afford to insure their home, likely their biggest asset, because they're in a flood-prone area. This is happening across the Hawkesbury Nepean, as well as in many other parts of the country. We've experienced 8 floods since 2020, and none of them reaching more than a 1 in 20 or even a 1 in 20 year level, but they were devastating for people. And we've seen the sense of security that people had fall away. In the last week or so, I spoke with one resident who was quoted up to $85,000 a year to insure her home in a suburban area. Yes, it's on a floodplain. The average quote she had was $25,000, and this is a number I hear frequently, equally out of reach to the average person. Their insurance broker said there was nothing that could be done. At the same time as I reached out to the insurance industry to try and find a solution, this person was able to secure insurance where they opted out of flood insurance. So they're covered for all the other perils and accidents that can occur, but not for flood. For this family, that was an acceptable outcome. But there is not always a satisfactory ending in these situations. One recent home seller had to pay the $25,000 insurance on the property to secure the sale for the future buyer. The Hawkesbury Nepean was lucky in these last few weather events that some parts of the country faced. There was low-level flooding. But there is urgency to ensure that people can can take responsibility for their own recovery by being able to access insurance in some form. Now, we're not the only country facing this issue, and I've been grateful to the Insurance Council of Australia for giving me access to people in the United States, the UK, New Zealand, to hear of the very similar challenges they're facing. We all know that mitigation is crucial in this insurance affordability issue, and our government's done more on mitigation than has ever previously been done. But exactly what and how at a local level and what difference it makes is not yet completely clear. And obviously, responsibility for so much of the mitigation sits with the New South Wales Government. And as I say, this is a place where we need collaboration and cooperation. So for me this term, one of the most urgent challenges is to work with the Assistant Treasurer and Emergency Ministers, the New South Wales Government, the insurance industry and my community to find a way forward on this very complex issue. No one's suggesting there is a quick fix, but what is clear that the urgency continues to mount, and where we can't find a solution, we're creating huge distress for communities who see a place that they felt secure in become a real ball and chain, a place they can't exit, a place they can't afford to leave, but they also can't afford to stay. So, Deputy Speaker, these are some of the many joys and challenges I look forward to in this term of Parliament, and I look forward to working with colleagues across the chamber on these issues.
And I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an incredible privilege to be able to return to Canberra and rise in the 48th Parliament of Australia, having once again been re-elected for a historic fifth term as the federal member for Capricornia. Almost 12 years ago, I stood to deliver my maiden speech as the new member for Capricornia. Today, as I rise to speak in the 48th Parliament, it is still the greatest honour of my life to represent my community, fighting every day with the same passion and determination I've carried for over a decade. While I reflect on the recent election campaign, I'm reminded of the tireless dedication of my volunteers, friends, family and staff. Their hard work, loyalty and belief in me and the National Party made all the difference. Without them, the road to re-election would be so much steeper. I'm deeply grateful for their unwavering support. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to all involved. Firstly, to my family, Jessica, Tim, Fitzwilliam, Kirsten and my mum Gloria, thank you. Your love and support, not just during the election, but throughout the last 12 years, has been a constant source of strength for me. To my incredible L&P supporters and volunteers, especially our tireless booth captains and their teams, thank you. Your dedication, not just during the election campaign, but year after year at markets and community stalls, has been absolutely invaluable. I also want to extend my deepest thanks to my campaign manager, Ron Carriage, our Treasurer, Anne Carriage, and Secretary, Tom Birkbeck. To my hard-working staff, Danielle Martin, Lauren Klein, Ben Springhall, Megan Kerr, Nicole Camp, Laurie Atlas and Amy Ford, thank you. Your commitment to assisting the people of Capricornia throughout the last term and the extraordinary effort you put in during the campaign did not go unnoticed. Also, a huge thank you to all of those who financially contributed to my campaign and helped out in any way that they could. I thank my federal parliamentary colleagues for their unwavering support, including former Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, and Leader of the Nationals and Member for Maranoa, David Littleproud. A special thank you to Senator Matthew Canavan and his team for their unwavering support and friendship, as always. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the quiet Australians who place their trust in me once again. The small business owners, the mums and dads, the coal miners, the farmers and the retirees. These are the hard-working Australians who ask for little but give so much. They are the backbone of our communities and the very reason this country is as resilient as it is today. Over the past 3 years, these Australians have borne the brunt of a deepening cost of living crisis. They watched as their grocery bills climbed, their electricity costs soared, and their hopes of home ownership drifted further out of reach. To every battler, every family doing it tough, and every person who put their faith in me, I will not let you down. I will hold this government accountable. I will fight for you every single day. It is the greatest privilege to represent Capricornia in this parliament, and it was also an honour to serve as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Manufacturing during the 47th Parliament. Manufacturing is more than just an industry. It's a symbol of what Australians can achieve when we invest in skills, innovation and sovereign capability. This term of government, I am delighted to serve my party as the Chief Nationals Whip. Since becoming Capricornia's federal Member of Parliament, I've worked tirelessly to secure major investment in real job-creating infrastructure. Despite Labor tearing much-needed funding from regional Australians, we saw many coalition-funded projects come to completion. As well, we saved many projects from Labor's funding cuts. The $670 million coalition-funded Rookwood Weir was officially opened and has begun to provide much-needed water to agriculture in central Queensland. Water is a priority in central Queensland, and this water is transforming our region, driving the expansion of irrigated agriculture production and opening up new business opportunities which will boost our local economy. More than 36,000 megalitres of water will underpin agriculture growth and deliver secure, reliable and affordable water across central Queensland, setting up local industry to succeed. Water infrastructure projects like Rookwood Weir ensure our dry continent can continue to be not just habitable but productive. One of the exciting outcomes of the Rookwood Weir project is the expansion of high-value crops like macadamias, now flourishing thanks to increased water security. These macadamias are in high demand and destined for export markets around the world, opening new and exciting opportunities for our region. This growing export potential aligns perfectly with continued development of Rockhampton Airport. With its strategic location, Rockhampton is well placed to become a major freight and export hub, connecting our region's premium agricultural products with international markets. The airport itself has benefited from more than $40 million in federal investment, which I fought hard to secure. During the last term, we saw the official opening of several transformative upgrades, enhanced security systems, including state-of-the-art body scanners, a complete pavement upgrade and vital terminal improvements to ensure a smoother, more welcoming experience for all our visitors. But the project I'm most proud to have helped with and to deliver is the Alliance Airlines Heavy Maintenance Facility, a $25 million investment by the Coalition. This facility is not only creating more than 100 local jobs, but also offering apprenticeships and traineeships in aircraft engineering to high school students from Rockhampton and Yeppoon. It's a game changer for our region, which is building skills, careers and economic opportunity for the next generation. During the election, I proudly committed $20 million for the next stage of the airport's expansion, including an additional aircraft bay to support the growing number of military training exercises in our region, and the first stage of a dedicated freight hub to kickstart Rockhampton's transformation into a true export gateway. Disappointingly, Labor did not match this commitment. They continue to take regional communities for granted and show little interest in supporting long-term growth outside the major cities. Their refusal to invest in this critical infrastructure proves that they don't take regional development seriously. Major infrastructure projects across the Capricornia electorate continue to drive economic growth and deliver long-term benefits for our region. But time and again, we have had to fight tooth and nail to protect them. Last term, alongside local community members and businesses, I stood up to save crucial economy-building projects, none more significant than the $1.9 billion Rockhampton Ring Road and the $14 million Phillips Creek Bridge upgrade near Dysart. Saving the Rockhampton Ring Road from Labor's first budget cuts was no small feat. More than 500 locals rallied to send a clear message to Canberra. Regional Queensland will not tolerate vital infrastructure being stripped away. The Start Rockhampton Ring Road team fought with unwavering determination, and without their advocacy, Labor would have gladly consigned this project to the scrap heap. Today, Stage 1 of the northern and southern sections of the Ring Road are nearing completion. This project isn't just about busting congestion, it's about keeping our communities safe. Every day, around 2,000 heavy vehicles pass through Rockhampton, right past 4 schools and through 19 sets of traffic lights. The Rockhampton Ring Road will divert this traffic away from our city centre, keeping freight moving and our children safe. Similarly, I am pleased to see the $251 million Walkinston bypass now completed. This vital project has redirected the heavy vehicles away from local schools in the township of Walkinston, which for years was impacted by trucks passing dangerously close to school zones. The bypass is delivering safer and more efficient journeys for commuters along the Peak Downs Highway and has significantly improved flood immunity with a new bridge over Bakers Creek and 3 new overpasses across the local Cane railway network. I also successfully fought to save the Phillips Creek Bridge upgrade from Labor's 90-day infrastructure review. A notoriously dangerous crossing where lives have been lost, this project will provide safer travel for those commuting through the coalfields of central Queensland, ensuring they return home safely to their families. And I'm proud that $155 million Rockhampton-Yeppoon Road upgrade is now in its final stages. Another coalition-funded initiative, this project is expanding the road to 4 lanes, improving access to private properties and fixing the deadly intersections like Dairy Inn Road and Artillery Road. These upgrades will ease traffic for the 11,600 vehicles that use this road every day and make travel between Rockhampton and Yeppoon safer and more efficient for everyone. And importantly, we forced Labor's hand on yet another critical project, the Beef Road funding. When Labor tried to cut this vital investment from the infrastructure pipeline, we fought back and had $40 million reinstated. This win means we finally seen the beginning of sealing key freight routes in the beef corridor network, roads that are crucial for our cattle industry, our rural communities and our regional economy. Connectivity is not just a luxury, it is a necessity, especially for those living in regional, rural and remote parts of our country. When the community of Collinsville began experiencing major mobile coverage issues, I knew immediate action was needed. The existing tower was under immense pressure, struggling to keep up with the growing demand. I met with locals, listened to their concerns firsthand and took those concerns straight back to Canberra. Through community meetings, advocacy and relentless lobbying, I fought to ensure that Collinsville got the upgrades it needed. After 2 years of hard work, I was absolutely delighted to see the fight pay off. Earlier this year, a new mobile phone base station was officially switched on, providing significantly improved coverage for the Collinsville region. It's a win for safety, a win for business and a win for every resident who now has the connectivity they deserve. Access to safe, secure and appropriate housing is one of the biggest challenges facing communities across Australia, and Capricornia is no exception. But for people living with disability, the challenge is even greater. Finding homes that not only provide a roof over their head, but are designed to support their specific needs is incredibly difficult. That's why I was so proud to bring a vital project to life by securing $1 million in federal funding for Multicap's purpose-built disability housing. What began as a vision on paper is now a reality. 2 beautifully designed homes that offer safety, dignity and independence for their residents. These houses are more than just buildings. They're a lifeline for those who often fall through the cracks of our housing system. Housing security is also critical at the end of life, and I was honoured to deliver $19.6 million in funding for the construction of Mercy Haven Aged Care Facility in Rockhampton. This state-of-the-art centre is providing high-quality, compassionate care for our senior citizens, ensuring that they can stay close to their families and communities in later years. Additionally, I was also proud to secure $8 million in federal funding for the Fitzroy Community Hospice, which has now officially opened its doors. This 12-bed facility in Rockhampton is the first regional hospice in Queensland, providing compassionate, community-based end-of-life care. It delivers holistic support not just for patients, but for their families and carers as well, offering dignity, comfort and guidance during life's most difficult moments. I fought hard for this service because everyone, regardless of where they live, deserves access to quality palliative care close to home. The Fitzroy Community Hospice is a testament to what we can achieve when we invest in services that truly matter. The Capricornia region is one of the best places in Australia to live, work and raise a family, made even better by significant investments I've secured to support its continued growth. Tourism is thriving, and I'm proud to have delivered the funding needed to keep pace with this momentum. One standout project is the brand new Keppel Bay Sailing Club, now officially open thanks to a $20 million investment from the Coalition. This world-class facility has quickly become a centrepiece for sport and tourism on the Capricorn coast, creating local jobs, injecting life into our hospitality sector and attracting national and international sailing regattas to our beautiful shoreline. From healthcare to infrastructure, and from housing to tourism, these investments are building a stronger, safer and more prosperous future for all of Capricornia. I am incredibly proud to have secured a record investment of more than $7 billion for Capricornia, an achievement that reflects years of hard work, persistence and an unshakable belief in the potential for our region. For too long, Capricornia was overlooked by Labor and taken for granted as a safe Labor seat and left behind when it came to serious investment. But that has changed. Capricornia is no longer ignored. It is now recognised as the economic powerhouse it truly is, driving growth through agriculture, resources, defence, manufacturing and tourism. This investment isn't just a number. It's real funding for roads, hospitals, aged care, water security, job creation and essential services that strengthen our communities and build a better future for local families. Serving as a member for Capricornia has been the honour of my life. As members of Parliament, we are entrusted with a profound responsibility, the ability to make a real and lasting difference in the lives of our constituents. Whether it's standing up for residents who need help, improving the essential services families rely on, or delivering the infrastructure that drives jobs and opportunity, our role matters. On every one of these fronts, I am incredibly proud of what I've been able to achieve for Capricornia. This is the region where I was raised and where I chose to raise my two daughters. It's more than just an electorate. It is my home and it's a community I care deeply about. As we begin the 48th Parliament, I remain as determined as ever to fight for Capricornia's future. I will continue working hard every day to deliver for our region and to hold the Labor government to account. Capricornia is full of potential and it is the honour of my life to represent it in this place of democracy. Thank you.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and it is a real honour to be returned to this place. It is not a fact lost on me that the last person to have served 2 consecutive terms was the wonderful Anna Burke, and her second election was in 2001. So I do not take lightly the privilege and honour that the people of Chisholm have bestowed upon me by returning me here to this place to represent them. I want to use this time to reflect on the wonderful support that I've received from my community in Chisholm and the determination with which I will continue to fight for what our community needs. Over 500 people in my local area volunteered on my campaign, which is an incredible number of people. We knocked on over 50,000 doors and made over 80,000 phone calls attempting to contact every single person in my electorate. We were focused, as the broader Labor campaign was, on optimism for our community and for our country. We know that it is only Labor governments that build, and our campaign was focused on how a re-elected Albanese Labor government will build Australia's future. Delivery is really important for governments. We've heard in this place a number of times, and certainly over the last day or so, about how faith in institutions has been declining over the years. And it is through delivery, through being a government that says they're going to do something and then doing it, that we restore that faith in institutions, in the government. And so I look forward to being part of the second-term Albanese Labor government, where we will continue our record of delivery on the commitments that we make to people in our communities. There are many people that I will get on to thank in a moment, but I do want to acknowledge the extraordinary support that I received from the caucus, from colleagues such as the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Minister for Social Services, Tanya Plibersek, then Minister for the Environment, from the Deputy Prime Minister, from the Minister for Housing, from the Treasurer, from the Prime Minister, of course, from the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Skills and Training, Minister for Home Affairs, Assistant Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Minister for Health, the Minister for then Workplace Relations, Senator Murray Watt, and the then Assistant Minister for Women, Kate Thwaites. I want to acknowledge all of their support because I really felt that I was going into a pretty intense campaign with some of the best leaders in our country on my side, and that really encouraged me, and I know certainly encouraged the volunteers that they spoke to when they came to visit me. And I'm very grateful and will always be grateful for their support there.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may resume at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when that debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Moncrief.
Well, former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry said just last week that Australia's environment protection laws have both failed to stop the degradation of Australia's natural environment and held back economic growth. They are undermining productivity. And it's true that under the Albanese government, not only are Australians worse off with soaring cost of living pressures, but Australia's environment is also worse off. We only need to look at Labor's algal bloom failure in South Australia that has been blooming for months and months. And on the eve of Parliament returning, Minister Watt made a mercy dash to South Australia regarding the toxic algal bloom crisis. And scientists in South Australia have been raising the alarm for over 18 months on this, and according to The Guardian, 13,800 marine creatures have died since March this year alone, and over 400 species have been affected. Not only has our precious marine life been impacted, but the local economy in South Australia has also been severely impacted. It could have been addressed much, much sooner. South Australians and all Australians should be very disappointed in the Albanese government. This is an environmental failing of epic proportions. And if our precious marine life started washing up dead on the Great Barrier Reef, then there's no doubt the minister would have acted within days. They failed to listen, they failed to act for 18 months, and they've let this algal bloom go from bad to worse.
I call the member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Before entering this place, I served on Liverpool City Council as a councillor. During this time, I was fortunate to make many friends and also had the benefit of wonderful mentors, that in particular, Councillor Ali Khanib. Sadly, Ali Khanib passed away on the 20th of June this year. Deputy Speaker, Ali was an Australian success story. He arrived in Australia in 1984 from Lebanon in the hope of a better future for himself and his family. He settled in Green Valley and never left. Ali was a maths teacher and science teacher by profession, and central to his philosophy and approach to life was a commitment to education and social inclusion. Also central to Ali's life was a sense of civic service. Not surprisingly then, Ali became the president of the Lebanese Community Council and in 1999 was elected to Liverpool Council as a councillor. Ali served a total of 26 years on the council and did so with distinction. He served multiple terms as deputy mayor and brought to his role a sense of decency, humility and integrity. Notwithstanding Ali's achievements in civic life, his greatest achievement was his family. I offer my condolences to his wife Yusra, his children and grandchildren for their loss.
Give the call to member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a great thing for Australia's future when young people are interested in involving themselves in agriculture and rural industries. And AgriFutures Australia is supporting the next generation of rural and regional leaders across our nation. In this very building today, they're coming together. And I want to congratulate particularly two outstanding young people from my electorate of Nichols who've been recognised through AgriFutures scholarship programs. Jack McKay was awarded an AgriFuture Horizon Scholarship, which is a bursary to broaden his study. Jack grew up on a sheep farm in Broadford and attended Assumption College in Kilmore. He's now studying a Bachelor of Agricultural Science at Charles Sturt University in Wagga, and he hopes to become an agronomist, a former profession of mine, Deputy Speaker. Mim Drinnan was awarded the AgriFutures Les Young Scholarship. Mim hails from Nagambie, which is the home of black caviar and a major centre for the thoroughbred industry, where she works with Lindsay Park Racing. Mim is going to use this scholarship to travel to the UK and attend the National Stud Bloodstock Management course. I commend Jack and Mim on their achievements, and all of the other recipients, people who are working in the agricultural and rural industries, making sure food and fibre production is in good hands for the future of Australia. And thank you to AgriFutures for fostering the future leaders in the agricultural industry.
Thank you. Member for Blair.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to a friend of mine, a pillar of the Labor Party in Ipswich, Margaret Doran. Margie was born in Ipswich on the 15th of April 1935 and died after a short illness at St Andrew's Hospital, Ipswich, on the 25th of June 2025 at the age of 90. Margie had been an inspiration for so many, and her passing leaves a huge gaping hole in the city of Ipswich. Margie was a life member of the Labor Party, a devout Christian, a fixture at St Mary's Catholic Church, Wood End in Ipswich. A proud teacher librarian, Margaret was a life member of the Queensland Teachers Union. She dedicated her life to public education and social justice. She was a formidable figure. She was the philosophical and spiritual compass of the Labor Party in Ipswich. Vice President, Treasurer or Secretary of nearly every party unit, and a former state conference delegate. She was an absolute treasure, and I enjoyed her wise counsel, good humour and loyal support. You could always rely upon Margie to hand out Labor Party how to vote cards on election day. I was honoured to attend Margie's funeral with so many people in Ipswich. The church was nearly full. Deepest condolences to Margie's family and her many friends. Valet Margaret, and many thanks.
Thank you. Member for Ryan.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Let's call it what it is, a genocide. It's a genocide when 500,000 people are on the brink of starvation, with almost the entire population of Gaza experiencing acute food insecurity. It's a genocide when they're massacring starving people lining up for food. It's a genocide when hospitals are treating children with wounds from sniper rifles. It's a genocide when the Israeli Defence Minister talks about forcing all Palestinians in Gaza into an internment zone along the southern border. It's a genocide when the Israeli Finance Minister said that Gaza will be totally destroyed. We have a duty under international law to prevent genocide. Our refusal to act will be a stain on this nation's history. When it's a genocide, you don't just say, oh, we can't possibly do anything about this. Labor still calls Israel a friend and an ally. I'm sorry, a state committing a genocide is not a friend. Labor finally says it supports an end to the conflict, calls Israel's actions indefensible, but has not stopped arms exports to Israel, has not sanctioned them like we've sanctioned Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. It's not a conflict, it's a genocide, and our Labor government should call it what it is and take every possible action to stop it.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. Now, this holds significance to my electorate of Solomon and the Northern Territory as a whole, where the war reached our shores and the devastating bombings of Darwin and Northern Australia. I always fight for the recognition of our Defence Force and our veterans, like the meritorious unit citation for those who served in Somalia, keeping the meritorious unit citation for the 3,000 plus ADF personnel that served with the Special Operations Task Group in Afghanistan, and of course pushing for long overdue recognition with the Victoria Cross for World War II hero Teddy Sheehan. Now, our World War II veterans are getting on these days, of course, most of them approaching or already 100 years old. There was a commemorative medal struck for the 80th anniversary of Armistice Day for First World War veterans, so I think that's worth looking at now that we've reached the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. It shows our respect for these great Australians who served abroad and defended our shores 80 years ago. We remember them and we remember their mates, members of the greatest generation, who some of them did not make it home, but we honour their sacrifice every day.
Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to showcase the work of two wonderful organisations within Wentworth. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of meeting Rabbi Alon Metzer, the Director of Programs at a not-for-profit called Shalom Collective. This organisation creates contemporary Jewish experiences that celebrate culture, deepen identity and build a thriving community, also inviting everyone, Jewish and non-Jewish alike, to come together over literature, art, food and culture. They run a variety of programs such as Performing and Visual Arts Program, the Sydney Jewish Writers Festival, Jewish Foods Festival and a Children's Book Delivery Festival, which connects over 26,000 people across the community and beyond. I also want to celebrate the incredible work that's being done at Kinghorn Cancer Centre in Darlinghurst. First opened in 2012, the Kinghorn brings together researchers and clinicians onto a single world-class site so that research findings can be rapidly translated into clinical application for the diagnosis, treatment and prevention of cancer. Trevor Tyne, a patient at Kinghorn, recently came to see me with his oncologist, Dr. Jen Liu, and I was so moved by the way that Trevor spoke of the kindness and care of the Kinghorn staff, and both of his and Dr. Liu's passion in ensuring that more Australians experience the life-saving work of this centre firsthand. It particularly focuses on rare cancers, which equate to 25% of the deaths in cancers, and this is an area that needs greater support.
Member for Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, we all know the Hunter is full of legends, but recently the biggest legends of them all were crowned. I was lucky enough to attend the 2025 Hunter Valley Legends Awards, where icons were celebrated. It was great to see Lisa Margan be inducted into the 2025 Hunter Valley Tourism Industry Living Legend. Lisa's dedicated more than 30 years to the Hunter Valley's food, wine and hospitality scene, playing a key role in supporting countless initiatives and enriching the local community. The night just kept getting better when Lisa's husband, Andrew Margan, was inducted as the 2025 Hunter Valley Wine Industry Living Legend. This was in recognition for his long-standing commitment to securing the Hunter Valley's place amongst the world's greatest wine regions. While this award was well-deserved for both of them, I'd just like to say to Andrew, don't forget that Lisa won this award first. She was the first of you to be crowned a legend, so you're still playing catch-up, buddy. The First Creek Winemaking Services Hunter Valley Winemaker of the Year was awarded to Liz Silkman. The Jerd Hunter Valley Viticulturist of the Year was presented to Louise Ether, Assistant Vineyard Manager at Tyrrell's, and Alasdair Tulloch, Vineyard and Operations Manager at Keith Tulloch Wine and co-owner of Eon Wines, was awarded the Riedel Hunter Valley Young Achiever of the Year Award. Congratulations to all of these local legends for what you do, and thank you for all you do to help promote the Hunter Valley to make it the beautiful place it is. I look forward to catching up with you all again soon. Cheers.
Member for Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, and for my first 90-second statement of the 48th Parliament, I was hoping to speak on a positive topic, but once again it's all about the decline of banking services in regional Australia. And this time it's concerning the potential closure of the Bendigo Bank Agency in my hometown of Taroom in central Queensland. Deputy Speaker, and I'm beyond disappointed in this decision by the corporates of Bendigo Bank, who've got absolutely no understanding of what this closure will mean for my community. On July 16, over 75 people from Taroom attended an information session presented by the Mundubbera Bendigo Community Bank Board, and residents expressed their concerns about the future viability of community events due to cash holding and the limitations of telecommunications. The information session also heard from Christy McLennan, the local chemist, who's been supporting the Taroom community with banking services over several years. Deputy Speaker, it's clear as day that the impact to small businesses, community groups and individuals will be vast and significant if Bendigo Bank walks away from the Taroom community. Bendigo Bank describes itself as the better big bank, but actions speak louder than words. The four big banks have agreed to keep their regional branches open until at least 2027, and the Bendigo Bank needs to do the same. And I'm calling on their bank to put the money where their mouth is and keep this agency open for the community of Taroom.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my first speech, I spoke about my lifelong commitment to listening and supporting young people and my commitment to engaging young people in community leadership and politics. I heard more on this yesterday from the Governor-General and the Speaker of the House, in particular the importance of engaging with young people like those in the gallery at primary and secondary schools through civics education. Dunkley is home to a vibrant community of young people. Recently, in June, the Committee of Frankston Mornington Peninsula, under the leadership of Josh Sinclair, hosted the second of 2 forums for young people from secondary schools across Dunkley and Flinders. The top 3 issues identified as the most important for the students included cost of living, climate change, and social media and the impact on mental health and wellbeing. The leadership insights, questions and solutions and the vexing problems were communicated by individuals and the collective, and it was impressive to watch and listen. Dunkley is in good hands. With 3 years ahead of me to mobilise positive change in the community of Dunkley, a key focus will be working with young people, emerging leaders, keen to make a difference, to elevate their voices and create change.
Member for Wright.
Tropical Alfred cyclone made landfall on March 9th. The largest contributor to GDP in my electorate is agriculture. We grow and produce the vegetables that end up on Australians' plates. I want to acknowledge a gentleman, a grower by the name of Troy Huggins. Troy had a farm, still has a farm. He had paid all of his input costs and was just about ready to harvest. He had paid for his seedlings. He had paid for his fuel. He had paid for his labour. He had paid his machinery payments. His bank was waiting for the yield of that crop. Mother Nature put it 3 foot underwater. He was devastated, along with many other growers in our electorate. I have been fighting hard for Troy and growers in my electorate to get Category C in assistance upgraded to Category D. Now, all that means is that there's an assistance available from $25,000 to $75,000 for those that are affected. I will always come into this place and acknowledge those who have done good things. I want to acknowledge the work of Minister McBain, who worked with my office, and previous to that, Minister McAllister, who worked with me to get the upgrade that my farmers needed.
Member for Hasluck.
On the day of first speeches, a little less than 3 years ago, I too stood in this place and gave my own. And when I got to my feet, I reflected on why I was here. I want to help make people's lives better. I want to unlock the potential of our communities and our nation. I told the Parliament how beautiful our area is with its waterways, vineyards and historic centres, and I acknowledged the challenges. I said then that moving around the electorate is one of them with limited public transport options. The North East Corridor, which centres on Ellenbrook, is one of Perth's fastest growing areas and carries all the needs of a bustling mortgage belt. Access to health, education, social services is harder than in most metropolitan areas. Today, I can stand before you and say that we now have the new Morley-Ellenbrook line that has changed the lives of thousands of people in places like Whiteman Park, Ballajura and Naranda. We now have youth and community hubs, $30 million for swimming pools. We have a university study hub, free TAFE. Midland and Morley urgent care clinics are open and Ellenbrook will soon have one too. My job is to bring the resources of the federal government to bear, and nothing is more humbling or inspiring to be told that we've watched you for 3 years and we know that we can trust you to do the work that needs to be done. I thank my volunteers and supporters for their dedication to the Hasluck campaign and our movement, for listening, caring and helping to deliver such a resounding victory and a great outcome for my electorate of Hasluck.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to champion one of the backbone parts of our community, our local sporting clubs in my electorate of Fadden. Clubs like the Coomera Colts, Helensvale Pacific Pines Hawks, Labrador Legends Soccer and the Southport Labrador Cricket Club. These clubs are volunteer-run, community-built and growing fast, especially with the rise of female participation in sport. But our girls are being forced to change in cars, public toilets or shared male spaces, just because their clubs lack inclusive facilities. I was pleased to commit to projects at each of these clubs prior to the recent election. They had projects that were shovel-ready, costed and critical projects to build change rooms, particularly for our young girls, to change in a safe, dignified and accessible space. If the Coalition won government, I was confident we would deliver. So in the spirit of bipartisanship, I wrote to the Minister for Sport seeking her support for these clubs on the 2nd of June. That was now 51 days ago, and, Deputy Speaker, there has not been a reply. Now, we know that the Minister loves sport. She loves the Olympics, but she will not win a gold medal in responding to correspondence. I would ask that the Minister seriously consider supporting these projects in all electorates to make sure that our grassroots sports are supported.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And today is an important day for my electorate of Chisholm. 26,053 students with a student loan debt in Chisholm are in line for a 20% cut to their student debt following the introduction of legislation. Legislation that the Prime Minister promised would be the first introduced to this House under a re-elected Labor government. This is such a prominent issue in my electorate, and I know was a decisive factor when students and families went to cast their vote on May the 3rd. For someone with a help debt of $50,000, this will cut their debt by $10,000. These changes will make a meaningful difference to people with student debt, and I know both current and former students in my electorate welcome these changes, as do their families. In my first speech in this place, in the 47th Parliament, I spoke about the importance of higher education and how pleased I was to be part of a government that was going to take reform to higher education seriously. We are delivering meaningful reform to the sector to make it more accessible for more Australians, and this is part of our commitment. We've also established a Commonwealth prac payment to support about 68,000 teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students to complete their degrees, and I will continue to advocate for reform in this area so that more Australians have the opportunity to access affordable higher education in this country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Groom.
Speaker, and congratulations on your re-election. I want to begin my contribution to this term of Parliament by reaching across the aisle and thanking the Minister for Health and the Assistant Minister for Mental Health for organising meetings with an organisation called Momentum Mental Health in my community. We now need intervention from both of these ministers. We need their help and their assistance. The Darling Downs and Westmoreton PHN has decided to redirect funding away through the Commonwealth Psychosocial Support Program towards integrated hub models. Now, certainly, Speaker, I'm not against PHNs seeking improvements, and I think it's important that they play that role in our community. However, having spent some time talking to Momentum about what they offer and what the changes are going to do, I believe this is a case of trying to fix something that isn't broken, and we need the Minister to intervene and give the PHN some direction on this. Speaker, Momentum has been in our community for 40 years. It built the foundation of mental health support, not just throughout Toowoomba, but right across the Darling Downs and into Western Queensland. Just in the last year, they saw over 7,400 attendances at its services. It's growing, it's booming, but the truth is they will not survive a $640,000 cut to their funding. This service will go, it will die if this decision stands. I thank the Minister for their support so far. I need them to take the next step and give PHN the guidance that they need.
Member for Boothby.
Deputy Speaker, climate change is an existential threat to our way of life, the environment, our health and our economy. And in South Australia, we are seeing the impact very directly. An algal plaque twice the size of the ACT and up to 20 metres deep is decimating the marine environment up and down the coast. Fish, dolphins, rays and sharks washing up on the beach, dead. Murky brown water and a thick foam on what is usually beautiful beaches. Commercial fisheries, the recreational fishing industry and tourism all feeling the brunt, and we don't know when or how it will end. This is not an early warning of climate change, this is a late warning. Scientists tell us there are 3 factors behind this algal bloom: Murray floodwaters pushing nutrients into the Gulf, an upwelling of nutrient-rich water from deep off the continental shelf caused by changing ocean currents, and a 2.5-degree rise in seawater temperatures. Climate change is involved in all 3 of these factors. The Environment Minister, Murray Watt, and I met with the Premier and the SA Environment Minister, and this week state and federal governments have jointly funded a $28 million package for clean-up and recovery, research and industry support. I'd also like to thank the Minister for Emergency Management and the Minister for Agriculture, with whom I've also been working on this for some time. This algal bloom is unprecedented, and we just don't know how long it will last and what further impacts will be, but it underscores the urgency of climate action.
Thank you. Member for Cowper.
Today I speak on behalf of small businesses in my electorate that have been left behind in the wake of the catastrophic floods in May. It's been over 2 months since primary producers, businesses and residents were left devastated by the flooding right across the mid-north coast. Since that time, government supports have been drip-fed with cruel delays and partial announcements. To finally receive a Category D declaration weeks after the event, only to see the lowest threshold of $25,000 was applied, was torture for most of those impacted. And while our primary producers received a reprieve 2 weeks ago with the threshold increased to $75,000, but only after thousands gathered at community rallies, but our ravaged businesses, they were left out. Family-owned businesses are the lifeblood of regional communities. They not only provide our goods and services, they employ our workers and train our young people. Without them, our communities wouldn't survive, let alone thrive. Those businesses most heavily impacted deserve our support. I do recognise the work of the member for Eden Monaro. I appreciate her transparency and support and understand that she cannot pull the trigger without the request of the New South Wales Premier. So with that, I call on the Minns government to do the right thing, stop the drip-fed torture, apply the maximum business thresholds now.
Member for Bendigo.
Speaker, and it is so good to get the call. This is my first speech in the 48th Parliament, and I have to confess there was a little moment on May the 2nd that I thought that my last speech of the 47th Parliament, whilst important, the Australia-Portugal tax treaty might be my last contribution to this Parliament. But the good news is, because of our commitments in the election, Bendigo was held by Labor. Our commitment to 20% reduction in student debt. That is one of the things that helped deliver seats like Bendigo for Labor. Over 17,000 people in my electorate alone will benefit from this change. 3 million Australians will benefit from this cut. Not only is it good for students, it is delivering real cost of living relief for 3 million Australians. That is because outside of politics, Labor listens. Labor understands that we need to be doing more to help households with cost of living. It is good for students, it is good for families, it is good for communities. We have heard from so many members on this side how this will make a real difference to household budgets. We want people to go to university. We do acknowledge that they have a contribution to pay, but it should be a fair contribution. That is the difference between our side of politics and those opposite.
Member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I take the opportunity to congratulate the Labor Party on its election success and remind the Prime Minister as he enters the chamber that he's promised to govern for all Australians. But if you take one look, just one look at the electoral map, regional Australians didn't buy what you were selling at the election. There's plenty of reasons for that. Because in the first term, the Albanese government cut the Roads to Strategic Importance program, they cut the Building Better Regions program, the Albanese government cut the regional airports funding, cut the local roads and community infrastructure program.
Minister
the
for
Albanese
Regional
government
Development,
cut the Stronger Communities program. Those opposite may be interjecting, I know. Some people may think he's a handsome boy, but he's running an ugly government when it comes to regional Australia. After all these cuts, the Albanese government introduced the Growing Regions program. Then they cut that too. Not satisfied with cutting all our programs, they cut the program they introduced themselves. The Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, the Minister for Ballarat, cut her own program. No new funding in the budget for regional Australia. It does beg the question, why do those opposite hate regional Australia so much? Prime Minister, you promised to govern for all Australians, but out in the regions, they simply don't believe you. Prime Minister, will your government ever stop cutting funding to the regions and start delivering for all Australia?
For 1 minute, the member for Bennelong.
Speaker, today we introduced a bill to help young people, a bill to help rebalance the scales of intergenerational equity. Today we introduced a bill to take 20% off student debt. It'll help over 23,000 people in Bennelong and more than 3 million people across the country. It'll save them, on average, $5,500 and it'll make repayments fairer. But, Speaker, let's never forget that if it were up to the Liberals and Nationals, today would not have happened. They called this reform unfair and they attacked it before the election, and they still belittle it to this day and questioning our motives for doing it. We're doing it because Labor knows it's tough to be in your 20s and 30s and will always stand up for our young people.
Order. If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I inform the House of the deaths of Petro Georgiou AO and Elizabeth Robin Truman, née Harvey, former members of the House. Petro Georgiou died on the 4th of April 2025 and he represented the division of Kooyong from 1994 to 2010. Elizabeth Truman died on the 24th of May 2025. She represented the division of Hawker from 1987 to 1990. As a mark of respect to the memory of the deceased, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Liberal Party I lead will always champion policies to help more Australians into a home of their own. But under Labor, the home ownership dream has never been further out of reach. The Prime Minister promised to deliver 1.2 million homes, but he has let down young Australians by delivering just 17. With leaked Treasury advice confirming this is a broken promise, will the Prime Minister abandon his failing policies and work constructively with the Coalition to address Labor's housing crisis?
The Minister for Housing. It is the first question of this term. Trust me, do not interject before a minister, including the Prime Minister, has begun their answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, there is a housing minister for the LNP from Queensland called Sam O'Connor. This is what he had to say. A major milestone has been reached with construction underway on one of the Gold Coast's largest social and affordable housing projects. The high-rise, supportive housing project is being delivered by the Australian Government's Housing Australia Future Fund. Went on to say,
Order.
Importantly, this project will provide 200 vulnerable Gold Coast households with much more than a safe and secure roof over their heads. The Master Builders Australia support our programs. Danita Warren, the 1.2 million homes we say is achievable. For the first time, we've seen a federal government actually recognise that they've got a leadership role in resolving this problem. Up until the Albanese government, we have seen federal government say no, it's the problem of the states, it's the problem of local government. Who might Danita Warren have been speaking about? The former government that over the 9 long
The member
years
for Herbert.
didn't bother to have a housing minister for half of the time. had complete contempt for public housing, provided no incentives for... and
the Leader of the Opposition has asked her question. I'm just going to ask her, now that she's been given the courtesy of her question being heard in silence, that she directs the same courtesy to the Prime Minister.
The Property Council of Australia, Mike Zorbas, Chief Executive, the 5-year national housing target is already a success. There is currently an outbreak of nationally coordinated political leadership and productivity on planning and housing, something we have not seen so far this century and would not have seen without the Accord. I mean, all these people, the Housing Industry Association as well, went on to say we're seeing the right conversations taking place and funding announcements made.
Member for Page.
Mr Speaker, when you inherit a decade of neglect, you put in place the investments, you put in place the construction, you put in place the refurbishments, delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes, our $43 billion Homes for Australia plan, 100,000 homes for sale only to first home buyers, 5% deposit for all first home buyers. The Help to Buy shared equity scheme, remember that, was only passed last December because the coalition held it up for 3 years.
Order. Prime Minister will refer to the coalition as the coalition. Oh, collective term. Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real and lasting cost of living relief, particularly for young Australians, students and apprentices?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Dixon for her questioning. Can I congratulate her on what was an extraordinary first speech in this chamber last night. It was a privilege to be here, and I think that it will go down as one of the great speeches, a great beginning to what I'm sure will be a long career as the member for Dixon. Today we are cutting student debt by 20% with the legislation that we've introduced. We announced it last December. We said it would be the first piece of legislation that we would introduce were we to be re-elected. And one of the reasons why we sit on this side of the chamber is because of this policy, because it resonated with those young Australians in particular who are looking for intergenerational equity measures, which is what this is, saving some 3 million Australians an average of $5,500 each. But of course, those opposite said they would oppose this, and they went through the election campaign with one of the big distinctions between the Labor government and the opposition being that we wanted to provide that cost of living help like we did throughout the last term, and consistent with what they did in the last term, they opposed every single measure. This helps not just people who are university graduates, but about 280,000 apprentices who've got vocational education as well. And it's just one of the measures. We didn't wait for Parliament to come back before we started delivering on our cost of living agenda. On July 1, paid prac for student nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives began. Now, I think that most people would have thought, well, if you're studying to be a nurse or you're studying to be a teacher, and these are professions that are in short supply, we will want to encourage people to go down that career path, that when they took the time out in a hospital or in an aged care facility or in a school, that they would actually have to leave their part-time jobs. It would actually cost them money to do paid prac. Well, under this government from July 1, that was fixed. Just like the $10,000 bonuses for construction workers, just like the free TAFE, just like the 2 weeks of paid parental leave, we're super paid on it for the first time. An additional 2 weeks taking it up to 24 weeks. It'll go to 26 next year. Superannuation guarantee went to 12%. The $150 energy bill relief began. A 3.5% wage increase for minimum wage workers, and the subsidy for batteries began as well. Already undertaken by 10,000 households.
Give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under Labor's tax policy, Australians will be forced to find cash they don't have to pay tax on income they haven't earned. Prime Minister, it takes a lot to unite Paul Keating and John Howard, but both are totally against this unfair tax. Will the Prime Minister abandon his plans to work with the Greens and instead join me, the crossbench, Paul Keating and John Howard, to reject this unfair tax?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. Well, tax was an issue at the last election. It was an issue on May the 3rd. And in the budget brought down by the Treasurer in March, we had not one tax cut, but 2 tax cuts. And we brought forward the legislation before this Parliament, and we passed it on the Wednesday, and then it went through the Senate as well later that day. So as a direct result of the actions that we have taken, we will see income tax cuts for all 14 million taxpayers, following up from the income tax cuts that we delivered last July for all 14 million taxpayers, delivered on July 1 next year, and then a further tax cut the year after, on July 1 the year after. Now, that is action that we took, and today, of course, Parliament has begun. We've had our first piece of legislation was to assist people by putting more dollars in their pockets with the 20% cut in student debt, delivering benefits on average of $5,500. But had we not been successful on May the 3rd, we know what the first piece of legislation was going to be. Because remarkably, those opposite went to an election saying that they would actually introduce legislation to increase income taxes, for every single Australian taxpayer by increasing that first marginal tax rate, not once but twice.
Prime Minister will pause and the Leader of the Opposition will take her point of order.
It's a point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister is not addressing the particular tax that he knows. I am asking about the superannuation tax. The tax that we referred to in the question is not being addressed by the Prime Minister.
Order. I know where the Leader of the Opposition is coming from. She was talking about a policy topic about a tax that wasn't mentioned specifically. The Prime Minister was asked about under the government's tax policy. So just remind the Leader of the Opposition you can't bring new material into the point of order. I understand her point of order. She's trying to get the Prime Minister to talk about a specific topic, but the name of the tax would be helpful for future questions. And I'll just make sure that we deal with this issue of relevance, and I just remind all members on page 567 of practice about direct relevance. We're not getting into bad habits early, but I'm generally making sure ministers and the Prime Minister refer to the policy topic, and he'll need to refine his remarks regarding the tax policy he was asked about.
I'm certainly talking about tax policy, and that was what I was asked about, and our tax policy is pretty clear. We want people to earn more, and we want more to keep more of what they earn. That's our policy of those opposite. Those opposite, the Liberal and National Party, went to the election on May the 3rd calling for higher taxes and bigger deficits. That is what their platform was at the election. And no wonder that there's a vacancy down there, Mr Speaker, because those opposite were rejected because Australians do want to earn more, and they want to keep more of what they earn, and that is what we will deliver.
When the House comes to order, the member hasn't been called yet. Order. When the House comes to order, then there is silence. The member for Melbourne shall be heard.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to help Australians with student debt?
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the magnificent member for Melbourne for her question and congratulate her on her fantastic first speech last night and her incredible victory in the electorate of Melbourne. Mr Speaker, there are more people in the electorate of Melbourne with a student debt today than anywhere else in the country. 35,000 people, almost 1 in 3 voters. And on the 3rd of May, they made their voices heard.
The member for Gippsland will cease interjecting.
This morning, I had the privilege to introduce the first bill into this new parliament, the bill that will cut their student debt by 20%. And not just them. It'll cut the student debt of 20,000 people in the electorate of Dixon, 34,000 people in the electorate of Brisbane, 21,000 people in the electorate of my good mate, the member for Banks, 28,000 people in the electorate of Grainler, and 26,000 people in my electorate of Blaxland. And right across the country, all up, more than 3 million Australians nationwide. The average HECS debt today, is about 27 grand, so that means, as the PM just said, an average debt cut of about 5.5 grand. That's a lot of help for a lot of people just out of uni, just getting started. Help them to buy a home, thinking about starting a family. It'll just make life for them a little bit easier. And this bill also does something else. It also cuts the minimum annual repayments that Australians with a student debt have to make every year. For someone on an income of 70 grand, it will reduce their minimum repayments that they have to make each year by $1,300. That's real help with the cost of living. That's more money in their pocket, an extra $1,300, rather than the government's. Mr Speaker, on the 3rd of May, as I said, Australians made their voices heard. They voted for tax cuts. They voted for free TAFE. They voted for more urgent care clinics. They voted for the biggest investment in Medicare ever to make it easier to see a doctor for free. And they voted for this, for a 20% cut in the student debt of 3 million Australians. And today we introduced the legislation to make that happen.
The call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment. One of the first acts of this government was to approve the extension to the North West Gas Project, locking in billions of tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions out past this century. Whenever she has made unpopular decisions in the previous term, the Minister for the Environment said she was simply following the law. Minister, you are the law. When will the pro-fossil fuel Albanese government stop gaslighting the Australian public and implement the changes it has long promised on our environmental reforms?
Order. The members on my right will cease interjecting. There's far too much noise during that question. I'll give the call to the Minister for the representing the Minister for the Environment and Water and the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Bradfield and congratulate her on her election as well. The first thing to say with respect to the North West Shelf is there are 2 sets of legal provisions. There are the legal provisions that we've made on environmental law, which go to a range of environmental treaties, that's their basis, and that are handled by the Minister for the Environment. And there's a series of other pieces of legislation handled by the Minister for Climate Change that make sure that we are doing what the government has said we will do with respect to emissions. The project on the North West Shelf that the member for Bradfield refers to is subjected to both. So in terms of the impact on climate change, It is subject to the safeguards mechanism. It's subject to the safeguards mechanism because it's a high-emitting project. The laws that we've passed with respect to climate change apply to that project. But at the same time, when the Environment Minister considers environmental law, that's where they consider a series of other issues, including threatened species and, in this case, quite specifically, having to consider issues around heritage and, in particular, issues relating to rock art. There are specific conditions that the proposed decision, at the moment it's a proposed decision, the final decision hasn't come down, but the Environment Minister has put forward a proposed decision, and with respect to the concerns about potential impact on the nearby rock art, there are strict conditions on air emissions which have been put forward in that proposed decision. So in terms of the impact on climate change, it's affected by the other legislation we've put in place, and in terms of the heritage impact, it's affected specifically by the EPBC Act, what's known as our environmental legislation. The member would be aware of the different things that have been said already by the government, and particularly by the Environment Minister, in terms of the work that the government is doing, both with industry stakeholders and with environmental groups, to try to make sure that we can bring environmental law reform together in this term. That negotiation is happening, that work is happening, because at the moment, until we're able to get environmental laws that are fit for purpose, we have a situation where no one wins in terms of business wants to be able to make sure it can get decisions in a timely way, and from the environment perspective, we want to make sure we're better able to protect our precious environment and our Australian heritage. The Minister has made clear that that work is being done, and it's being done by the government.
Give a call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how are Medicare urgent care clinics making it easier for Australians to see a doctor when they need to and where they need to?
Great question.
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for the National Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. And to the new member for Griffith, can I say congratulations on your election and on an absolutely terrific first speech last night. And thank you for the energy with which you sold our government's plan to strengthen Medicare, for more doctors, for more nurses, for more bulk billing, for more urgent care clinics and for even cheaper medicines. And your background as a leader of the mental health organisation, the Kookaburra Kids Foundation, made you absolutely the right person, along with Senator Wong, to announce our government's commitment to expanding the Gidget Foundation Centre's support for perinatal mental health as well. But I was especially delighted in early March, Mr Speaker, to join the now member for Griffith at the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Woolloongabba, the South Brisbane Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. That's one of 87 clinics we established last term. We promised 50, we delivered 87. All open 7 days a week, extended hours, fully bulk billed, and more than 1.7 million Australians have already gone through one of those 87 clinics, Mr Speaker, including 23,000 in South Brisbane. Around a third of those patients, Mr Speaker, are kids under the age of 15, like Natasia's 4-year-old daughter who went to the South Brisbane Urgent Care Clinic after an accident at Kindy. She said in her Google review, Natasia did, that Anna, the receptionist, was terrific, that Kirsty, the nurse, was, and I quote, the most generous and patient nurse I've ever encountered, and she was a bit of a rap for Dr John as well, Mr Speaker. She said that we were there for less than an hour and left with all the information we need and a little lady who was all bandaged up. This clinic bulk bills and validates parking. I think it's the first clinic I've heard of doing that as well. It's a testament, never stops getting better, Mr Speaker. It's a testament to public health. I'm so grateful for the experience we had. Now, Mr Speaker, at the last election we promised 50 more of these urgent care clinics, including one in Greenslopes, the other end of the member's electorate. Expressions of interest have already opened for some of those clinics, Mr Speaker. We've committed to all 50 being open in this financial year, but I'm doing everything I can to get as many open as I can before Christmas, Mr Speaker, because, as the Minister for Education and the Prime Minister have said, we are so focused on delivery. We are so focused on repaying the trust shown to us by the Australian people, including around our plan to keep strengthening Medicare. Our expanded urgent care clinic will mean that 80% of the Australian population live within a 20-minute drive of an urgent care clinic. They'll be looking after 2 million patients each and every year, every single one of whom will be bulk billed. It is absolutely a core part of our plan to strengthen Medicare.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Can the Assistant Treasurer clarify how Labor's super tax on unrealised capital gains would operate for a farmer who has their farm held in a self-managed superannuation fund when they've had a failed season with no income?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the Leader of the National Party for the question. I would like to firstly state that it's important, I think, to go back to the purpose of superannuation when we consider this important reform. Superannuation was a very important reform brought in the early 1990s, and it was for the purpose of providing dignity and certainty in retirement for people across the Australian population. That is an extremely important piece of context, because this reform that we are talking about is very important in improving the sustainability and the fairness of the superannuation system. I would also like to add that this reform is a reform that will only apply to around 0.5% of member balances. It is going to be a reform that applies only to balances of $3 million or more, balances which are well above what is needed for people to achieve dignity and certainty in retirement. I also want to stress, Speaker, that this reform will still provide concessional tax treatment for that part of the balances over $3 million.
Goldstein will cease interjecting.
It will provide tax...
Order. The Minister will just... Whoever's interjecting can cease so I can hear the Leader of the Nationals on his point of order.
Speaker, just a point of order on relevance. There's been a preamble, but the question was very specific about how a farmer would pay for this tax. Very specific. We've been very fair, but I think we need to get to the thrust of the answer.
Yeah. And as I indicated when the Leader of the Opposition took her point of order, the question was specific, and we're not getting into a situation where a minister or the Prime Minister or whoever's directed the question is on the policy topic, is explaining to the House about, in this case, the tax. We're not simply going to get up every time and disrupt question time, and this is a warning to everyone, otherwise I won't take the points of order. I can give you loads of examples of where this has happened before, but we're starting on the right foot. Just because the Minister isn't giving a fact, a figure, a yes or no, as I was clear in the last Parliament, we're not simply going to get people up and say, on points of relevance, he's not answering the question or she's not answering the question. If you need further information, go to page 567 of practice, which clearly articulates the area of relevance. The Minister is talking about the tax. He's explaining to the House the details of the tax. I can appreciate it's not the answer that you want, but I can't direct him to answer it in a way that you would like. I can only direct him to make him relevant. If he strays into other policy, he'll be called into order. The Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. So can I just reiterate that this is a very modest measure which is well targeted at supporting the fairness and sustainability of the superannuation sector. Can I also say that in relation to the specific question that was raised, that it is important that all superannuation funds designed so as to take account of diversification requirements and liquidity requirements. That is an obligation under the current law on all superannuation funds. So that is something very important to bear in mind. It is important also to bear in mind that if an SMSF has a farm or a business within the fund, that it should be receiving commercial arm's-length payments from that business or from that farm. Speaker, can I just conclude by saying that this is a very modest measure. This measure has been on the public books for well over 2 years. It was consulted on very broadly, and we took this measure to the last election. I certainly won't be taking lectures on the fairness of the superannuation system from a party that has opposed every single increase in the superannuation guarantee over the last 25 years.
The member for Cunningham will cease interjecting, and the member for Gippsland can give it a rest too. Order. I'd like to hear from the honourable member for Brisbane.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government getting on with the job of delivering a fairer, better energy system, as well as acting on climate change? Is the government being asked to consider any other proposals?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. I enjoyed campaigning with her during the election campaign on multiple occasions, and I said before the election she'd be a wonderful Member of Parliament, and I say after the election she's a very welcome Member of Parliament in this House, Mr Speaker. And on May the 3rd, the Australian people gave the Albanese government a clear instruction to keep on going. To keep on going with the task of building a better energy system for our country, Mr Speaker, and that's exactly what we intend to do. And I'm pleased that overnight we saw new figures showing that the financial year just ended was a record for renewable energy investment, double the financial year before, more than 4 gigawatts of new renewable energy connected. This is actually energy that is up and running and connected to the system today, and that is a good thing. And we're also getting on with the job of delivering our cheaper home batteries policy, which we sought a mandate from the Australian people for, Mr Speaker. And as the Prime Minister said before, we didn't wait for Parliament to sit. This came into force on the 1st of July. And I'm happy to give the House an update that today, 3 weeks after it came into force today, an update even from yesterday for the House, 11,045 households across Australia have taken advantage of the cheaper home batteries policy, Mr Speaker, saving their energy bills and reducing their emissions. And this is a policy we designed for the suburbs and regions of Australia. We designed it for those people, Mr Speaker, in the suburbs and regions. And I'm pleased to share with the House where this policy is being taken up the most, Mr Speaker. It will be of some interest to the House. Which postcode has taken up the cheaper homes batteries policy the most, Mr Speaker, in all of Australia? It's 2570, Camden in the electorate of Hume, Mr Speaker. The electorate which is most embracing of the Albanese government's cheaper home batteries policy, showing we're getting on the job. But the member for Brisbane asked us if we're being asked to consider any alternatives, and I'm sorry to say we are. We are, Mr Speaker. I've been given a copy of the Coalition's anti-net zero bill. I'm not sure if the Leader of the Opposition has seen one, but I have. It came into my possession. That's going to be moved by the member for New England. We saw the member for New England, the new dream team, the dream couple, the member for New England, the member for Riverina are out there this morning backing each other in. The member for Riverina said on the Kieran Gilbert show, "We're virile and we're out there," he said. The member for New England and the member for Riverina. Now, this is not his Tinder profile. This is his dream ticket. This is his dream ticket. He's not looking to swipe right. He's looking to swipe out the member for Maranoa, Mr Speaker, is what he's trying to do. But they're trying to betray the member for Maranoa, but what they're really doing is betraying people in rural and regional Australia, because people in rural and regional Australia are people who pay the price of drought and floods, Mr Speaker, which will be more common and more severe under climate change. It's people in rural and regional Australia who have the most to gain out of the jobs and investment created by net zero, Mr Speaker. That's what the Albanese government gets. That's what those who will betray rural and regional Australia do not understand.
The Minister's time has concluded. Order. When the House comes to order and there is silence, we'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and my question goes to the Prime Minister. Will the government rule out ever taxing unrealised capital gains on anything beyond superannuation?
Order. Members on my right. Order. The Deputy... No, before the Treasurer begins. The Minister for Energy and Climate Change will cease interjecting. The Deputy Leader was asked his question in silence, and he was given the courtesy of the House as he deserves. Same courtesy is going to be applied to the Treasurer, and he now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, to the member for Fairfax for the question on tax policy. As the Prime Minister reminded you a moment ago, this side of the House is cutting taxes for 14 million Australian workers. We cut taxes last year, we're cutting taxes next year, we're cutting taxes the year after, and that means an extra $50 a week on average for Australian workers so that they can earn more and keep more of what they earn, Mr Speaker. Now I'm asked, or the Prime Minister is asked by the member for Fairfax to rule something out. And I want to remind the House that just on Sunday, not in September, not before the election, not even a few weeks ago, Mr Speaker, the member for Fairfax said on Sky on the 20th of July, and I'm quoting here, they shouldn't be taking anything off the table, Mr Speaker. So on Sunday, they shouldn't be taking anything off the table. By Wednesday, we want you to rule something out, Mr Speaker. Now, we've already got a view. We've already got a view on the policy issue that the member for Fairfax has asked about. We've made our views public when it comes to tax policy. Our priority is cutting taxes for 14 million Australians. We've made it clear that all people will bring all kinds of ideas to the Economic Reform Roundtable next month here in Canberra. But this government, if it's got one defining feature, it's to cut taxes in the context of a more responsible budget. We haven't just done it once, we're going to do it 3 times by the end of this parliamentary term. Now again, Mr Speaker, here he comes again, Mr Speaker, he's not off to a good start. Mr Speaker, if the member for...
Treasurer will pause. Just take a seat, please. We're not starting this way. We're not going to just have a free-for-all with everyone piling in and yelling at each other. I made the point, Deputy Leader, that you were heard in silence, and I want to make sure that's for every question that is asked, due to the respect for every member. If you don't like an answer, you simply just can't be yelling across the chamber. We've had all the discussion yesterday and today during the debates about improving behaviour. That's the opposite of everything we've been doing and talking about. Just asking everyone to show a little restraint so we all settle in with our rhythms. And I'm just going to ask the Treasurer also to be careful with his language so he doesn't inflame the situation as well. In general. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The point I'm making, Mr Speaker, is the member for Fairfax on Sunday said rule nothing out. By Wednesday, he couldn't stick to the same position. This is a government which cuts taxes for all 14 million Australian taxpayers. That side of the House went to the election with a policy to increase taxes on every single Australian taxpayer, and even after doing that, they still went to the election with bigger deficits and more debt, Mr Speaker. So I won't be taking lectures, Mr Speaker, from the Member of Parliament, more responsible than anyone, for their nuclear meltdown on the 3rd of May.
Right. Give a call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government keeping Australians safe through our continued investment in defence and our engagement with our key partners and allies?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, can I thank the member for her question, congratulate her on her election to this House, and it was a joy to join her recently at the Redcliffe RSL. And her question is an important one as our Defence Force is engaging in its most important exercise, Talisman Sabre 25. At the end of May, beginning of June, I attended the annual Shangri-La Defence Dialogue in Singapore, and about a month ago I represented Australia at the NATO Leaders Summit at The Hague. And be it the Indo-Pacific or be it the North Atlantic, what is clear is that we are living in a more volatile world with increasing challenges, ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. And what this demands of us is crystal clear strategic clarity for our nation. For many years, defence policy in our country was characterised by just doing what we always did, which actually is a description of strategic drift. But from the moment that we came to office in 2022, we implemented the Defence Strategic Review. We handed down the first National Defence Strategy. The second will be handed down in the next 12 months. And this is giving a clear articulation of our strategic threat and the kind of defence force that we need to build to meet it. We need a defence force which will give pause for thought for any potential adversary which seeks to coerce us. We need a defence force which will make Australia's contribution to the collective security of the region in which we live. And that means that we need a defence force with greater capacity to project, a long-range submarine capability, which we are delivering through AUKUS, a more capable surface fleet, a more mobile army, longer-range missiles, and air force which can project from our northern bases. And we are a long way down the track of putting all of that in place. But this has involved significant reprioritisation of the defence budget, difficult decisions, but the consequence is a much greater quality in our defence spend and a much more potent defence force as a result. It has also seen the biggest peacetime increase in defence spending in Australia's history. Relative to what we inherited from those opposite, an additional $58 billion over the decade, $11 billion over the forward estimates, and in the here and now, over the last 2 financial years, defence has spent more on procurement than ever, the bulk of which has gone to Australian defence industry, supporting defence jobs. This government is, amidst all the noise, delivering a thoughtful, sober and serious plan to keep Australia safe.
Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation to office. Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. On the 28th of February 2023, the Treasurer said that the Labor's unfair super tax on unrealised capital gains would apply to, quote, around 80,000 people. Does the Treasurer stand by that number?
Call to the Treasurer.
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, I didn't describe it the way that the honourable member has said. That's the first point. Second point is that when we announced the policy, the expectation was that there would be about 0.5% of people in the superannuation system impacted by what is a very modest change in terms of the impact on individuals, but it would make a meaningful contribution to making the superannuation system more sustainable. That remains our view, about 0.5% of people, and that obviously varies from fund to fund. If you think about the fund that was in the paper today, their expectations at Host Plus is that 57 members out of 1.86 million members would be impacted by the modest changes that we are proposing. Now, as the Assistant Treasurer said a moment ago, we are the big believers in superannuation. We're about strengthening superannuation, and those opposite are about weakening superannuation. And for evidence of that, Mr Speaker, think about the fact that on the 1st of July this year, we completed the journey to 12% compulsory superannuation. That's something we're very proud of on this side of the House. So too are we proud, Mr Speaker, to be paying the superannuation guarantee on government-paid parental leave for the first time ever, Mr Speaker. I shout out the minister here for the work that we did on that in the last term of Parliament. Now, part of our responsibility to the superannuation system is to make sure that it is treated in a concessional way, that those concessions are generous, but also that they are sustainable. And after these changes are implemented, there still will be generous tax concessions for everyone in the superannuation system, but for the 0.5% of people with balances more than $3 million, remembering the average retirement balance is about $340,000, Mr Speaker.
The Treasurer will pause. The member for Goldstein on a point
Speaker,
of order.
Point of order. I asked a very specific question about whether he stood by a number of around 80,000 people.
The Treasurer did deal with that part of the question. He disagreed with the way that was, and he gave some facts and figures about. I know you're after a yes or no, and I can appreciate that. You can resume your seat. I don't know. Not sure what you're waiting for there. But he's now talking about the policy, so he was directly relevant and dealt with the assertion in your question, the claim you made. So he is talking about the policy. He's not talking about any other tax policy yet, but if he strays into any other territory, be assured I will make sure he is being directly relevant to the question you asked. But he now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It remains our expectation about 0.5% of people in the superannuation system will be impacted by this modest change. They'll still get very generous tax concessions in superannuation. It'll be slightly less generous. For example, someone with $3 million, instead of getting a $14,000 tax break, they'll get a $13,000 tax break for their investment, and so it continues to be concessional. I think the respected financial commentator Noel Whittaker has made a similar point, that it remains concessional in the fund for everyone, but a bit less concessional for people more than $3 million. Now, Mr Speaker, I think what this question shows, apart from the fact that the Shadow Treasurer has already been benched, what this question also shows, Mr Speaker, is that this side of the House cutting taxes for 14 million Australians, that side of the House going to the wall for 0.5% of people in the superannuation system who already have more than $3 million in super.
Give a call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government continue to help ease cost of living for Australians in a responsible way?
Call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, it's a source of considerable pride that we say today that we have a Labor member for Menzies, Mr Speaker. And we heard another unbelievably good first speech from the member for Menzies yesterday. In common with so many of the new colleagues in this place, I congratulate him on his election in a tough seat, and I congratulate him on a characteristically thoughtful first speech in this place yesterday afternoon as well. Well done to the member for Menzies, Mr Speaker. Now, one of the reasons the member for Menzies is here is because this government has maintained a primary focus on helping Australians with the cost of living. We know that Australians are under pressure, and this government has been all about finding the most responsible and meaningful way that we can help people with the cost of living. And getting on top of inflation, making sure that we could keep inflation in the Reserve Bank's target band, that was a huge focus of our first term, and it will remain a big focus in our second term as well, Mr Speaker, because we know that even with all of the substantial and now sustained progress that Australians have made together in our economy, with inflation down, real wages up, unemployment low, continuous economic growth, interest rates starting to come down, people are still under pressure. And that's why we did introduce today legislation that will slash student debt. I pay tribute to the Education Minister and the Prime Minister for the first bill of the 48th Parliament introduced today. But that, as the Prime Minister and as the Education Minister has said, this is just one of the ways that we are delivering cost of living help from this month, Mr Speaker. From the 1st of July, increases to the minimum wage and award wages benefiting almost 3 million Australian workers, an increase to the super guarantee, more paid parental leave and paying super on it for the first time, more energy bill relief, more help for people to get into a building trade, Mr Speaker, cheaper home batteries as well, Mr Speaker, paid prac for students, and also the usual increases to social security payments. In addition to all of that, Mr Speaker, we're cutting income taxes for every single one of the 14 million Australian taxpayers, Mr Speaker. Now, this cost of living help was at stake in the election. It was on the ballot in the election, Mr Speaker, and if those opposite had their way, this cost of living help would not be rolling out into our communities, to our families and in our economy, Mr Speaker. They wanted higher taxes, lower wages and still higher deficits, Mr Speaker. Now, we have picked up where we left off in the last term, delivering this cost of living relief. We know that the people of Australia have put their faith in this Prime Minister and his government. We will work hard every day to repay that faith, continue to help where we can with the cost of living in the most responsible way that we can.
Give a call to the honourable member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Minister for Communications. In the last Parliament, this government initiated an inquiry into online gambling, which resulted 2 years ago in a report containing 31 unanimous recommendations, including phasing out ads for online gambling. The government hasn't even responded to our report, let alone implemented its recommendations. Since the report, countless more lives have been ruined by gambling harm. Our communities want to see change. Will the government commit to implementing these recommendations during this term?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question and her genuine and ongoing commitment to reform in this area, and I know that's a commitment shared by all of the committee members of that standing committee of the 47th Parliament. And I will assure the member for Curtin that that work goes on. This government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives in a decade. That's what this government did last term, and that work continues. We take very seriously our responsibility to people affected by online wagering, particularly young people and particularly vulnerable people. And obviously I'm the new Communications Minister. I've been getting my feet under the desk, and as part of that work I have been taking meetings with harm reduction advocates, with the broadcasters, with the sporting codes, to get my head around this and what the pathway looks like moving forward. And I know that the Minister for Social Services and myself have been working together on this, and we are committed to continuing the work of the previous ministers from the first term. And that is very good work, because it was the most significant gambling harm reduction measures in Australian history. We banned the use of credit cards for online wagering. That is so significant. We launched BetStop, which is the National Self-Exclusion Register. We forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements to itemise their wins and their losses. We provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people who are affected by problem gambling. We introduced new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content. We introduced new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising. We introduced nationally consistent staff training, and we established mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering. At the end of June 2025, I can give an update to the member for Curtin that BetStop has recorded 44,841 registrations, 39% of whom have chosen a lifetime ban. That is good work, and that work now goes on.
Give a call to the honourable member for Hughes.
Here.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to address the generational housing challenges facing Australians, and how will it progress this work in a second term?
Good question.
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and can I congratulate you on your re-election as the Speaker of this House. I look forward to 3 more years of a very well-run Parliament, and I hope we didn't get things off on the wrong foot, Speaker. Now, Speaker, I am a part of a Labor caucus today which has now heard 9 first speeches of the incoming class of 2025. We are humbled, we are amazed, we are inspired by these remarkable people who join us in this Parliament. And I would include the member for Hughes in that who's asked me this question. Now, Speaker, almost every one of these new MPs spoke about housing as a core concern in their electorates and their immense pride at being a part of a government which has such a massive housing agenda. Speaker, the Albanese government is partway through a critical national project. We are implementing a now $43 billion agenda to improve the housing opportunities that are faced by Australians. Last term, we took the Commonwealth from being really a negligent bystander on this critical national problem to being easily the boldest and most ambitious Australian government on housing since the Second World War. We're making it easier for people to buy, we're making it better to rent in this country, and we are building more homes. Now, that has had real implications in our first term for Australians, Speaker. In our last term, 175,000 Australians took advantage of our 5% deposit program, getting into their first home for the first time. More than 1 million households around our country benefited from our 45% increase to Commonwealth rent assistance. About 500,000 homes were built in Australia over the last term. We've got 28,000 social and affordable homes under construction in our country right now. Now, Speaker, in our second term, we'll build on those foundations. We're going to go further, we're going to go faster, we're going to go bigger. Speaker, in this second term, we'll deliver more help to first home buyers. Soon, every single first home buyer in this country will be eligible to get government support to get into their first home. We'll build more homes, including 100,000 homes that will be set aside exclusively for first home buyers with no competition from investors. And we're working with the industry at the moment to address one of the biggest challenges that we face in housing, and that is that it is too hard to build a house in our country today. Now, the Commonwealth has some control over this, and that's something that we're working on towards the August Productivity Roundtable. Now, Speaker, housing is going to be an absolute foremost priority of our government in this second term, and it must be indeed for the whole parliament. Housing is in crisis in our country. Every single one of us is duty-bound to spend our time and energy trying to find real solutions to the problems that we face. My door is open to everyone in this parliament, Speaker, from every party, from every part of our country, to help us work together to make a difference to the lives of Australians.
Call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Given the Treasurer's refusal in his previous answer to rule out taxing unrealised capital gains beyond superannuation, can the Prime Minister advise the House if taxing unrealised capital gains on the family trust, the family home, is to be considered by this government?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll give a big tip to the member for Fairfax. The time to run a scare campaign is just before an election, not after one. Not after one. That's the time when you stand up and you say, will you rule things in, will you rule things out?
Order.
Because the next election is due in May 2028. What we are going
You said don't rule anything out on Sunday.
What we are going
the
to
Treasurer will
do,
cease interjecting.
Mr Speaker, because unlike those opposite who couldn't keep a line from Sunday to Wednesday, we on this side have a clear agenda of what we took to the election. It's tax cuts. Right. Tax cuts. You on that side of the House, including the member for Fairfax, took a position to the election, apart from the 7 nuclear reactors that they wouldn't visit. They took a position which was to have tax increases for 14 million Australians. 14 million. So it's a bit early. It's a bit early on day one. Day one to start the rule-in, rule-out game that they themselves said on Sunday was juvenile and absurd. They on Sunday, he'll be going to the economic roundtable, and I look forward to him making the sort of contribution that he made to the last term of Parliament, which we on this side appreciated, particularly the member here, the Minister for Energy, who's very disappointed. But I'll make this point as well. The last Shadow Treasurer, it was like there was a nuclear force field around the Treasurer asking him questions. The Shadow Treasurer has had 2 opportunities and has failed to do so.
Order. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer?
We might give him a go.
Order. It's not about giving anyone a go. The Deputy Leader is entitled to a point of order and he'll now make it.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And we have had over 2 minutes of a preamble from the Prime Minister on relevance. He hasn't actually answered the question. He has dodged the same question the Treasurer has dodged.
Yeah. Order. See, we're going to need a little work in this front, but you would like a yes or no answer. I totally and that. Order. Thanks, Manager of Opposition Business, for your help too. We just need to... well, I'm trying to help you. We're just going to make sure the Prime Minister is being relevant to the question he was asked about tax on unrealised gains, and he now has the call.
The policy that we have is the one that we took to the election, and the policy that we have is for lower taxes. The policy that they have is for higher taxes.
Order. 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 When the House comes to order, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. I'm bringing the House to order. So I can hear from the member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to lift child safety in early education and care services?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the brilliant member for Bass for her question. A former school teacher, and Mr Speaker, the member for Bass is concerned for children in Tasmania, and her dedication to their future is a big part of why the people of Bass have sent her here. Mr Speaker, Australians right across the country have been shocked and sickened and appalled by the news in Victoria in the last few weeks. A person arrested and charged with multiple heinous offences against children, offences allegedly committed in childcare centres. I've been pretty blunt in the last few weeks, and I will be again now. People have been arrested and convicted for offences like those alleged before. And governments, Labor and Liberal, state and federal, have taken action, but not enough and not fast enough. That's the truth. We have to do everything that we can to ensure the safety of our children when they walk or when they're carried through the doors of a childcare centre. That's why we introduced legislation today to give us the power to cut funding to centres that aren't up to scratch. This is the biggest weapon that the Australian government has to wield here. Australian taxpayers are the biggest funders of childcare centres. We do that through the childcare subsidy, $16 billion a year. Centres can't operate without it. It covers about 70% of the cost of running a childcare centre. This legislation will give us the power to cut that funding off to centres that aren't meeting quality and safety standards. Let me be clear, the purpose of this legislation isn't to shut centres down, it's to raise standards up. But this is also not an idle threat. Mr Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition, and I want to thank the Shadow Minister for Education and the Shadow Assistant Minister for Education and your teams for the serious and professional and bipartisan way in which you've engaged with us on this legislation. I mean that. This is what mums and dads watching across the country want of us and expect of us and deserve of us. No party, no government, state or federal, has done everything that we need to do here. That's obvious. But I think everyone here is determined to do what needs to be done to rebuild confidence in a system that parents need to have confidence in. And the legislation that I introduced today is part of that. It's not everything. There's a lot more that needs to be done. And the terrible truth is that this work will never end. But this is an important step in helping to keep our children safe.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, can I thank the Minister for Education for the way that he's engaged with me, with my team and with our Shadow Minister for Education, and reiterate my strong desire to work positively and proactively on this incredibly important issue. I can't think of many issues in my time in this Parliament that have made me feel as physically sick as this one has. And I know this feeling is shared by members across the aisle. To consider that these criminals have found their way into our centres and into the lives of our precious innocent children is just appalling. So we do stand ready to continue to make sure that we get this right. The legislation was introduced this morning and we want to examine it closely, as we should. The scrutiny of all members will make better legislation, if indeed amendments do need to be made. But ultimately, I want those listening and viewing today to be confident that this is an issue well and truly above politics. We will all work incredibly hard to get this right.
Give the call to the honourable member for Calare.
To the Health Minister. The rural doctor shortage crisis is devastating for Calare residents. Country people have shorter life expectancies than city people. It's outrageous. The Charles Sturt University School of Rural Medicine opened 5 years ago to train doctors in the bush for practice in the bush, with 37 Commonwealth-supported students. It hasn't been given any more student places since. When will your government take effective action to A, fix the rural doctor shortage crisis, and B, give Charles Sturt University more Commonwealth-supported medical student places?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and the Minister for the NDIS.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Clare. Congratulations on your re-election. Thank you to you and your team for our engagement over the last period of time over what you describe as a really significant challenge of access to doctors in rural Australia. Thank you for the roundtable that you organised of GPs in your community that we conducted together just before the election. I said really from the time I was appointed to this portfolio it had never been harder to find a GP in Australia than it has been over the last several years, and it's even harder again in the bush. I know that as we've been getting larger as a population, older and in many ways sicker, we just haven't kept up with the number of GPs anywhere in the country, but particularly in the bush. As the member knows, there's no single fix for this challenge, which is why we are trying to work right across a range of areas to improve that access, but also that affordability. As he says, we've got to train more young people as doctors in the community, in the rural communities. We know that if they train in the bush, they're far more likely to stay in the bush, which is why we have added CSPs, Commonwealth-supported places, into rural Australia, and we've committed to, in time, 200 more medical school places that will be run through the education portfolio in partnership with the health portfolio, and in due course we'll be making it clear how we put those out for tender. We've also done a range of other things to train more, not just medical students, but post-medical school graduates into general practice. We've got more GPs in training this year than ever before in this country. We want to expand that again, and that includes more in the bush as well. We want to reward doctors who work in the bush, which is why in our first budget some time ago we increased incentives for GPs working in the bush, particularly if they had additional skills in areas like emergency management, obstetrics, mental health and the like. The bulk billing incentives that apply through our bulk billing reforms are higher in the bush than they are in the cities, which is why of the additional bulk billed visits since we put those plans into place, disproportionately that has benefited the bush. And the Minister for Education again introduced very significant student debt relief provisions for medical graduates if they agreed to go and work in the bush as well. But we know that we're not going to be able to train enough Australians quickly enough to deal with the challenges that you have been talking about so strongly, the member for Clare, which is why we're also trying to cut red tape and cut costs for overseas trained doctors in countries where we have a high level of confidence, like the UK, New Zealand and Ireland, to come into Australia, particularly to practice in the bush. In the last 12 months, there's been a 500% increase in the number of GPs from those three countries applying to come here and work in communities like yours.
Give a call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How is the Albanese Labor government continuing to deliver for women in this term of government?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government and the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I congratulate you on, again, your elevation to the chair, and can I thank very much the member for Sturt for the question, with particular congratulations as the first woman to represent the seat of Sturt. I know that you've got your first speech coming up after question time, but I do just want to say to you we are so very proud and privileged to have you here with us. Well, we're making history. We have the first majority female parliament in our history. And you can see from behind me that Labor has been doing the lion's share of that work. We also have the first majority female cabinet again in our history, and that means more women are in the cabinet room making decisions that impact on women. The Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to delivering for women and for representing them. The list of achievements are long, and there are many that are started on the 1st of July as well, and I want to talk about some of those. We've delivered even more support for women. We're increasing the national minimum wage and award wages by 3.5% from the 1st of July so that women can earn more. We're increasing paid parental leave to 24 weeks. That makes a material difference, not just to women, but to their families overall. We're making sure super is paid on government-paid parental leave. With women holding the majority of student loans, our 20% reduction in HECS debts will also help lower student debt for women. We're delivering Commonwealth prac payments for women-dominated sectors such as nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work. We're also ensuring that aged care nurses, of which the majority are women, will receive their next pay rise in October, all of which is contributing significantly to the record low gender pay gap. And we know that none of this happens by accident. None of this happens by accident. Having women in the room matters with all of our policy initiatives. Our new National Access to Justice Partnership, helping to reduce pay disparity and support frontline services for people experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence. We have a proven track record on delivering better outcomes for women, and our new measures build on those investments from the last Parliament. They include over $4 billion for combating gender-based violence. We've secured 10 days paid domestic and family violence relief, and we directed $1 billion to crisis and transitional accommodation. Again, none of this happens by accident. Having women in the room matters, and making sure women are representing across the country also does not happen by accident. You have to purposely do it.
The call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question's to the Assistant Treasurer. Can the Assistant Treasurer confirm how many farmers and small and family businesses will be impacted by the government's superannuation tax on unrealised gains?
Call to the Minister, the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the honourable member for the question. What I can confirm is that the total number of members who will be affected, as the Treasurer has confirmed, is roughly in the order of 80,000. I think when it comes to drilling down into smaller categories than that, it is difficult to ascribe a particular number to particular types of business. But what I can say is that the overall number of funds affected by this is in the order of 0.5% across both defined contribution and defined benefit across the entire category of all members, and that's a very small fraction. And as I've said, it's a very targeted and measured policy which is going to improve the sustainability and fairness of this. This is something which will only affect funds with a total amount of investments within those funds which is significantly higher than that which is required for a dignified retirement. That is significantly higher than the amount that was required for the intended purpose of this policy, going back to its original intent. And can I just reiterate that this is a policy that will see concessional tax treatment for all funds. The amount up to $3 million and the amount above $3 million. All of the earnings will be treated concessionally. So this is something which is very balanced, which is very fair and very reasonable.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitments to help Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Call to the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Banks for the question, but also congratulate him on his election and his inspiring first speech this morning. Now, every day since coming into government, this side of the House has been absolutely focused on supporting Australians with cost of living. And one of the key ways we are doing this is getting wages moving again. Yeah. Of course, we have introduced measures that have improved wages for working people, and this has been after a decade under those opposite of deliberate wage suppression. Now, we're now seeing the return of real wages growth, with annual real wages growing for 18 months in a row under Labor. We have reinvigorated the bargaining system, making it easier for employers and employees to make agreements in workplaces, with the number of employees covered by enterprise agreements now at a record high. And of course we know that workers on agreements benefit from bigger wage increases. We've also closed the Labor hire loophole with our same job, same pay changes, meaning some workers are now earning $60,000 more as a result of our changes. Our right to disconnect laws have given workers the right to clock off. A recent HR Institute study found that more than half of businesses reported saying that our changes improved engagement and productivity. And we're closing the gender pay gap. We've seen the gender pay gap hit a record low under our government. We've backed and funded a 15% pay increase for early educators and up to a 28.5% for workers in aged care. These workers have been undervalued for too long, and our government values them. Ensuring Aussie workers earn more and keep more of what they earn is a key focus for our government. And we are now delivering on our election commitments. We made a submission to the Fair Work Commission for a real wage increase for our lowest paid workers. Now, the minimum wage earners are now earning $9,120 more a year since we were first elected in 2022. Our government will ban unfair non-compete clauses that are holding Aussies back from moving into better, higher-paid jobs. And tomorrow, I will introduce legislation to protect the penalty rates and overtime rates in modern awards so workers who rely on the safety net will not go backwards. Our government is backing Aussie workers. The Albanese Labor government is focused on delivering on our commitments to build Australia's future, ease cost of living pressures and help Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn.
The call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Deputy Prime Minister representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade. Deputy Prime Minister, in July, 2 vessels reportedly docked in Botany Bay with some 175,000 tonnes of petrol from the Jamnagar refinery in India, which uses up to 55% Russian oil. So these vessels effectively carried some 90,000 tonnes of Russian-sourced petrol paid for by Australians, which will help fund Putin's war in Ukraine. Deputy Prime Minister, why are the loopholes in our sanctions so big you can drive a tanker through them?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Defence and the Minister representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Well, firstly, can I thank the member for his question, and in doing so acknowledge his commitment to the support of Ukraine in its resistance against the immoral invasion by Russia of its territory, and reiterate that our government, and I know the whole of the Australian people, stand with Ukraine in their resistance against Russia. And I was at the NATO summit able to meet with my counterpart Rustem Umerov to express our support for Ukraine in its resistance to Russia, and he indicated to me, as I know President Zelensky has to the Prime Minister, the deep sense of gratitude that the Ukrainian people have to the Australian people for supporting their cause. In relation to the question of sanctions, sanctioning Russia is a critically important part of what we need to do in terms of supporting Ukraine in its efforts to resist Russia. At that same NATO summit, I announced increased sanctions to an additional 44 people and entities, which now means that in total there are about 1,500 people and entities in Russia which are the subject of Australian sanctions, which sees a significant impact on the Russian economy in areas such as electronics, areas such as energy, areas such as finance. And it is a really important part of what we need to be doing to contest Russia in this moment. But it's not everything, as you know, and we continue to support Ukraine across the board. Since we've come to office, we have had iterative
announcements in supporting Ukraine with renewed assistance, and that includes most recently 49 Abrams tanks, the first tranche of which are now in the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces. And we will.
The Deputy Prime Minister will pause. The member for Clark is entitled to a point of order, and he shall take that now.
Thank you, Speaker. On relevance, the question goes directly to the issue of Australia using Russian oil in the production of our petroleum and other fuels.
Yes, that was part of the question, and I'm just going to remind the Deputy Prime Minister, while he needs to be directly relevant, and he is talking about that issue, he has a remaining minute to conclude his answer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And sanctions, which is the topic of the question that the member has asked, is an important part of what we are putting in place to stand with Ukraine, and our government will stand with Ukraine. I know the Australian people will stand with the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes for Ukraine to resolve this conflict on its terms.
The call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How did the Prime Minister's recent trip to China help to promote and protect Australia's interests?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Deakin for his question, and I know from my visits to his now electorate on many occasions during the last term that he understands the importance that these global relationships can have. And at a time of global economic uncertainty and strategic competition in our region, it is particularly important the way that Australia navigates this uncertainty and manages this competition is critical to both our security and our prosperity. And our relationship with China is an important part of that. 1 in 4 of Australian jobs depends upon trade, and nearly a third of our exports go to one destination, China. Indeed, it is absolutely critical for jobs here in Australia. And we know from the fact that the impediments to trade have been removed, the benefit that that has got, the benefit in repairing and stabilising that relationship. Of course, we have a different political system and different values, but we'll cooperate where we can, we'll disagree where we must, and we'll engage in our national interest. And I'm asked how it will benefit this relationship. And certainly the leaders of some of Australia's biggest companies and biggest employers who accompanied me on this visit certainly know that that's the case. The Business Council of Australia understand. That's why they had a high-level delegation of CEOs and chairs of finance companies, of universities, as well as resource companies and manufacturing sectors, legal and service providers as well. We know that the big iron ore exporters, Fortescue, BHP, Rio Tinto and Hancock certainly understand it, which is why they participated with their counterparts in the Steel Decarbonisation Roundtable, something that could make not just an enormous difference. Ross Garnaut expects it could be worth 3 to 4 times the value of our iron ore exports are today, as well as the most significant contribution we could make to reducing global emissions. The beef producers of Queensland know that this relationship matters. The lobster fishers in Geraldton know that this matters. The rural communities who grow barley know that this matters. Our tourism operators, and we signed a significant expansion deal there, know that it happens. The wine sector, be it in the Barossa or Margaret River or Tasmania or the Yarra Valley or the Hunter Valley, all know that this matters. Australia's relationships in the modern world matter, which is why we need to have a mature and responsible approach to it, and which is why this visit will produce real concrete benefits for Australian jobs and our Australian economy.
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Prime Minister, the circumnavigation of Australia by armed PLA Navy vessels, which included live-fire exercises without warning in the Tasman Sea, was totally unacceptable and must never happen again. Following his 6-day visit to China, what assurances did the Prime Minister receive from the Chinese President that armed PLA Navy vessels will no longer conduct surveillance and live-fire exercises off our coast?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the new Shadow Minister for Defence for his question. And while I was in China, I saw the Shadow Minister for Defence's comments when it comes to the long-held position that has been a bipartisan position up to now when it comes to the issue of the Taiwan Straits, the fact that the United States has had a long-term position about strategic ambiguity, and that has been done for a responsible reason. But what we saw from the Shadow Defence Minister in his first outing in uttering comments in an area that requires responsibility, requires a national interest, requires the support of our sovereignty when it comes to our decision-making processes, what we saw is a breach. Now, I'm not sure if that's the position of the Liberal Party today or the National Party today or where it is.
Order. Members on my right. Member for Chifley can see interjecting as well. The member for Hume is entitled to a point of order. He'll state it.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. That answer bore absolutely no relevance to the question. The question was about assurances from the Chinese President about whether or not there would be a repeat of the surveillance and live-fire exercises off our coast.
Yeah, the Prime Minister did give a preamble, did give some context, but he wasn't asked about the Shadow Minister's comments. He was asked about his visit, so I'll ask him to return to the question.
I was asked about the visit. I was asked about the defence relationships which relate to China and the fact that we do have strategic competition in the region that we have to deal with. And during that visit, those comments by the Shadow Minister for Defence were entirely irresponsible. When it comes to...
Order. Order. Members on my left.
When it comes to Australia's position, I put forward, as I have publicly, that we were concerned about what occurred earlier this year. I also put forward the response that it was in international waters and in the context which is that Australia participates in exercises in the South China Sea, in the region, in a consistent way, not just Australia. And at the same time, of course, our Talisman Sabre exercises were occurring, but we regularly participate, and not just as a nation-state, but we participate as well with our ally in the United States, but we also participate with other countries in international waters. That is what we do. We comply with international law, and we expect international law to be complied with as well.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Leader of the House. How is the Albanese Labor government continuing to deliver on its legislative agenda to help Australians?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Braddon for the question. There's 150 of us in the room, all of whom faced an election, but only one of us recorded the largest swing in Australia. And congratulate the member for Braddon in that. The legislative agenda for the government has already started, and as the Prime Minister has already referred to in question time, that legislative agenda is different because we have a Labor government. That legislative agenda involved the first bill today being the 20% cut to student debt for students from both universities and TAFE who have student debt, that they will get a 20% cut, which they would not have had. It was at risk as to how the election would go, and certainly the plan from the coalition, the alternative would have been that the first bill was to raise taxes for every Australian taxpayer. Instead, from opposition, their first bill is coming from the member for New England to abolish net zero, which is now there. This continues what we did in our first term. In our first term, issues that were stake in the legislative agenda that went through because we had the Albanese Labor government got wages moving. Because we had the Albanese Labor government, legislation for energy bill relief. These were all opposed. Making medicines cheaper, free TAFE, the urgent care clinics, progress on closing the gender gap. These issues were all at stake, but the principles of the last term, that this would be a government that wanted people to earn more and keep more of what they earn, and that this would be a government where no one was held back and no one would be left behind, is part of the legislative agenda for the Albanese government in its second term. Today, because the government is Labor, we have started the pathway for 20% off student debt. We will go on with legislation to make sure that penalty rates for workers are guaranteed. That will happen because the government is Labor. We will continue to have tax cuts for every taxpayer because the government is Labor. There'll be more free GP visits because the government is Labor. There'll be even cheaper medicines because the government is Labor. There'll be permanent free TAFE only occurring because the government is Labor. There'll be more affordable homes after 3 years where they're kept being blocking by the Coalition and the Greens to stop more homes being built. There'll be more affordable homes because the government is Labor. There'll be more energy bill relief because the government is Labor. You'll have a situation where people will earn more and keep more of what they earn because the government is Labor.
Call to the Prime Minister.
I ask further questions be posted on the notice paper.
Some things never change. Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I present the following report on the Commonwealth Ombudsman's activities under Part 5 of the Australian Federal Police Act 1979 for the period 1 July to 2023 to 30 June 2024. Quarterly report by the Commonwealth Ombudsman under Section 712F6 of the Fair Work Act 2009 for the period 1 October to 31 December 2024, and the Auditor General's audit reports number 29 to 50 for 2024 to 2025. Details of the reports will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The call with papers to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's failure to manage the nation's challenges and priorities. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, colleagues, it feels a little bit like Back to the Future coming in here. And the reason for that is because we all recall, those of us that were here, when we left Parliament, the jeering, the sneering, the hubris and the born-to-rule attitude from this Labor Prime Minister and this Labor government. And unfortunately, in their dedicated refusal to answer sensible questions today, which is their job when they come into here in question time, to present themselves, not just to us, but to the Australian people, and answer those questions transparently and honestly. They were full of obfuscation, avoidance, and in doing so, they let down the people they say they come here to represent. Now, I want to start with something that was really important. Deputy Speaker, there was a reason why my first question to the Prime Minister was about housing for young Australians, because we care deeply about housing for young Australians. And when you break the compact between the generation that the Prime Minister and I are from and the generation that can't afford to get into a home today, then you break faith with the Australian people. And that's what we saw. So I made it very clear. 1.2 million homes was the promise, and in fact it was repeated many times. 1.2 million homes cannot be delivered. We know this not because the government's being open and transparent about it, but because leaked Treasury documents have told us this. Now, if that happens, if the government accidentally leaks its own documents, they should fess up. They should acknowledge it, and they should tell us what they're doing about it. More importantly, they should tell young Australians. So what did the Prime Minister give in his answer? Oh, quotes here, state policies there, muddles here, there and everywhere. He didn't actually answer the question. No question was answered about this. It was interesting, though, because later on in question time, the Minister for Housing actually said building homes for Australians is at a crisis. She's open to any ideas. She effectively ran up the white flag, and she didn't deny the parlous state of building homes for young people in Australia today. And it's really, really important that we focus on that. It's really important. It is in crisis, and the Minister for Housing actually did acknowledge that it was in crisis. This is not good enough. It's not good enough for a government to not step in to a critical policy area that matters. Now, I've said, Deputy Speaker, we'll be constructive when they have a good idea that's in the national interest. We'll be critical when they have a bad idea that hurts Australians. I want to call out some of those bad ideas and those bad initiatives right now, because we have been out there, we have been listening, and Australians are struggling. Members of the Liberal and National Party are out across every corner of this country. We're listening, and Australians are struggling. I've talked about young Australians finding it impossible to find a pathway into their first home. But mums are struggling everywhere with the family budget. And I've been a mum, and I know what it's like when you just don't have enough money at the end of the week, when you're too scared to open the bills on your kitchen windowsill, when you don't even want to know how much your power bill is going to cost, when you've got the back-to-school costs, which of course come at this time of year, and you're just feeling terrible because you know there's new shoes and new uniforms, and what are you going to do about it? Now, young mums are struggling, and that means families are doing it tough. Just because we've had an election, we've got a whole lot of new rhetoric from this government, doesn't mean families are finding it any easier. They are not. Small businesses are struggling. We're the party of small business. We know that. We love our small businesses. 97% of all Australian businesses are small businesses. And so many of our members here have actually lived, worked, raised their families and lived a life in small business. And I want to say to the small businesses out there, we're here for you every single day of the week because we know what it's like. And we know that people aren't coming into your businesses and they're not spending money, but we also know that you're the fabric of our towns, the fabric of our society, the fabric of so much of what goes on in volunteering, in sporting and in schools. But you're drowning small businesses under red tape and regulation. We care about that. We understand that. Deputy Speaker, Australians work hard, but they feel like they're running harder and harder and they're just standing still. Now, the first question to the Prime Minister was about meaningful cost of living relief. Where? How? When? Who is getting this meaningful cost of living relief?
It's a mystery.
We still remember the Prime Minister saying, life will be cheaper under me. We heard him say in the last couple of days, he won't leave anyone behind. But none of these statements, these rhetorical flourishes are going to actually help out there in the real world. Now, I talked about this, paying the bills. I talked about this leaked Treasury advice. There was another nasty leak apart from the 1.2 million homes, and that was that the budget is straining, the budget is struggling, it is in structural imbalance. What was Treasury's advice to the government? Raise taxes. Raise taxes. And we know that when they run out of money, they come after yours. When they run out of money, they come after yours, members of the Australian public. Now, if that's the case, again, this government has to be honest. They have to say, yes, we have got Treasury advice that says our budget is in balance, out of balance, it's weak, it's falling over, and this is what we're going to do about it. Well, we haven't heard that. We've just heard failures to acknowledge this problem. So what is the secret plan to raise taxes? Because you can bet your life on it. There's a secret plan coming forward. Maybe it's at the Productivity Roundtable, which is desperately seeking an answer to the productivity question. 3 years after being in government, quick, what do? We get people in a room and we ask them. Well, we don't seem to consult our own Treasury documents or listen to their advice. Deputy Speaker, I talked about struggling families and mums, and I've spoken to many coming out of winter You've got 3 young children, they've all got a respiratory infection, you want to find medical treatment for them. Everyone knows this. Do you recollect the Prime Minister during the campaign holding up his Medicare card? This is all you need. This is all you need to get free hospital treatment when you go to the doctor. How many times did he say that? So many times. In fact, I think a lot of Australians voted for this Prime Minister on the basis that they would get free treatment with that Medicare card. And I know, and my 2 terrific colleagues here know, that there are people who are going in saying, I can't pay. I have children who need treatment and I can't pay. Or maybe they get pointed to a bulk billing clinic. Apparently, 90% of all appointments are going to be bulk billed. The Prime Minister was speaking about it today, the Health Minister too. Health Minister, I think you're a decent person. I think you care when people don't get the treatment they need in their GP, and I think you understand why the GP is the centre of your care, so you have to get that right at the beginning of your health treatment. But it's not good enough that mothers are saying they're not taking children to the doctor, except they're rushing to emergency in the middle of the night because their children can't breathe properly because the respiratory tract infection has got hold, but they didn't have the money to take them to the doctor. This is real, this is serious, this is not good enough. And we don't want to hear these statistics waved in our face, because we know that when we left government, I think bulk billing rates were about 88%. When we left government, when the government just won the last election, they'd slipped to 77%. But all of these promises are not going to hide those statistics. Bulk billing rates are falling off a cliff, and that means parents cannot afford to go to the doctor. It's something that we will not step away from, Member for Hunter, and we absolutely will not. Because what we are... Because we need to remember these broken promises. Now, $275, we mentioned it a lot in the last Parliament, still there, still a broken promise, still on the record. But in the meantime, electricity costs have gone up about 30%. I talked about those bills on the kitchen windowsill you really don't think you can open, and the panic you feel when you can't pay your bills. There was not a manufacturing factory floor that I didn't walk on in the last 3 years where somebody didn't say to me, we can't make things in Australia, we're going offshore, we're getting rid of our apprentices, we're losing business, we're feeling pretty awful about the situation. Now, that's because of energy policy, and this government's energy policy is a train wreck, And we will hold the government to account. We will hold this government to account on its energy policy. Pretending that 82% of the grid can be electrified with renewables by 2030 is just a pipe dream. Sneakily introducing more gas into the system because you know that's the only thing that works. But meanwhile, families and businesses and households are struggling. Now, we had about 4 questions today, which were all avoided on the big bad super tax. And it's super big, it's super bad, and already the government is just trying to duck and weave about what it really means. Now, we're asking the question, I mean, it offends every single principle of our taxation system, Deputy Speaker, that you would pay tax on income that you haven't earned. And I just want to make that point. Paying tax on income.
Leader of the Opposition. I give the call to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And can I start by just congratulating you on your re-election as the member for Newcastle, a very proud resources-based electorate, as well as many other skills and jobs that it has there, but also as your re-election as Deputy Speaker. It really is my great delight to speak today on the government's behalf on this matter of public importance. I want to make it very clear that all of those on this side of the House know, and as the general public and of course the voting public of Australia know, that the Albanese Labor government's priorities are the priorities of all Australians. We are focused on delivering our election commitments that Australians overwhelmingly voted for. Australians voted for Labor's vision to build Australia's future because they trust us to meet the challenges that face the nation. And this trust is demonstrated, of course, by the 94 Labor MPs that were sworn into this chamber just yesterday. This government is focused on, as the Treasurer said in question time today, delivering the most responsible and meaningful means of helping ease the cost of living. We know people remain under pressure with the cost of living. It is what we did for the last 3 years in our first term of government, deliver cost of living relief. It is a priority for Australians and it is a priority for us as a government, and we are delivering real practical help over those last 3 years, but also today. And today, of course, we introduced legislation to cut student debt by 20%, Deputy Speaker, so students, apprentices and young Australians can get ahead. Now that's 3 million Australians, and they are principally younger Australians, will receive on average $5,500 cut off their student debt. Now that's a debt that goes right across the economy. It is university graduates, of course, but also tradies that have had to pay fees for TAFE. And while I'm at it, of course, in the last term, we introduced fee-free TAFE, which surely education of tradies to deal with workforce shortages is, of course, a national priority and a challenge that we have indeed been meeting, while those opposite, in their terms of government, managed to slash all the funding to TAFE and try and deride that great Australian institution. We will introduce legislation to protect penalty rates for more than 2 million workers right across this country who rely on them to make ends meet. We have slashed the cost of home batteries by 30%, and we have signed contracts with state and territory governments for the construction of more than 5,000 new social homes. And, Deputy Speaker, every household will see another $150 in rebates automatically applied to their electricity bill. We have also cut taxes for 14 million taxpayers. This government is squarely addressing the priorities for Australians, whilst those opposite, of course, and those of you here in the last parliament, witness them all vote against tax cuts for the Australian people. Those opposite came in here and made themselves recorded in Hansard that they would be the party of higher taxes for Australians. They have failed to understand in the last term, and I can see it's continuing into this term, the challenges that are facing Australians. The Labor government under Anthony Albanese has ensured Australian workers will earn more and keep more of what they earn. The same job, same pay legislation has literally transformed lives. And I know the member for Hunter, I think the member for Patterson is here. Workers in their electorates in the coal industry can work alongside their comrades with the same skills, doing the same job. Now they will be paid the same. And that is fair, and that is what Australians know and deserve and is the right thing to do, and we have delivered. Of course, health is a priority for all Australians, and they only trust Labor to strengthen our health system. And under our Health Minister, we've seen Medicare reinvigorated. We are delivering more bulk billing, and that is at the heart of our health system. This government is making medicines cheaper by capping PBS medicines at $25 for everyone from next year. Now, if that isn't addressing a national challenge and a national priority for the people of Australia, I don't know what is. And then, of course, the concession hardholders, the most they will pay for a PBS medicine is $7.70. $7.70. Now that affects everyone that is on those concession cards, those that are really feeling the pressure of the cost of living. And of course, we've opened more than 50 Medicare urgent care clinics on top of, we're going to open another 50 on top of the 87 we've already opened in the last term. And I commend the team at the urgent care clinic in Rockingham, who I know are delivering care for the people that need those little things that we don't really want people going to emergency wards for. All of these things were at stake at the last election, Deputy Speaker, and people overwhelmingly supported Labor's vision to build Australia's future. Labor's priorities are Australia's priorities, and we are getting on with the job of implementing them. As we have done in the 47th Parliament, we'll do so again in this one. And since the 4th of May, we've been getting on with that. Meanwhile, of course, the Coalition have prioritised splitting up and then getting back together again, completely neglecting the Australian people. Does everyone remember that? It was only a few weeks ago, really, when the Nats and Libs decided to split up. The Nats had their own little path to follow, and then they backflipped and got right back on board, didn't we? Oh, did you really, leader of the Nationals Party? Right now, of course, it looks like you're splitting up again, doesn't it? So what we see, there is a national challenge. Everyone accepts, and we can see from those sitting behind me and that were sworn in yesterday. Addressing climate change is a very serious national issue and a national challenge. And what do we see from those opposite in addressing that national challenge? Well, the Nationals, of course, have been the ever-helpful selves for the opposition. We have two former party leaders, two former deputy prime ministers who knocked each other off, and now they're teaming up to knock old mate off. Sorry, pardon me. The current leader of the Nationals is under attack from the two former leaders of the Nationals. Well, I do feel sorry for him. We were elected on the same day. He's a jolly good chap, but geez, watch out, member for Maranoa. So we've seen the basic text of the repeal net zero bill that the member for New England is proposing to introduce, and I would note two of the bills that are in this bill, the two acts, they're actually acts, they were introduced by the Howard government. Renewable Energy Electricity Act of 2000, the member for New England was in the Senate. I presume he supported this act when he's in the combined party room. And the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Act, which was introduced by former Prime Minister John Howard, one of the overlords of the Liberal Party and the Coalition, a real hero to many of those opposite. And I just want to remind those opposite what John Howard thought about the acts that the member for New England and the member for Riverina are seeking to delete from Australia's legislative regimes. And he said, "This challenge, I believe, is best met by a blend of prudent conservatism and economic liberalism. A prudent conservative knows we are but temporary stewards of the environment." So this is John Howard. He knew what the national challenge was. He knew we had to address climate change and protect the environment. And it was he who said the government will also introduce legislation this year for a comprehensive and streamlined national emissions and energy reporting system. And of course they did, and of course all those opposite, maybe not the ones here right now, but certainly the Leader of the Opposition was there, they all voted for it. So let's see where this ends up on the national priorities on how the coalition deals with this nation's challenges as they once again failed to listen to the Australian people. We see that their position has not changed in that regard. Put on the noise-cancelling headphones, I say to all the Nationals and Liberals, because that's what we've been doing for the past 3 years, and I see we're going to get to look forward to another 3 years of the same. The Australian people won't forget what you put them through in the recent campaign, a $600 billion nuclear power scheme that would have seen devastating cuts to Medicare, devastating cuts to education, to pensions, to the Department of Veterans Affairs, the 41,000 public servants those opposite proposed to slash from the services to Australians. Obviously, they backflipped on that a few times. They would have axed fee-free TAFE. That would have been high on their agenda. And of course, we had some weird suggestions. The referendum on deporting people was just one of the many. There was also, of course, the tax on gas exports, which I'm sure you must be very proud of. We don't hear much of that anymore. But it just goes to show, Deputy Speaker, the failure of those opposite, the failure of the Liberal and National coalition to have any understanding of the challenges and priorities of the Australian people and the Australian nation. They continue to fight amongst themselves because that's what they do best. Only the Albanese Labor government will help Australians in the cost of living crisis and will face national challenges head on and deliver.
Leader of the Nationals.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And again, yesterday we heard this government and the Prime Minister reiterate what he said when he was first elected. No one held back, no one left behind. Well, that's unless you live in regional Australia, because since the Albanese government has come into power in 2022, we have seen over $30 billion worth of infrastructure ripped out of regional Australia. That's just roads, that's rail, that's dams. That's about the tools that regional Australia need to be able to be able to give this country over $350 billion worth of exports. And this government has callously just said to regional Australia, there are two classes of Australians. There's one that live in a capital city and those of us that live outside a capital city that can do without. That is not a government that is governing for all. That's a government that has gone even to the last election and did not even promise 1 cent in new programs that they have cut, but did not say that they would reintroduce or refund any of them. They went to regional Australia at this election and said, you get nothing. That is the contempt that this government has held for regional Australians. The fact that we are contributing to this country's wealth, but yet is having the tools taken away from us by a government that is looking for political expediency in capital cities, worried about fighting the Greens and winning seats off the Greens, and not thinking about those that are generating the wealth of this country. That shows absolute contempt. And for a Western Australian that sits here and doesn't even have the courage to stand up for her fellow Western Australians, cannot even explain the science nor economics of why they have called out and destroyed the live sheep export out of Western Australia. Where is the courage of the Western Australians? They have gone missing in their moment of truth. In their moment of truth, when they condescendingly sit here and talk about what's important to this country.
Taking a point of order, am I, from the...
The member is not addressing the matter of public importance, Deputy Speaker.
I think it's my job to make the ruling now. I will come back to the member for Maranoa, don't worry. I am listening carefully. You are reminded the topic is, which you have chosen, the government's failure to manage the nation's challenges and priorities, and I'm listening to that.
Gobsmacking that a Western Australian would do a point of order.
Member for Maranoa now has a call. We don't need all of you to chime in right now. I think we're very clear that he has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
on.
Speaker. That a Western Australian would say that the phasing out of live sheep exports out of the state in which she represents is not a failure to manage some of the nation's challenges. With all due respect, that just shows the disrespect and the contempt they have also for Western Australians. That is the sad indictment that we see on those opposite, that when they come to this place they took a big game where they're from, but when they come here they say nothing. They toe the line and they do what they're told. And that's the sad indictment. And it's not just live sheep. And let me go to the human toll that is being thrust on regional Australians. In fact, it's great to see the Health Minister here, because one of his first acts when getting into government was to remove the designated priority area from being restricted on just regional areas. Now, what the designated priority area means for doctors is that foreign doctors were only allowed to operate in regional, rural and remote areas because we didn't have doctors. But in his wisdom, he has decided to change that and extend that so metropolitan peri-urban areas can now attract those doctors. So a foreign doctor looks on the internet of Sanford in Brisbane and then looks in my electorate, Cunnamulla. I think they're going to pick Sanford, with all due respect to the good people of Cunnamulla. So we, and I can give personal experience in my own electorate, I now have communities without doctors. That is the contempt of which people in regional Australia, a challenge in which the Health Minister today even articulated in question time. That is the human toll that I face. That is the human toll of where I have communities that don't have a doctor, that don't have health professionals, because they have prioritised metropolitan areas over the lives and livelihoods of people in regional Australia. Shame. That's not no one held back. That's not no one left behind. That is regional Australians being treated like second-class citizens. How can we come to this place with good conscience and do that to you fellow Australian? How can you look the people of Mitchell in the eye, the people of Burke, the people of Cunnamulla, and say you don't have a doctor because I've changed the policy because it's better to fit in a capital city? This country is better than that, and this government should be better than that, and regional Australia is bearing the brunt of it.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and may I say it's a pleasure to see you back in that seat. So thank you for everything that you do for us here. When we look through the history of our nation and things that make it great, there's a common theme: the Australian Labor Party. That's because when Labor is in government, we implement nation-building policies. We pass legislation that shapes Australia into the lucky country we know today. And our agenda in this term of government continues to mould the future in ways that generations to come will look back with gratitude. Thanks to the past Labor governments, we have Medicare, NDIS, paid parental leave and the NBN, even though those opposite tried to stuff that. Thanks to the Albanese Labor government, these have all been strengthened, and we've delivered fee-free TAFE cheaper childcare and cheaper medicines. We're also making housing more accessible, expanding programs to build social and affordable homes, and reforming Medicare to strengthen bulk billing, especially for children, pensioners and more people in rural and regional communities. This is Labor at work, tackling everyday pressures, delivering fairness for all Aussies. Fee-free TAFE means more than 300,000 Aussies can access vocational training without financial barriers, helping fill critical shortages in areas like aged care, construction and renewable energy. It's not just about it's not just a boost for our students, it's an investment for our workforce and our future. Now in our second term, we're getting on with the job we started. Cost of living continues to be the #1 focus. The first piece of legislation we introduced this term will cut student debt by 20% because we believe in opportunity, because getting a qualification to follow your dreams shouldn't send you broke. This reform will cut the average student debt for more than 3 million Aussies by around $5,500. That's real relief for young people, for working people and for our future. We're also the only party that consistently stands up for Australian working families. That's why we're moving to enshrine penalty rates in legislation to protect workers' pay and safeguard the essential Labor legacy. Cheaper childcare is saving families thousands every year, making it easier for parents, especially women, to re-enter the workforce and boost their household income. We have introduced new laws to cut off funding for centres that repeatedly fail to meet the minimum standards. This reform supports states and territories and helps ensure childcare centres are putting kids' safety first. And when it comes to men's health, we're investing in better access to mental health services, targeted awareness campaigns and programs that encourage early detection, especially in rural and regional areas where services can be a bit harder to reach. This is about saving lives. Men are less likely to visit a doctor. Men are more likely to die from heart disease and cancers like prostate cancer, illness that could be treated if caught early. Tragically, 75% of those who die by suicide are men. We are also working to break down the stigma that stops mainly men from reaching out for the help they need. This means supporting more tailored, community-based services run by people who understand the unique challenges men face, from social isolation to cultural pressures. Prevention must be proactive, not reactive. Clearly, we face a men's health crisis in this country. That's why I'm proud to have been appointed the first ever Special Envoy for Men's Health, to tackle these issues, to start real conversations and to turn these statistics around, because this doesn't need to be the way it is. Because if this issue isn't a national priority, then I don't know what is, Speaker. Our priorities are clear and they're with the Aussie people. Whether it's access to cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, stronger Medicare, fee-free TAFE, or a lighter student debt burden, we're getting on with the job. But if you want to see a contrast, look no further than those opposite. The Coalition. One of their first private members' bills in this term is a proposal to abolish climate action. It's deja vu. It's the same tired argument they've been pushing for 20 years, so come on. This debate is settled and should have been settled, but you guys just keep bringing it up. Let's move forward and let's focus on real issues. It's not that Labor isn't managing this country's challenges and priorities. It's that the Coalition has no idea what the real priorities are for this country. Because of them, it's certainly not health, education, workers' rights or cost of living relief. Speaker, it's only 1 week in and we're hearing the tired old arguments from last term's MPIs. We're getting on with the job. Already we've put legislation in facts, real lives of Australians. We're shaping this country for the better, just as Labor governments always have. We're taking real action, we're delivering real results.
I'm giving the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and like my colleagues, I congratulate you on your election once more to this post. Now, today's topic, just to remind the member for Hunter, is in fact that the Albanese government has failed to address the nation's greatest challenges and priorities. Interestingly, all we have heard today from those opposite, indeed in question time, including from the Prime Minister himself, is proud boasting, utter hubris, with the government congratulating itself for their sweep of seats at the last election. The election outcome in which they received the lowest first preference vote ever bar one, which of course was the 2022 election, where their first preference vote was even lower. I heard the Education Minister talk about what they voted for, running through Labor's long list of policies for which someone else has had to do the hard work to be able to pay for it, for which only 34.6% of Australians voted. Nevertheless, for the last 36 hours, we've been listening to them congratulating themselves for achieving the second lowest primary vote ever since 1910, beaten only by their record last time, with a primary vote of 32.5% last time. And based on what we have seen, we should get ready for another 3 years of self-congratulation. This vote was not an endorsement of Labor's management of the critical issues confronting all Australians: cost of living, falling productivity, abject failures when it comes to keeping Australians safe, whether that's from a failure to oversee and institute rigour in our immigration system or a failure to stamp out anti-Semitic behaviour when it has raised its ugly head repeatedly over the last 3 years, and most recently, as we have seen so devastatingly, in its failure to urgently work with states and territories in relation to the safety of children in our early learning and childcare settings. This last vote was not an endorsement of Labor's management of the critical issues confronting Australians, whether that be energy supply and affordability, housing affordability and availability, or an ability to carefully and confidently provide for their future and ultimately their retirement. The Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Nationals and the Shadow Treasurer today raised a long list of Labor's failures. A housing program, for example, which promised 1.2 million homes but has only delivered 17. And a nonsensical superannuation tax which punishes those who have worked hard to provide for their own retirement and remove the burden of the state of the cost of providing for a pension. This superannuation tax, from the people who told you they wouldn't change settings relating to superannuation, will affect almost 2,000 people in my electorate of Flinders. And today, to add insult to injury, they failed to rule out any future taxation of unrealised capital gains. Interestingly, I read in The Age yesterday, as I'm sure many of my constituents also did, an article by Shane Wright and Millie Mulroy, which referred to an analysis of the Association of Superannuation Funds of Australia, which revealed that the median income for people slugged with Labor's new superannuation tax will be $110,000. The analysis found, and I quote, of the 80,000 Australians with super balances eclipsing $3 million, about 55% are male, 1/4 have at least one investment property, and about 1/3 are still earning wage or salary income. And of those still working, most are in managerial or professional roles. The article goes on to explain the impact of this tax on Australian farmers, a point raised by the Leader of the Nationals today, whose superannuation often resides in the family farm and who may or may not in any one particular year have the finances set aside to pay such a tax. My electorate, according to The Age, will be disproportionately hard hit, due most likely to the fact that 90% of those hit by the new tax are aged over 60, and I have the privilege to represent an older electorate made up of people who have worked hard, saved up, started businesses, created employment for others, looked after their family and provided for their own retirement. The number of people hit on the Mornington Peninsula is higher than all of metropolitan Brisbane and close to the number affected in inner Sydney. In this, as other measures, my constituents are right to fear this government does not have their interests at heart, so evident from the Labor candidate's mere $3 million in commitments to the electorate of Flinders, contrasted to the Coalition's almost $1 billion of commitments across public transport infrastructure, sporting facilities, support for veterans' mental health and building a world-recognised walking track around the peninsula. To add insult to injury, the government's first move in relation to my electorate in this new term is to close the post office at Rosebud Plaza, the one most accessible to people who need to walk or catch public transport to get there. So my electorate, together with the rest of Australia, has good reason to fear what this government has in mind for their future and needs to look carefully at why they got the lowest primary vote ever, bar one.
Member for Dunkley.
Deputy Speaker, congratulations on your reappointment. I am pleased for the opportunity to speak on this matter of public importance put forward by those opposite. But I will have to disagree with the statement. It is ludicrous, because this government has very successfully navigated the nation's challenges and priorities after 9 years of inertia. As resoundingly endorsed at the most recent election, the Albanese Labor government has been a government of action and delivery. As a relatively new MP, I am proud of the delivery made by the Albanese Labor government in the 47th Parliament: free TAFE, parental leave, Medicare urgent care clinics, NDIS and aged care reform, reducing the gender pay gap. It goes without saying that the dominant issue of the last Parliament, and indeed to this very day, is the cost of living. This government has worked to help Australians with the financial pressures they are facing, whilst also lowering inflation, keeping unemployment low and getting wages moving after a decade of stagnation. Importantly, we are ensuring Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn with this government's tax cuts. Headline inflation in May was 2.1%, its lowest level since March 2021. Real wages have grown for 18 months in a row. Just this month, the national minimum wage increased by 3.5%, benefiting 2.9 million Australian workers. In our second term, we will continue to help Australians with the cost of living, finish the fight against inflation, strengthen Medicare and build a stronger economy and productivity. I'm proud of our long list of achievements from the last term, and I'm excited by the agenda we have set out to deliver. Along with many of my colleagues, a priority, strengthening Medicare, is one that I strongly campaigned on during the recent election. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of strengthening Medicare. We opened the Medicare urgent care clinics around the nation, including one in the community of Frankston, with 50 more to come, along with Medicare mental health hubs. We delivered cheaper medicines with the introduction of 60-day prescriptions and froze the cost of PBS medicines for pensioners and concession card holders at $7.70 until 2030. We've also included, with great pleasure, reproductive health medications for women experiencing menopause. Now, in this term, we will make the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago, with $8.5 billion to deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year. Hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors in the largest GP training program, and not to mention prac placement support for midwives, social workers and nurses. Australian patients and families will save hundreds of dollars a year in out-of-pocket costs, and by 2030, 9 out of 10 visits to the GP will be free. A big challenge this nation and my community faces is housing affordability. We need to help people into homes. The underlying solution to Australia's housing shortages is to build more market homes and a larger buffer of social and affordable homes for the most vulnerable Australians. That's why this government has taken strong action to get on with the task of building more homes with a $43 billion investment in the Homes for Australia plan. This will deliver more social and affordable housing for those that need it most. We're delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes for Australians, with 28,000 homes in planning and construction phase. Through the Housing Australia Future Fund, the HAF, and other programs, we're delivering housing for vulnerable women, children, key workers and veterans, while helping to reduce the social housing waiting list. There is definitely more to do, but Labor's building Australia's future with more homes for more Australians. I would like to end this by saying the Albanese Labor government has prioritised people, ensuring people earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Time has expired, and I give the call to member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll begin my contribution to this debate today by acknowledging the elephant in the room. Yes, those opposite had an excellent election night, and I congratulate the Prime Minister and all the new Labor members in this place. But politics surely should not be about personal victories. Politics must deliver tangible results for Australians, and unfortunately, this government has failed to deliver. The Prime Minister, well, he'll naturally be pretty pleased with himself. There he is, sitting in the lodge. But, Deputy Speaker, let me tell you, things aren't so good in the real world. While this week marks the start of the 48th Parliament, the same issues exist today that existed on the 3rd of May. In my electorate of Durack, which voted overwhelmingly against this Labor government, I still have dual income families across Geraldton and many other parts of my electorate relying on Food Bank just to get by, just to put food on the table. They can't work anymore, and they're just hanging on by the skin of their teeth. So I say to those opposite, in between patting yourselves on the back, and I'm sure you'll do plenty of that, please consider those Australians who are doing it tough. Please consider the 330,000 Australians now trapped in over $300 million of energy debt. Please consider the fact that the average mortgage holder remains $1,900 a month worse off than before the election of this government back in 2022. Please remember the young Australians who feel that the Australian dream of home ownership is just out of reach. As the MPI before us says, these issues have been perpetuated by the government's failure. That's why the economy is stalling and households are in recession. Now, one of the greatest issues facing our country is Labor's housing crisis. And I assure you, we didn't need a leaked Treasury document to tell us that the government plan is failing. Labor went to the election promising 1.2 million new homes. Members on this side of the House and industry always knew that this number was simply a nonsense, Madam Deputy Speaker. And now Treasury has, well, accidentally confirmed this. The Treasurer has said, well, he's not concerned by the leak. Well, he may not be concerned about the leak, but I really hope that he's concerned by industry estimates that what we already know, that we're on track to miss the target by over 400,000 homes. The so-called Housing Australia Future Fund is a complete joke. And my colleague in the Senate, Senator Bragg, has pointed out the government's $10 billion has so far built just 17 houses in Canberra and bought 300,000 pre-existing houses. Now, this failure with respect to the housing crisis is having real-world consequences. Australians are entering the housing market later and putting off having a family because it's just too expensive. And now we have the lowest fertility rate in Australia's history. What bigger issue could there be than making it easier for Australians to buy their own home and start a family? Now, this is a big problem facing younger Australians, as is the nation's trillion debt, which we are set to hit this financial year, which will be hanging over their heads, their children and their grandchildren for years to come. Now, before the election, there was no talk from those opposite about higher taxes or cuts. But now we know the advice from Treasury, that secretly disclosed Treasury document, is that Labor cannot fix the budget without raising taxes and cutting spending. As the Leader of the Opposition said earlier, when Labor runs out of money, well, they come after yours. We all know that Labor's radical super tax on unrealised capital gains will not be the end of their crusade to come after Australians' money. Now, one of the things that I'm particularly interested in is where are these cuts going to come from? And not surprisingly, we've had a really good example recently of cuts which are related to the most remotest, the most vulnerable people in this land. I'm talking about Labor's snap NDIS decision to remove regional loading and reduce travel support, which is a serious concern for regional therapy providers and recipients. Over the last couple of weeks, I've met with NDIS providers across the Kimberley, the Midwest and the Pilbara, and they have serious issue with the government's reforms. Now, it's clear to me and clear to all of us that the NDIS is blown out of its original intent. But surely this is not where you start. In the most remotest, with the most vulnerable people in our country, that's where you start, people who have real health needs. That is not where you start. And I encourage Minister Butler to go back and have a look at this and please consult more broadly to make sure we get this right. This government is full of hubris, full of confidence, and I ask that you think about the Australians, stop thinking about yourselves.
Time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Bradden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. and I'm here today to talk about the matter of public importance put forward by the opposition. And I must say, when I read it, I was a bit bemused about it, because I thought, and we've heard a lot of contributions that say we have failed to deliver. So what I want to do is go through and talk about what we actually have delivered, what we have achieved. In the last 3 years, we made it easier and cheaper to see a doctor. We tripled the bulk billing incentive for people who needed to see a GP most often. That was helping pensioners, people with concession card holders, families with children. We restored bulk billing for 11 million Australians, and that also created an additional 6 million bulk billed visits. I'm a regional MP as well. I know what it's like out in regions. I'm not from a city. I know the sort of things that my constituents talk to me about. We also delivered cheaper medicines. The biggest ever reduction in the cost of PBS medications. Those 87 bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics that we opened, 87, I think we said we'd opened 50-something, we actually opened 87. One of them was in my electorate, Devonport. That has taken enormous pressure, not only off families with young children, older people, people who couldn't get into a GP when the time they needed to, maybe over a weekend when their kids fell over or whatever. They have used that urgent care clinic, which has taken enormous pressure off the Mersey Hospital out at Latrobe. And I have got another one promised in the last election for Burnie, which will take enormous pressure off the North West Regional Hospital in Burnie, the ER part there. So these are things that we have achieved and things that we are going to do. And we've clearly outlined that what we have achieved and what we've said we'll do, we will do. That is something that we will do. We've also, it is absolutely delivering. We've opened Australia's first endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. There are 22 of these. And we've also invested more than $790 million in women's health initiatives, things that haven't been done before. So I am not sure why anybody on that side can sit around and say we have failed to deliver. It is just outrageous, particularly in the area of health, but also we've delivered a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer, something that those opposite voted against. They didn't want to share that load around. They wanted the people on the higher incomes to get the tax cuts. And we said that's not fair. We want a fair Australia and we want to give it to everyone, and that's what we did. We also delivered energy bill relief, and we are continuing to do that in the future. We will deliver that. We've delivered free TAFE, strengthened Medicare, the cheaper medicines that I talked about, the opportunities for apprentices to get assistance, particularly in the building area, where we will deliver $10,000 to apprentices to assist them, to help them through their apprenticeship, but also to encourage them. We do need to build more houses, and we will do that by supporting apprentices, by giving them $10,000 to assist them through their apprenticeship and make them want to stay, make it easier for them to stay in their apprenticeship. And I am really proud of some of the announcements that we made in my electorate that back in some of these issues that we've got. As I said earlier, we announced that we will deliver a new urgent care clinic in Burnie. We provided funding towards a Burnie Health Hub, which is going to sit in an old university building that was unused for years. It was lived in by possums, and the possums have now been taken out, and that building is going to be ready to go. It's already got pathology in there, and it's operating in one section. But by the 1st of July next year, that will be a fully functional, multi-purpose health hub where people from Burnie can go and get all sorts of different treatment, women's health, women's legal service, a whole range of issues. I'm really proud of that because I think it is something that our area desperately needs. We've assisted for funding for a childcare service in Devonport. We know that there are childcare shortages everywhere, and we have put that on the table to assist with childcare services in Devonport. And Smithton, on the far end of my electorate, on the far northwest coast, we have assisted again with funding for a Smithton Health Hub. I am really proud of these, so nobody should come in here and say we have failed to deliver.
And I give the call to the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate you on your elevation to high office. It was a great privilege to work with you on the panel in the last government, and I know you to be very fair and equitable. I want to congratulate the new Labor Party members and on your elevation to this place. It's a great privilege to serve here. I remember a time early when I sat in the government side of the dispatches, and our numbers were very similar. But this is the first time I've sat on this side with such dwindled numbers. Congratulations on your formidable win. There is a great responsibility on each of you to make sure that you do the right thing by our country. And there's a great responsibility on our side of government to hold you accountable for your policies and to hold a mirror up when you fail. The Australian public sent our side of government a very strong message. They want us to do better, and we will. Under our leader, we will deliver clear and frank opposition, and we will come in here and prosecute the truth. But what we will not do is stand by and let those on the other side come into this chamber and speak mistruths. Just today in question time, we had the Prime Minister again belating that we were a coalition of no, 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 no. And I went, I was in that government. I don't remember saying no to everything. If you listen to them, they said we said no to everything. So a source that you can trust is the Parliamentary Library. I went to the Parliamentary Library and I said, how many bills were presented in the chamber last year? And they said 375. And I said, just out of interest, how many? Because I'm informed by the Prime Minister regularly that we say no to everything. He wouldn't tell fibs. He wouldn't tell fibs. He wouldn't mislead the Parliament. And how many do you think the Parliamentary Library told me that we had said no to? 200? 200, you said? No, not 200. Not 100. 300. We said no to less than 15% of legislation that came through here. 85% of the legislation that came through this Parliament in the last one, we supported. So to the new members that come in here, please check your speaking notes when don't trust everything that Labor put in front of you. And that goes to some of our guys as well. But you can't make up your own facts when you're in here, and we will hold you to account. That is our job. We will hold you to account when you come in here and you set admission targets and you miss them. Our job is to stand up and tell the Australian Parliament you missed them. We'll hold you to account when you promise $275 on reduction on electricity bill, and electricity bills go up 32% as a result of mismanagement. And an interesting fact when it comes to electricity bills, 3/4 of the electricity generated in Australia goes to business. So when you work out why your grocery bill is getting expensive, it's because your input costs for farmers like mine, manufacturers in my electorate, their electricity bill is going through the roof and you're paying for it. We'll hold you to account when you say nothing about new taxes, and then you put a little leaked email out through Treasury to say we're going to have to put up taxes. We will hold you to account. We'll hold you to account when you promise to build more houses, 1.2 million houses, and you don't get within a bull's roar of building those homes. That's our job. We'll hold you to account. We'll hold you to account on every promise you made and every dollar you spend. The Australian people deserve better, and we'll make sure that this Labor government delivers it, or they'll answer for it. They'll come in here and they'll say, earn more and you'll get more. But when you make that slogan, when you say that slogan, be aware that under your watch, there were 30,000 business insolvencies last year. 30,000. So it's not about earning more, working harder and earning more. Under your watch, people go broke. I will continue to come in here and remind you when I see productivity rates under your watch, the lowest in 60 years, the lowest in 60 years. I will come in here and hold a mirror up to your failed policies. The only thing they've got going about on productivity is that no one knows what it is, but it means efficiency, and you guys are far from efficient. Our job is to come in here every day and hold this government to account, and you can trust we'll do it.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And look, and I do agree that the role of the opposition, as the member for Wright very well put, was that they are there to hold us to account and hold a mirror to what we have committed. And to that end, I think this is a welcomed opportunity to very much speak to not just what our record speaks to, but what the Australian voters voted for. And I agree too with the Leader Opposition, where she spoke to being back to the future. She's right on that, because that, in this sense, is about the quality of this MPI. Just as we saw in the first term of this previous term of this government, those 3 years, the opposition just provided such weak MPIs that it was a lost opportunity to really do their job in opposition. All I can put it down to is they're in the first stages of grief, election grief, of being in denial, because this MPI topic, so close to an election, begs the question: does the newly minted Leader of the Opposition actually take the Australian people for fools? Does she take my electors of Hasluck for fools? Does she say that they were wrong when they voted in droves for the 94 people on this side of this House? It's offensive, because the people of Australia couldn't simply vote for the LNP agenda. There was so little of that actually presented to the public that it was difficult to even name anything other than a radioactive policy. The voters of Australia voted for a government on its record and how we address the challenges and the priorities that they put to us. That's how the government was judged, and that's how we will be judged for this next 3 years. So the recent election, where the Albanese Labor government gained 17 seats in this House, the Australian people prioritised cost of living relief. While those opposite prioritised tax-deducted business liquid lunches, the Albanese government delivered tax cuts for all Australians. We provided energy bill relief to all households. We enshrined fee-free TAFE, secured childcare subsidies. We delivered real wage increases for Australian workers. We did all of this while managing the challenge of inflation. Unemployment remained low, wages rose while the inflation rate fell, defying all expectations. And the Australian people recognised this effort. The Australian people prioritised cost of living measures. The Albanese government delivered cost of living relief. At the recent election, where for the first time an opposition leader lost their seat, the people of Hasluck prioritised health outcomes for their families and communities, as did Australians across the nation. Time will not allow me to list all the hundreds of great decisions that have made life easier and cheaper for the people in my electorate and around the country to access affordable healthcare. But to name a few, 87 urgent care clinics are already operating, including in Midland and Morley. 50 more will be added, including one in Ellenbrook, which I strongly advocated for. Cheaper medicines and 60-day scripts have saved people in Hasluck with every prescription, and with the addition of yet more medications on the PBS, particularly for women's health, that savings will continue. We are addressing the scope of practice for a range of healthcare practitioners to take the pressure off GPs, as well as the addition of 24/7 telehealth service for GP advice that will be bulk billed. The Australian people prioritised affordable access to healthcare. The Albanese government delivered by expanding access and providing for cheaper medicines. At the recent election, where the government received a better outcome at any election since 1943, the people of Hasluck prioritised educational opportunities. We are meeting the school resourcing standard for every public school in Hasluck and across Australia, and we've provided for fee-free TAFE, cheaper childcare, paid prac for the needed professions, support for apprenticeships, and are cutting the student debt for every Australian who has one. The Australian people prioritised education, and the Albanese government delivered greater access for all and reduced debt. Deputy Speaker, I have more to speak on housing and on infrastructure, but I know I'm going to start to lose time, so I just want to summarise by simply saying we do understand and we are listening to the concerns and the challenges that continue to be raised by our electorate. We've heard those being spoken, in fact, in our first speeches, particularly around housing and the need for investment in infrastructure. And, this government has absolutely delivered around vital infrastructure free from scandal and corruption, and we'll continue to prioritise investments both in infrastructure, in housing, to ensure that people can have access to affordable housing, irrespective of where they live and which postcode across this nation. The Labor Party will continue to deliver.
Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Governor-General's opening speech. Resumption of debate on the proposed address and reply.
The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the Honourable Member for Sturt, I remind the House that this is the Honourable Member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to her the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the Honourable Member for Sturt.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you have the capacity to speak up for others, you should. And it's this unwavering belief that has brought me to this place. But that I stand in this place today holding that belief feels truly remarkable, because when I look back at my life, I consider myself to be the most unlikely candidate to have found a voice and to have been given the honour of using it in the Australian Parliament. It feels remarkable to me because for the first 25 years of my life, until I moved overseas, I was utterly paralysed when it came to speaking up for myself, let alone speaking up for others. I was crippled by shyness and self-doubt, issues which can still linger today because of significant and sustained bullying and harassment throughout my primary school years. Picture this: the local public primary school in a small country town with old transportable classrooms, creaky air conditioners that barely worked, 30-plus kids crammed into a room. Picture the bathrooms with cold concrete terrazzo floors, a row of leaky taps that either couldn't be turned on or stayed on permanently. Now, picture recess and lunchtime, and picture a young child in Year 2, Year 3, Year 4, and then Year 5, hiding in one of the stalls because to hide in there alone was better than sitting alone outside, where everyone could see you were alone, where you might have to face another jibe, another comment. Loser. Wuss, square, boring. If this happens enough, you start to believe it is true. You are a loser. You are boring. You have nothing of value to add. Nobody likes you. If it happens enough, it means the moments when the teacher calls on you to speak up in class become moments of dread, when you start to sweat, to stumble, and to blush so heavily you turn a deep red, or beetroot, as the other kids like to describe the colour of my face. We moved around a lot because of Dad's job working as a bank manager. So this meant 3 different primary schools and 3 different high schools, each move requiring hard work to make friends and try and fit in. The start of Year 6 in 1993 heralded another move, and this time there was a little bit of promise. There were a couple of girls in the other Year 6 class who I was pretty friendly with, and in Year 7 those girls would eventually go on to become my people. Alex Taylor and Lisa Dickerson, I'll be forever grateful to both of you for that. And Lisa, one of my favourite moments of the Sturt campaign was the day I fortuitously door-knocked you, having not seen you for almost 30 years. Wow. Good girlfriends really are like chocolate and champagne. They make the world better. And so to my besties of today, Merrin and Jane, I thank you both for continually making my world better. But back to Year 6, which had brought with it both a new primary school and, sadly, new dental work. Not just braces, they were the least of my problems. I, unfortunately, needed the torture device known as headgear. Time for another visual. Picture a thick silver wire attached to braces, hooked into a plate-like contraption at the back of my mouth, jutting out
to sit outside of my mouth, curving around my face to the back of my head, strung all together with a strap. A nice, thick strap, the colour of blue denim. Mr. Speaker, there would be no first kiss that year. The boys couldn't get past the wire even if they'd wanted to. Dad was pleased. I looked like a transformer, Mr. Speaker, but I definitely didn't have the superpowers. My chosen sport was swimming, and I did a lot of it. So I was also usually accompanied by the intoxicating whiff of chlorine, looking like a character out of a Marvel film, smelling like a swimming pool, and being cripplingly shy with a permanently beetroot face meant one thing. I was a target for bullies, and school life was difficult. But despite what was happening to me, there was someone else in my Year 6 and Year 7 class who had it worse. Someone who was a bigger target. So caught up in my own misery, I never once spoke up for her. I never said a thing, even though I knew what was going on, even though I knew how terrible it must have been for her. My lack of courage in not speaking up for her has stayed with me and has led me to this place. When something is hard or challenging or is going to take courage, I think of my primary school classmate and her struggles. It took me 25 years and a move to another country to find my voice. But what about my classmate's voice? Did she ever find it? All children have a voice and the right to use it. All children deserve an education that is meaningful and allows them to grow and develop, free from the crippling mental health impacts of bullying and harassment, so they can become fully functioning adults who have the capacity to meaningfully contribute to the community, to become people who have the capacity to speak up for others. We know that kids today not only endure bullying in the classroom, they endure it before school, after school, on weekends. The online world has created a platform where torment is public, continuous, and cannot be erased. It is there forever, is a constant reminder. As well as social media restrictions, we need data-driven minimisation strategies for schools, informed by stakeholders with lived experience. We need more mental health support in schools to support victims of bullying, but also to redirect the mindset and pathways for those who are doing the bullying to understand why they are doing it. And I'm proud to be part of a government championing an anti-bullying rapid response review that will deliver on this. We also need to better equip young and mature age teacher education students with the knowledge and skills to manage the dangerous and potentially lifelong adverse effects of bullying in the classroom. And we need to do this urgently. I found my voice, but not everyone does. And for some kids and their families, the outcome is catastrophic and irreversible. So to the kids out there who are suffering, including those children who go to one of the 44 schools in the great electorate of Sturt, please hear this. I did not speak up for my classmate, but I will speak up for you, to ensure that you have the confidence to go to school, that you enjoy going to school, and to ensure you develop the capacity and self-assurance to find and use your voice. And to the beautiful little people in my life who are at school, to my darling niece Caitlin, who will always be my girl, to my fierce but kind nephew Jack, and to my precious, dear, brave stepdaughter Neve, you can tell me anything and I will always help you, and I will always speak up for you. The country primary schools where I spent my formative years were in the Riverland, which meant I grew up with the mighty River Murray as my backyard. There is a degree of serendipity in this, given I now have the honour of representing an electorate named for Captain Charles Sturt, who was known for exploring the River Murray. I learned two important lessons from my 15 years of country life. Firstly, that the River Murray is the environmental, economic and social lifeblood of the state of South Australia, and that respecting and protecting it so it has the capacity to sustain us for generations to come is critical. Secondly, I learned about the value of strong communities, how they create a sense of belonging and security, and that they do not grow and thrive without volunteers. The two most dedicated volunteers I knew whilst growing up were my mum and dad, for whom nothing was too much trouble. Mum and Dad, I learned so much from your dedication to my sister and I, but also from your dedication to our broader family and to our country community. I thank you for teaching me this and for always supporting me. Mum and Dad coached and umpired netball and basketball, chopped oranges for half-time, washed the gear, ran swimming carnivals and contributed as voluntary office holders to multiple sporting clubs. I saw echoes of Mum and Dad during the STIRT campaign, when I met true blue volunteers who had dedicated decades of time to community sporting clubs, such as Dom at the Campbelltown City Soccer and Social Club, Tom at the Glenunga Rams Footy Club, or Rob, Nick and Maria at the Metro Stars Soccer Club. But it was Mum and Dad's example that encouraged me to become a volunteer in my community, be it through my stepdaughter's local netball club or by being a volunteer director on the board of the Royal Flying Doctor Service. Now, the RFDS is one of the most brilliant organisations in this great country, providing rural and remote healthcare and medical retrieval services to Australians who need it. Every year, the RFDS performs approximately 33,000 life-saving aeromedical retrievals. There are 900 patient contacts every day, and as I speak right now, there are no less than 10 to 15 RFDS red-bellied planes transporting doctors and nurses across the country as they provide the finest care to the farthest corner. The RFDS is an organisation that is worth volunteering for. Access to quality remote and rural healthcare is worth speaking up for. And so to my colleagues at the RFDS, I promise I will speak up for the work that you do at every opportunity. I took a leap of faith when I was 25 and decided to move overseas, to the Middle East. It was a reinvention of sorts because no one knew me. It was the quintessential fresh start. I remember waking up after my first night in a hotel in Dubai, opening the curtains and looking out across the desert that was glowing red and gold in the 40-degree heat, and thinking two things. Firstly, what am I doing? And secondly, I'm so glad I'm here. I couldn't wait to explore the world, to go beyond. And so I joined the so-called Great South Australian Brain Drain of the early 21st century and left. I left for 9 years, and those 9 years that I spent working as a lawyer in Dubai and Hong Kong were life-changing. Great travel, great work, great opportunities, but most importantly, great perspective, and a slow but growing realisation that this country, Australia, is paradise. In the first few months of my tenure in Dubai, I met an Egyptian lawyer who would go on to become my good friend. The look on his face when he realised that I was an Australian citizen with an Australian passport is seared onto my brain because it was one of envy. He told me that everyone wants to move to Australia and that an Australian passport is the golden ticket. Of course, being young, immature, and a bit too smug about being an expat, I didn't think that was so. But 3 years later, in February 2011, I was in the office late one night with my friend and my other Egyptian and Arab colleagues as we watched the Egyptian revolution play out on television. The eyes of my Egyptian colleagues were flashing. They were wild as they saw their compatriots protesting in Tahrir Square, saying no to corruption, saying no to low wages and unemployment, saying no to arbitrary arrest, and saying no to electoral fraud, political censorship, authoritarianism, and political repression. Protesters having the courage to speak up, risking imprisonment and risking their lives, and those of their families, to demand change for everyone. Living in the Middle East during the Arab Spring had a profound impact on me because it was the first time I really reflected on Australia as a country. Yes, we have our problems, but being an Australian citizen is like having a golden ticket. In this country, we fight for working people. We don't oppress them. In this country, we embrace political freedom. We do not shut it down. In this country, we know we will be treated fairly and with due process by our justice system. In this country, we know we won't be woken in the middle of the night by the police, taken to jail, never to be seen or heard from again. What we have here in this country is precious. We need to protect it. We need to understand and be invested in what underpins these freedoms that are simply there for us, as if by magic. If we do not invest in protecting these Australian values and freedoms, we risk losing them. The level of apathy that I witnessed during my campaign troubled me deeply, because apathy is the greatest enemy of democracy. If we are apathetic about our political system, we won't engage in it. If we are apathetic about how valuable our healthcare, education, aged care, social welfare and industrial relations systems are, we will not be invested in sustaining and improving them. And if we are apathetic about the freedoms that we have in this country, that we do not have to protest to enjoy, we will not defend them when we need to. Australia is worth defending. Australia is worth speaking up for. The highly educated people of Sturt, and indeed the people of South Australia, are going to play a key role in this defence of our values and of our nation. There is no longer a brain drain in South Australia. Easily, it is one of the best places to live, work and invest, and people are flocking to it. South Australia is at the heart of our nation's defence industry, and it was with immense pride that I spent 5 years of my career working for ASC out at the Osborne shipyard in Adelaide's north. The defence industry offers well-paid, meaningful and secure jobs for South Australians, including to those who are still in early learning centres or primary schools, or who haven't even been born yet. That is the opportunity before us. It is the greatest economic opportunity for South Australia in the last century, and I am committed to fight for that opportunity to be realised, to fight to grow the prosperity of my state, and to fight to secure the capability we need in this country to defend and deter. In South Australia, we will need thousands of additional skilled workers out at the Osborne shipyard to build that capability. Increased investment in STEM research and development, enhanced cyber and AI capability, the faster and simpler transfer of technology, and a meaningful value proposition to encourage people to join and remain in the Australian Defence Force to conduct this mission are all part of this. Another part of this is post-service care for our veterans. My grandfather fought in World War II, and like so many others, he had a horrendous experience in that he was a prisoner of war. He suffered terrible post-traumatic stress disorder, which was not acknowledged or even recognised during his lifetime, leading to severe battles with alcoholism and unemployment. During the Sturt campaign, I met a young veteran who had served our country. He was home during the day whilst I was door knocking because he was unemployed. Equipped with leadership skills, resilience, character and tenacity, during our 20-minute chat, he told me that despite trying desperately, he couldn't land a job because his skills did not fit into a box. He was not, for example, an engineer or a doctor or a teacher. As well as mental and physical health support for veterans in their post-service lives, we must encourage the Australian public and private sectors to continue to offer opportunities to these courageous men and women so that they can benefit from the dignity of meaningful employment and continue to contribute to our community post-service. If we do not speak up for people who have served our country, then we cannot expect others to join this country's great imperative to defend and deter. Without people, we cannot defend and deter. And without deterrence and defence, we risk losing everything. Our Australian values and way of life are the reason a significant percentage of people who live in Sturt are migrants who have chosen to make Australia their permanent home. Sturt is in Adelaide's east, on the lands of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains, to whom I now pay my respects. And for the past 2 terms of government, Mr James Stephens ably served the people of Sturt. James, you're always classy and always professional, and I thank you for our service to our community. Stretching from Hope Valley in the north, across Adelaide's vibrant green eastern belt, all the way to Glen Osmond in the south, Sturt is home to the famous Nord Redlegs men's and women's footy sides, the brilliant Penfolds Estate Winery, the Men's Fruit Choc Shop, which is a South Australian institution, to many homegrown businesses in the industrial north of the electorate, and to several growing and thriving multicultural communities, particularly Indian, Chinese and Italian. I have forged strong relationships with the Italian community in particular, and I now give a big shout out to my dear friends at the Alta Villa Club, the Sicilia Club, the Marche Club, the Focola Furlan Club, the San Giorgio di Malara Club, and to Nathaniel's Cafe on Paynham Road, all of whom I hold responsible for the transition in my wardrobe to almost exclusively elastic-waisted garments. I also thank the Prime Minister for his multiple energetic visits to Sturt during the election campaign and for the faith and trust he placed in me right from the very beginning. Faith and trust that never wavered, even when no woman had ever held the seat and Labor hadn't held it for 53 years. I particularly thank the Prime Minister for rolling his sleeves up at what turned out to be a working visit to a growing business called Nonna's Cucina in Holden Hill, where the Prime Minister was offered a job as an apprentice chef just in case things didn't go well at the election. Under the leadership of Marco, Dario, Steph, Mel, Rebecca, Michael and their team of volunteers, Nonna's Cucina delivers Italian-style home-cooked meals and welfare checks to 500 elderly households per day. That is truly an endeavour worth speaking up for. I'm a volunteer delivery driver with Nonna's Cucina. I do home delivery runs as regularly as I can, happily sharing this time with one of the biggest influences on my political career and life, Ms Cressida O'Hanlon, the member for Dunstan in the South Australian Parliament. Cressida taught me what it means to be a grassroots campaigner and a true and strong local voice. Cressida, your persistence and effort are a credit to you. I'm so glad we met and I truly value our friendship. As well as the incredible people who volunteered tirelessly on the Sturt campaign, particularly my team of Jason Byrne, Daisy Miller, Antonia Larissa and Ella Shaw, whose effort and dedication I now benefit from and can never repay. There are many other incredible people who strongly encouraged me to put my hand up to run for the seat of Sturt and who supported me not with judgment but with frank and full advice throughout that 11-month campaign. There are too many to list now, but some of these incredible people include Senator Don Farrell, Senator Penny Wong, the Honourable Amanda Rishworth, the Honourable Mark Butler, ALP State Secretary Eamon Burke, and Josh Peake and his formidable team at the SDA. To Senator Marielle Smith, another incredible person. Marielle, what a journey. From that very first meeting on 6 April 2024 at the St Peter's Bakery, you believed in me. Your clear and sensible advice was always spot on. And I'm so excited that we now not only share a workplace, but a dear friendship. Finally, to the two superstars in my life. Firstly, my sister Lisa. Lisa, I'm wearing a little yellow sparkle today in your honour, because yellow is your colour, and I wanted a bit of you here in this place with me, even though you are all the way across the world in Washington, DC, with Caitlin, Jack and Dom. Sparkle is the only way to describe you. When we grew up together, you were always the one who spoke up for others, no matter the cost. You still do this. I can only aspire to your integrity, generosity, courage and loyalty. Lisa, I dedicated my campaign to you, and I now dedicate my first term as the member for Sturt in this House to you. And to my Ben. Ben, you are the bravest person I know and my best friend. You are a beautiful dad to Neve, and every day you show me how to move forward with purpose, no matter what adversity life brings. I will never forget the clarity I felt on our wedding day, the knowledge that saying, I do to you, was the absolute best decision I could ever make for myself, and for our little family. Ben, the second greatest privilege of my life is to stand here in this place. The greatest privilege is to do it knowing you are by my side. Your support gives me the courage to speak up for my community. And so to my community, to the people of Sturt, it is a privilege to represent you. Thank you for trusting me and for giving me the honour of speaking up for you every day. Thank you.
Order. If members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The question is that the address be agreed to. And before I call the honourable member for more, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the honourable member for more.
Mr. Speaker, I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people, and I pay my respects to the elders past and present. I would also like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land of my community, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. Now, I wasn't born into politics. I'm the son of a painter who was the son of a painter. I wasn't the first in my family to go to university or the first to work in law because of Labor government policies. But I am the first to stand here, in this place, and that matters. Because I didn't grow up thinking I'd end up here, but this life, in all its twists, brought me here anyway. And the truth is, I've never fit neatly into a single box. I'm a qualified electrician and a lawyer, a former publican, a father, and now a parliamentarian. I am not one thing, but it's the sum of my experiences that bring me here and gives me the insight to do this job. I come from working class stock. I've poured beers, pulled cables, written briefs, and represented workers. I've stood on job sites, picket lines, and I've heard more excuses from bosses than beats in a Ramones song. But the common thread, the baseline that's carried me, has always been a love for people. A belief in fairness and a commitment to opportunity, equity and the dignity of work. Values at the very heart of the Labor movement. People often ask me how I went from being an electrician to being a lawyer. I tell them it's actually a pretty straight line. Being a Sparky got me into the Electrical Trades Union. The union got me into politics, and politics eventually led me to law. And somewhere along the way, I realised I might be better at making laws than enforcing them. So not many lawyers wear steel caps, but then again, not many Sparkies wear robes. Turns out whether it's a switchboard or a courtroom, the job's the same. Keep calm, stay grounded, and pray nothing catches fire. Maybe that's why I've always tried to make sense of the chaos, to understand how things go wrong and what can be done better. That drive comes from seeing people slip through the cracks. In the Fair Work Commission, on job sites, over the bar, and knowing someone has to be willing to speak up. Being an electrician taught me more than how to run a cable or wire a switchboard, and working in pubs taught me more than how to pour a beer. Both jobs taught me how to read a room, not just for voltage, but for people. They taught me how to stay calm when things went wrong, how to think on my feet, how to de-escalate a situation before it kicked off, how to finish the job even when it was raining, the plans were wrong, or someone was shouting at you from across the bar. I didn't grow up dreaming of conduit or cable trays, but once I put on the high vis, I found a trade that made sense. Practical, tangible, and essential. I still remember the buzz of finishing a job and knowing when you flicked a switch, something lit up because of you. There's a deep satisfaction in that, the kind of pride that comes from using your hands, your brain and your back all at once. It's not glamorous work, but it's good work, honest work. And I always carry that with me. Being a tradie taught me that nothing stays the same for long. One year you're an apprentice, the next you're mentoring one. One week you're on night shift, the next you're looking for a new contract. Change isn't a theory in industry, it's reality. You learn to adapt or you don't last. That ability to change course, to take a risk, back yourself and try something new is something we don't talk enough about in politics, but it's baked into the lives of working people. Whether it's retraining, recovering, starting over, or just picking yourself up and turning up again on Monday, that's resilience. I've met Sparkies who become small business owners, painters who became nurses, publicans and chefs who become teachers. There's no straight line through life, and we should stop pretending there is. And I'm standing here because I took a few detours. I've changed careers, cities, and expectations. I've gone from live wires to legislation, from wiring offices and minds to writing laws, and every shift, every fork in the road added to something to who I am. Because your story doesn't have to be polished or perfect to be powerful. Before I found politics or even law, I found music, particularly alternative music, the soundtrack of share houses, long drives and cheap guitars. It didn't always offer solutions, but it made you feel seen. That music has shaped how I've seen the world. It gave working class kids like me a voice, even when no one else was listening. Mr. Speaker, in preparing for today, I kept returning to a lyric from Everclear. The hand you hold is the hand that holds you down. It's a confronting line, but it's always stayed with me. Because sometimes the people or the systems that claim to support you are the same ones holding you back. And recognising that, learning to stand up anyway, is how many of us from working class backgrounds find our voice. It's how we learn to fight for something better. Years later, I found another kind of anthem in an unlikely place. Now, I'll be honest, I never listened to a musical until I met my partner Claire. But she introduced me to Hamilton, the perfect crossover of great music and great politics. A story about someone who wasn't meant to be in the room, but wouldn't take no for an answer. But there's a lyric that stayed with me ever since. I'm not throwing away my shot. This is my shot. my shot to fight for my community of Moore, a community that stretches along Perth's northern corridor, from Trigg in the south to Iluka in the north, a stretch of coastline patrolled by volunteers from our local surf lifesaving clubs at Trigg, Sorrento and Mullaloo. Our community spirit isn't just in the sand, it's in the suburbs. It's a region defined by families juggling work, school runs and weekend sport. A place where ambition is measured in early starts, late finishes and long drives to footy training and back. A community built on hard work, hope and determination to give the next generation more than we had. Its spirit is old school. Help your neighbour, back your mates, speak your mind. Joondalup is the urban heart of Moore. It's a city that grew from vision, shaped by planning, migration and opportunity. For decades, it has been a place where new suburbs have rose from the bush and new Australians built their lives. There's a time capsule buried near the train station. It was buried in 1999 and it's to be opened in 2029. But this is a reminder of just how fast the future arrives and how bold the original dream was. That capsule reminds us, though, that bold ideas take time, but they also take commitment. We owe it to the people who planted those dreams to see them realised. I see the future for Joondalup as a cultural capital, a city that doesn't just house people, but a place that inspires them, a place where kids can learn, play and perform, a home for live music, local talent and big ideas. We must turn the Joondalup Performing Arts and Cultural Centre into reality, a venue that will put our city on the map for every touring band and school orchestra. Music, theatre, libraries, these are bridges between people. Culture is infrastructure too. The stages on which identity is built, because culture isn't just something we consume, it's something we create. And it doesn't belong to the elite. Some of the most honest stories ever told came from local pubs and backyard jam sessions. More suburbs have their own voice, raw, honest and full of life. It's time we gave them a proper mic, a proper stage, not just in backyards or pubs, but in venues worthy of the talent we're growing, so the next generation doesn't have to leave Joondalup to be heard. My family's pubs gave music a home, a stage, a sticky carpet, a chance to be heard. That's where my mum's going, oh no. But that's where I learned music isn't just entertainment. It's protest, it's poetry, it's belonging. Music taught me to question authority, to speak out, to feel. Songs remind me that we don't just govern with laws, but with stories. Music has been the highway of my life, and now in this place, I get to help build the on-ramps so others can find their way. I want kids in Connolly to pick up guitars. I want teenagers in Duncraig to choreograph dance routines. I want mural art in Craigie, punk gigs in Heathridge and poetry in Padbury. I want working class kids to see their own lives reflected on stage, not just once a year, but every weekend. Every life has off notes, and sometimes those are what gives a song its power. At 25, just before starting my electrical apprenticeship, a routine pre-work medical found something wasn't right. They told me to follow up with my GP, who sent me for more tests and referred me to Professor Neil Boudville. That's when I first heard the words chronic kidney disease. I'd barely picked up a set of tools, and already I was carrying a health condition that shadowed me for more than a decade and led me to having a kidney transplant in 2020. I wasn't special, I wasn't lucky, I was just lucky. Lucky to have the support of a great family, lucky to have Medicare, lucky to live in a country that didn't put a price on my future. That's why I will always defend Medicare. Yeah. But health isn't the only battle working people face. We continue to see apprentices treated poorly, pushed too hard, paid too little, left without support. They're vulnerable and some people exploit that. I've stood beside apprentices who were threatened when they raised safety concerns or too scared to say they didn't understand a task. That's not training, that is exploitation. And every time we fail an apprentice, we fail our future. If we want a country that builds things, fixes things, invents things, it starts with backing our apprentices, not breaking them. I believe in public education. I believe in a strong union movement. I believe in workplace rights, fair wages, free TAFE and safe jobs. I believe in art, in music, in laughter, and to the horror of my staff, dad jokes. I've been part of campaigns where we've changed safety procedures after an injury. I've represented health and safety reps who've stopped unsafe work. I've stood with families after injury, illness and injustice and then gone home to change nappies at 3 a.m. because I'm a dad before I'm anything else. People ask why I ran. The truth is, once you've stood beside someone on the worst day of their life, after a workplace death, a failed workers' comp claim or a wrongful dismissal, it's hard to unsee that. It gets in your blood. I didn't run because I wanted to be a politician. I ran because I've seen too many people get shocked by the systems that were meant to shield them. I couldn't keep drawing up briefs and crossing my fingers. I was tired of trying to restore power without the switchboard. I didn't want to just survive the system. I wanted to rewire it. I know people say politics will change you, and maybe it will, but I'd rather try and fail than never try at all. And as Hamilton put it, legacy. What is legacy? It's planting seeds in a garden you never get to see. I'm here for that garden. Full of song, fair go, and opportunity. For my kids, for yours, for the next band that plays in Joondalup. For the kid in Edgewater who dreams of studying medicine. For the worker in Belden who just wants a fair deal. For 35 years, Moore hasn't had a Labor member. That ends now. There weren't many people who thought I could win Moore back. In 2022, I was almost good enough. But here I am, and I'm not going away. I'm not just here to hold the seat. I'm here to make it sing, to make sure the voices of our suburbs ring out in policy, in Parliament, and maybe even in the distorted gars and social perspective of punk. There will be challenges, of course there will, but I've stared down worse, and I know what it means to fight, and I know what it means to lose. But I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's doing it anyway. It's holding your kids close and then standing up to speak. It's pressing play when everything inside you says pause. There's a poem that hangs on the wall of my office, Martin Nimola's First They Came, a stark reminder of what happens when good people stay silent. Its message is simple. If we don't speak out for others, there may be no one left to speak out for us. That poem is a compass, a reminder that silence helps the powerful and hurts the vulnerable. And every time I look up at the grass above this building, I remember why that matters. Parliament House was built beneath the feet of the people to remind us we serve the people, not the other way round. That belief has guided every step that brought me here, but I didn't take those steps alone. To my partner Claire, for your love, your honesty and your fierce belief in me, you are my home. Now Claire has always been known for her wise investments. She picked me up when I was 38, an electrician with a dodgy kidney, 2 tool bags and a dream of being a politician that sounded more like a punchline than a plan. Some invest in shares or property. Claire invested in me. And I reckon she's still waiting for the dividend. But I'm working on it. And to my boys, they're not here. Chaos. But anyway, they won't remember this speech, but hopefully one day I hope they read it and feel proud. And to my parents, John and Mary, look what you have done. You raised a kid who asked too many questions, challenged everything, and somehow turned that into a job. You taught me the value of hard work, of doing the right thing when no one's watching, and backing yourself when the odds aren't in your favour. If I stand a little taller today, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of your sacrifice and love. To my brother Joe, who saved my life by donating his good kidney. I carry that with me every day. To my other brothers, Greg, Kieran, Dominic, Joe set a pretty high bar. But in all seriousness, I'm proud to call you my brothers. To Professor Neil Boudville for overseeing my care and transplant for more than a decade. I wouldn't be standing here without you. Thank you. To Adam Woodidge and Michael Wright from the Electrical Trades Union, you've always had my back and I'll never forget it. To United Professional Firefighters Union, thank you for giving me a chance to learn a new profession and trusting me to represent your members. And to the RBTU and the AMWU, your support has meant more than you know. To the members of the Kingsley, Hillarys and Joondalup branches, thank you for your dedication, your energy and your belief that more could be won. To Kim Young, Sue Hearn and Greg Wilton, your guidance, political education and belief and hard work made all the difference. To my colleagues and friends in the WA Parliament, Caitlin Collins, Emily Hamilton, Jess Stokowski, Stuart Aubrey and Mark Folkard, thank you for your friendship and support. To my campaign director, Tim Gray Smith, thank you for believing. You ran a campaign that was smart, steady and full of heart. To my campaign team and staff, thank you for backing me. I'll do everything I can to make you proud. And to my oldest friends, Murray, Logan, Scott, Andrew, Cameron, thank you for keeping me grounded, honest and moving forward. But to the people of Moore, thank you for your trust. I won't waste it. I'll work hard, I'll listen and I'll fight for the things that matter to you. You've put your faith in me and I intend to repay it. One conversation, one vote, one outcome at a time. To the Prime Minister, thank you, Albo, for your support, your example, and proving that a love of music and a love of people are not just compatible, they're essential for leadership. Yeah. And to my WA Labor colleagues, Pat Gorman, Matt Keogh, Madeline King, Anne Ali and Josh Wilson, you've known me since this journey began back in 2016. Thank you for your guidance, advice and encouragement. You've shown me what it means to lead with purpose and serve with principle. I'm extremely proud to stand alongside you. And to the members of this House, I look forward to working with you, learning from you, and occasionally debating with you, loudly. But I'd like to just finish on this. And to the young people out there who feels like they don't belong, maybe this place is for you too. Maybe one day you'll be here, not because you fit the mould, but because you didn't. Because sometimes the hand you hold doesn't hold you down. Sometimes it lifts you up. Thank you.
Good speech, wasn't it? Hey? It's funny.
If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Maribyrnong, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend her the usual courtesies. I give the call to the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and congratulations to you on your re-election to the High Office. Your commitment to this place and passion for civic education to help safeguard our democracy is a powerful example to us all. To be in this place, to rise as a new member for Maribyrnong, is both exhilarating and humbling. I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of these lands, and from my home, the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation. I recognise their elders and I pay tribute to their care and continuous custodianship of this country. I'm deeply proud to live in a nation home to the oldest continuous culture on the planet. The simple act of welcome to country is powerful, an act of generosity that invites us to listen, learn and reflect on the stories and wisdom of those who have walked these lands for tens of thousands of years. And at its core, this act is about curiosity. And it's curiosity that leads us to ask the questions that matter. Why? Why not? Einstein once said curiosity has its own reason for existing. As a newly elected member of this place, I intend to bring that spirit of curiosity to everything I do. Ask questions, listen, seek answers, do what I can to help build a more inclusive, more productive and ultimately a kinder Australia. Mr Speaker, in the 119 years since the division of Maribyrnong was first created, I'm only the 9th person to represent it, but the very first woman to do so. I'm humbled by this unique and special privilege afforded to me by the voters of Maribyrnong and the Australian Labor Party. During the announcement of my candidacy at Good Start Early Learning in Moonee Ponds, I had the distinct honour of being flanked by both the current and former leaders of our party, two giants of modern Labor. They gently reminded me of this fact as we prepared for the upcoming media conference, really setting me straight and putting me in my place, making sure I truly enjoyed the magnitude of the moment and didn't lose sight of my role and my responsibility in it. Very kind. Mr Speaker, it is a delight to have a leader of our country who has promoted kindness as a virtue, who has singled it out as something that is a source of strength and a wellspring for change. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his resounding victory and unwavering commitment to Labor being a party that delivers real, meaningful and lasting change for all Australians. Over the years, the Prime Minister and I have both shared a deep belief in the transformative power of education. His leadership and determination to reform early learning is, in my view, both inspiring and historic. It will stand as one of the most enduring legacies. And Prime Minister, I am so proud to stand at your side to help get this done. As the Prime Minister rightly said in his Light on the Hill address, Labor seeks office so we can use the power of the state to intervene to make a real difference to people's quality of life and access to opportunity. If we see a barrier to fairness, we are prepared to use the power of the state to make a difference. That light will never go dim as long as we continue using the levers of government with purpose, making bold choices, staying curious and relentlessly striving to build a better future for us all. And we see the light more clearly because in the Labor movement, we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I want to recognise that I am following in the footsteps of one of those giants, the Honourable Bill Shorten. I don't underestimate the expectations that come with succeeding him, but I embrace them. To take on the legacy of one of the greats of the union movement, of the Labor Party and of our nation is a privilege. Bill, to be measured against your dedication to the people of Maribyrnong is an honour I accept with energy and resolve. Mr Speaker, Maribyrnong's story is Australia's story. It has been home to the Wurundjeri Wurrung people for tens of thousands of years and who have gone on to welcome the many who have migrated here from all across the globe, including a strong Greek and Italian diaspora who have made an invaluable contribution to our community and Australian way of life. The electorate is home to the race that stops the nation and to the Kerrigans, their Fords, their Holdens, their greyhounds and their castle. It is a place that, in the immortal words of Lawrence Hamill QC, where a home is not built of bricks and mortar, but of love and of memories. During the campaign, I was welcomed into many homes across Maribyrnong. I door-knocked in every suburb and spoke with thousands of locals, like Len and Melva, who have lived on their street in Avondale Heights for 60 years, and Francesco, who has called Essendon home for almost as long, and Nina, who I met in Oak Park, proudly casting her first ever vote at 18. Community, kindness and curiosity are at the heart of Maribyrnong, and they shine through in the people who make it the place it is. From the Maltese Seniors Club in Airport West, to the Italian Community Keilor Association, to the Friends of Maribyrnong Valley who work tirelessly to protect and restore the Maribyrnong River and its valley parklands, from Kensington Neighbourhood House, which offers a lifeline to those doing it tough, to the incredible volunteers of Helping Hands. These groups are but a few of the many. Kindness and care is everywhere. And then there are the sporting clubs, footy, tennis, soccer, cricket, netball, you name it. On any given Saturday, you'll find a great game and even better community spirit at local fields right across the electorate, including, of course, at the iconic Windy Hill. Mr. Speaker, there are some things we're born into and there are others we choose. My family and I, like the many thousand families before us, chose to make Melbourne our home. Whilst Queensland will forever be my state of origin, my husband Ravi and I have made Melbourne our home and our future, where we are raising our two wonderful daughters, Guinevere and Margot. Now looking back, there's almost a sense of inevitability about our making Melbourne, in particular near the northwest, our home. It was Melbourne, and specifically Keilor East, in the summer of 1985 that was Ravi's first experience of Australian life. Visiting from Fiji just prior to the Chandra family move to Australia, Ravi has fond memories of his summer trip to Melbourne, riding the tram, going to the Myers Christmas windows on Bourke Street, and enjoying the unique combination of opportunity, security and warmth that only Australia can provide. Like so many migrants before them and after them, the Chandras were curious about what life could be for them and their young children in the big, great unknown of Australia, and they grasped that opportunity with both hands, and I'm so grateful that they did. My story begins with my family. The oldest of four, my siblings and I had the very good fortune of being raised in a village of family members. Grandparents, uncles, aunties, cousins. We had a typical and idyllic childhood of big family Christmases, camping holidays and Mario Kart sessions. I'm the daughter of teachers and the granddaughter of working people. My mum's parents were Les and Gwen Winkle. Les was a high school principal who worked across regional Queensland and then went on to play a leading role in advancing senior education in the state as the Director of Secondary Education and the inaugural Secretary of the Board of Secondary School Studies. Gwen worked even harder, raising their four amazing children. Anne, who's in the gallery today, David, Evan and their youngest, my mum, Kathy. My dad's parents, Bob and Bev Brisky, were originally from Rover in regional Queensland before they moved the family to Brisbane to raise their three children, Karen, Anne-Marie and their middle son, my dad, Daryl. Bob was a linesman, union member, then union official, then state secretary, then national president of the Postal and Telecommunications Union. Thanks to my pa, joining my union was an instinctive act on the first day I started a post-school job at the local Alex Hills Hotel bottle shop. The Liquor, Hospitality and Miscellaneous Union, the MISOs, remains my union to this day, the now mighty United Workers Union. My granddad, Bob Brisky, was also an active member of the Queensland branch of the Australian Labor Party, and no doubt a driving force over my father's involvement in the party and subsequent candidacy in the historic Queensland Labor victory of 1989. My dad, Daryl Brisky, a former teacher, was first elected to the Queensland Parliament as the Labor member for Redlands when Wayne Goss and Queensland Labor swept to victory, ending 32 years of Conservative rule under the infamous Joh Bjelke-Petersen. I was 4 years old, but I remember the euphoria of the night. Couldn't tell exactly what was happening on, but I could sense it was big. My dad represented the communities of Redlands and Cleveland for 17 years, retiring in 2006 when I was 21. I grew up with my father as an MP. His example showed be the real, lasting difference strong, community-focused representation can make. It's no surprise that his influence helped shape my path into the ALP and a lifelong commitment to Labor and the union movement. My mum, Cathy, as a teacher, active union delegate and a passionate artist and actor, and her deep love for the arts and culture has also shaped my politics. Artists channel curiosity into creation, and I'm incredibly fortunate to have a mum who has taught me the value of the arts, not just as expression, but as a powerful force for change. Beyond watching my dad in public life, I remember my own curiosity about politics. What it was and what it meant to me was sparked when I was about 8 years old, in Mr Weir's grade 3 class at Thornland State School. Learning about Australia's Prime Ministers, I remember being pretty indignant that none had been women. I'm thrilled now, though, that Margot, my 8-year-old, can point to a great Labor Prime Minister, Julia Gillard. Not only that, Margot and my eldest Granny are here and witnessing a sea of women from all walks of life. This is a very different parliament to the one I would have witnessed when I was 8, and we're all the better for it. Yeah. With curiosity as my compass, a commitment to helping others has always driven me. In high school, I watched many of my peers struggle with the stress, anxiety and pressures of adolescence. Whilst my school was a great school, like many schools at the time, mental well-being of students was not a key feature like it is today. This gap is what inspired me to pursue child and youth psychology and become an educational and developmental psychologist. My brief experience with the Logan Child and Youth Mental Health Service gave me first-hand insight into how government and community services can work together to provide wraparound care vulnerable children need and deserve. Today, I'm proud to be a part of a Labor government that understands the important power of shaping formative experiences for the better. Our world-leading social media reforms designed to protect the mental well-being and safety and future of young Australians is a powerful reflection of that commitment. My time as the CEO of the Parenthood gave me the opportunity to rally and empower Australian parents to advocate for better. Better paid parental leave, better support for single parents, more affordable and accessible high-quality early learning and care, better and more responsive workplaces. A moment that sticks in my mind was the powerful testimony of an Australian Navy Lieutenant Commander, Sandra Croft, who had joined the Parenthood and through us had the opportunity to give evidence to the Senate committee reviewing the then Coalition's plans to end so-called double dipping on paid parental leave. Sandra spoke with raw honesty about what it felt like to be told by her government she was a double dipper and somehow rorting the system. It was a turning point for me. It made clear just how much decisions made in this place directly and personally affect people's lives. It was then I knew I wanted to take my advocacy from outside these walls to inside. In my most recent time in the union movement, I advocated for workers who care for our communities. Aged care workers, early childhood educators, those who show up every day with compassion, patience and purpose. It was an honour to help elevate their voices and play a part in the historic early learning and aged care reforms delivered by the Albanese Labor government. Now, as a Labor member of this place, I'm honoured to champion the voices of parents and carers, educators, aged care workers, cleaners and factory workers. Representing working people and their unions is a responsibility I carry with pride and conviction. I intend to use my time in here being curious, knowing what I can change and fighting hard to change it. Too many Australians depend on Labor to deliver real outcomes. That's what sets us apart from those who make the promises they never intend or are never able to keep. The Honourable Barry Jones MP, a former Labor member of this place, representing Lawler, has previously ascribed a set of principles of strong leadership. These resonated with me. Curiosity and vision, pursuing the unknown and seeking to understand so as to tackle the wicked problems we face. Seeking knowledge from experts. Basing decisions on principles and beliefs. Tackling complexity and rejecting oversimplification. Maintaining flexibility. When facts change, we can change our positions and opinions. having ambition for the long view, the planting of seeds in a garden we may never get to enjoy, being ready to act with urgency, acting with courage and advocacy, being prepared to take the hard decisions and bring people with you, being honest and accountable, clear on what you stand for to inspire confidence and sacrifice, and finally, being concerned for the welfare of others, including those we may never meet, and rejecting the promotion of division as a political strategy. I've seen the years at which we can tear each other down, blame, fight, especially when we're anxious or under threat. It's easy politics to stoke this fear, to further division, to create an us and them. It's harder to meet anxiety, stress and hardship and sit with it, to move others, to earn their trust with credibility and humility. The easy politics of protest and division, outrage over outcome, ultimately solves nothing. Instead, we should meet our communities where they're at, listen, seek understanding and strive to achieve better together. I'm reminded of a great scene from Ted Lasso, where Ted uses the phrase, often attributed to what women, be curious, not judgmental. He points out how often he is underestimated because people judge without taking the time to learn more about who he is. Ted reminds us that judgment closes us off, but curiosity opens us up. In a strong community, curiosity builds bridges, judgment builds walls. Prejudice thrives when judgment precedes curiosity, when we think we know the answer before we've even taken the time to ask the right questions. We condemn ourselves to the same mistakes if we don't use our curiosity to unearth new information, identify new ideas, and ultimately create new solutions. So let us be curious, not judgmental. Act with empathy as we bring people with us to collectively take on the challenges we face. Deputy Speaker, I'm fortunate to have had so many in my life whom without I would not be here today. Firstly, to the Labor Party branch members of Maribyrnong, so many stalwarts of the party committed to its purpose and collective vision to make life better for working people. Thank you. To the mighty trade union movement, to the union members of the ETU, the AMWU, ASU, CPSU, FSU, HACSU, TWU, AW and the SDA, and in particular to my union, United Workers Union. A huge shout out to the cleaners, security guards, food and beverage manufacturers, logistic workers, and of course aged care workers and educators. I'm so incredibly proud to be a member of UWU. I want to especially acknowledge Gary Bullock. Thank you, Gary, for believing in me and seeing in me a true advocate. Your commitment to Labor, being the party of working people, ensures we all stay focused on this important work. You have supported me and my family through highs and lows for well over a decade now. Thank you. To my other fellow UWUs, Dom Rose, Aaron Jones, Belle Little, Cara Anderson, Paddy Keys-McPherson, Felix Sharkey, Jackie Woods, Greg Moran and Jake Arello, and my past work colleagues who have now become my colleagues again, Member for Chisholm, Karina Garland, and Senator Karen Grogan. To others across the Victorian Labor Party who have welcomed me with open arms, Kat Hardy, Juliana Chogogovich, Michael Watson, Tony Piccolo, Steve Stakos, Alan Griffin, Steve Demopoulos, Tim Richardson, Dylan White and Ingrid Stitt. It's an absolute pleasure to work with all of you. To my amazing campaign team, led by the formidable and unflappable Connor Grant. Thank you for everything you all did during the campaign and now the amazing work we'll get to do for the Maribyrnong electorate. Deputy Speaker, politics, like many male-dominated professions, has not always been welcoming of women. It still takes extra effort to break down both the real and perceived barriers to participation. That's why I want to acknowledge the role of Emily's List and thank them for their support. I also take this moment to recognise the incredible women who've encouraged me and inspired me to step forward and do this important work. To Laura Fraser-Hardy, Emily Taylor, Nita Green, Alana Tibbetts, Jackie Trad, Cynthia Kennedy, the new member for Moreton, Julianne Campbell, to Nicola Hazel and Fiona Sugden. You're all contributing to making it just that bit easier for the young women who will succeed us, for our daughters and sons to enjoy a fairer and more inclusive future. To my old school friends and my new parent school friends, thank you for keeping me grounded by always being there to to talk about everything besides politics. To the farm state crew and our wolf pack. The wolf cubs were dutifully referenced during the first speech of the Honourable Minister Wells, and as such, I feel it incumbent of me to update the Hansard on some new additions to the pack. To Oshie and Dash, Tristan, Oscar, Milo and Margaret. These newest cubs provide a wonderful comic relief and support to the OG cubs Gwenny, Margot, Celeste, Maxon, Ariaman, Harriet and Maxwell. And last but no means least, my family. Firstly to my in-laws, Vinesh and Ramila, and Ranesh and Emily, and our newest family members, Luca and Bo. Ravi and I simply could not do this without your love and support. Thank you. To my siblings, Kathleen, Ali and Will, I know I can always count on you to keep me grounded and focused on what truly matters. And I'll always be able to beat you at Mario Kart. To Mum and Dad, Daryl and Kathy, thank you for everything, for always believing in me and supporting me. Thank you. And to my husband, Ravi. From the moment we met working in an electorate office, I think you may have known deep down this might have been on the cards for us. During the election, we celebrated 20 years of campaigning together. It's very nice. I'm sure, like many members in this House can relate, we spent more time together in the car on election day than we had done during the duration of the campaign. Ravi, you are my everything. To have you by my side is such an incredible source of strength. It's our teamwork that really makes this whole dream work. This job will undoubtedly have a toll on us and our family, and I know I will always be able to count on you to steer our family through the tough and crazy times. Love you, Ravi Bear. And let me end on acknowledging the two most important people in my life, Gwenny and Margot. I'm here because of you and for you. This job has and will continue to pull me away from you, and sometimes at really important times. With every moment I spend with you, I'm inspired by your curiosity and moved by your kindness. I want you to know that I will use these values during every hour I spend away from you in this place to pursue the change that will lead us to a kinder, better Australia for you and for generations to come. I hope to make you proud. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to just ask everybody to return to their seats just quietly now, if you wouldn't mind. I'm asking everyone to return to their seats now, please. So the question before the House is that the address be agreed to, but just before I call the Honourable Member for Brisbane, I remind the House that this is the Honourable Member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to her all of the usual courtesies. And on that note, I give the call to the Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. I also acknowledge the traditional owners of the land from which I'm visiting, the Yuggera and Turrbal people, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Now, each of you has a story that shapes who you are. Today, I'm going to tell you mine. It began in a small workers' cottage in the then blue-collar suburb of Paddington, but it has brought me to this grand people's house, Australia's Parliament House. Our inner-city home was really noisy. There were 8 siblings, 7 sisters and a brother, along with a few foster kids that came and went. At times, there were mattresses on the floors and sometimes sheets hung for privacy, as the bedrooms were made to accommodate children needing a safe roof over their head. We wore hand-me-downs, we shared books. Fences did not define who we played with or where we played. We knew our neighbours by name and their daily routines. The day Mrs. Smith died, you'll remember this, Mum and Dad, the day she passed away, she left her milk on the veranda. She never did that. With Mum tending to all the kids and Dad working long hours, I stepped up early. Almost daily I did the after-school shop runs for Mum, or I dropped off to our neighbours, Mr Biffin's homegrown chocos or Mrs Conti's home-hatched eggs that I collected at the same time. Mum's childhood meant she missed out on a full education, and unfortunately she didn't reach her dream of becoming a teacher. So she did everything she could to make sure we had the opportunity she didn't. So first was Petrie Terrace Kindy. I found it confusing. I could run the streets all day with the other kids, yet our skin colour meant we walked through different doors into the typical low-rise wooden building that was our kindy. And during outside play, we were separated by a wire fence. My primary school, Rosalie Primary, was home to many new immigrants, especially from Europe. We conversed in broken English or with gestures, but they transformed our suburbs with delicious cuisine and Mediterranean-style homes that didn't fit in but were cooler than the wooden structures that I grew up in. They opened our school and our suburb beyond Australian borders. At my all-girls high school, Mount St Michael's, I thrived on understanding how the world worked, especially physics or using math to manage a budget, bake or build, or that when you mix certain chemicals, they absolutely stunk. A few of us also fought really hard to raise support and funds for a computer. They were new back then, says a few things, doesn't it, and not widely available. But we saw how these would change our lives forever. My constant curiosity was also fed at home. My da, who lived next door, collected all sorts of things, rocks, plants, coins and stamps. He often explained to me what the rocks were and what they were used for. He knew the name of every plant in his garden and the ones he couldn't grow because of the climate. He taught me that our environment is very precious and that climate impacts everything. My Mr. Fix-It Dad, he let me TA him very often, and by my teens I was proficient at fixing any leaking tap, build a lamp, fix a bike, restore a desk, whatever it was. He never threw anything away if it could be fixed. He still doesn't. A piece of wood that is lying around is always useful for something. And I still look to fix things before I throw them away. One period in my life that had a profound impact on me, and some people have mentioned this today, was the Bjelke-Petersen era. During this time, Queensland saw its worst expression of gerrymandering. Political and police corruption was rife. The can't-lose dictatorship mentality just saw so much injustice. There were almost daily scenes of First Nations people and other so-called subversives being dragged away, usually with excessive force, into police paddy vans. Women and the LGBTIQA+ community were treated as second-class citizens. The Premier, along with his working senator wife, were fierce advocates, though, of the traditional family, where mum stayed at home. They saw same-sex marriage as denigrating to marriage. Workers also suffered. One of the most memorable and infamous times for me was the Sequeb dispute, where over 1,000 electricity workers were sacked. Mum and Dad joined the picket lines. Dad, a proud member of the Electrical Trade Union, took no wages in solidarity with the workers. Mum and others, they raised money, prepared food boxes, and were there with simple hugs just to help families through these dark days. As children, we were intimidated by men who would drive beside us as we walked to school, calling out abuse or just staring us down. It took the bravery of the Fitzgerald inquiry that saw 4 ministers jailed alongside a former police commissioner and a landslide win by Wayne Goss and Labor to start righting these wrongs. Inequality, though, remained a constant feature in my world. I worked full-time from the age of 17, other than the 6 months after our twins were born, first as a radiographer and then in government. This was followed by almost 25 years in the corporate sector, working both here and overseas. Early on, actually, I thought I was going to lose my job as a radiographer when a surgeon blew up an X-ray machine. He ignored my advice to shut it down because, quote, I didn't know what I was talking about. In classic form, I have been accused of being the boss's squeeze, and for the record, Deputy Speaker, I was not. I felt like I missed opportunities and promotional opportunities, and at times I had to ask to be paid the same as the men because my husband gets a good wage. Welcome to my really first taste of gender inequality. This I knew was wrong and unfair, and I took every opportunity I could to mentor women, encouraging them to never shy away from their strengths of compassion, kindness and empathy. I called out workplace discrimination, and I worked on gender-positive policy developments with global multilateral organisations like the OECD. I also learned a lot about leadership and standing up for civil liberties. Wayne Goss never shied away from taking on the big issues, which I saw firsthand as a young staffer. Now, most of this took place in the wonderful seat of Brisbane, the electorate that I now have the honour and privilege to represent here in this wonderful place. I've lived most of my life in Brisbane. As I said, it's home to the Yagara and Turrbal people. The electorate is bordered by Maiwar, the Brisbane River, and extends to Kedron Brook and the inner northwest. It takes in the CBD, which is now a mix of commercial and high-rise residential. Within 1 kilometre of there are single-plot heritage, post-war and modern homes. There is also a growing number of six-packs and multi-unit complexes. Brisbane is dotted with parks as well as active transport routes. Over the past 30 years, Brisbane has transformed from a country town, earning the nickname Brisvegas, to a growing metropolitan city. And the Brisbane electorate houses its heart with its vibrant arts, culture and sports scene. We also have more than 36,000 businesses, with a quarter of them in the professional, scientific and technology sectors. Healthcare, social assistance, real estate and construction make up the other third. There is pioneering technology such as quantum computing and biomedical and sustainable energy industries. Our community also has one of the largest student populations in the country. It is home to 2 of Queensland's largest and most prestigious universities, the Queensland University of Technology, my alma mater, and the University of Queensland Hurston campus. It is also one of the most progressive electorates in Queensland. Brisbane supported the Voice referendum. It is growing in multicultural character and is blessed with a large LGBTIQA+ community. But sadly, Brisbane is also blighted by homelessness and continued injustice towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So back in 2021, while I was having a drink with an old friend, I got on my soapbox about how our community is breaking down. Social justice, equality, opportunity, intergenerational fairness, it was crumbling. We were losing our compassion and our care towards one another. It was at that time, where many in this room will recall, our country's leader didn't hold a hose. He needed his wife to tell him how to have empathy towards women. And he commented on the Me Too march, "Not far from here, such marches, even now, are being met with bullets, but not in this country." On top of this, affordable healthcare was being undermined. I'd lived in the United States, and I didn't want people here to be like my friend Johnny, who had untreated arthritis because he had no affordable healthcare. Jokes were being made about water lapping at the homes of our Pacific neighbours. And I thought to myself, Australia's better than that. And during that conversation, it was suggested to me that I run for office. I thought about it a lot, but in the end, it was that fear of losing our community values, a fair go for all and looking out for each other. And that's what clinched it. So here I stand. I am extremely grateful and humbled to be the member for Brisbane, and I have so many people to thank for getting me here. First, to the people of Brisbane who put their faith in me, whether it be the Windsor community who helped their neighbour literally drag a piano up a hill and leave it on the footpath so it wouldn't get flooded, the families who we sweated with to fill sandbags, or the elderly Barden resident to whom we sent a clean-up crew, thank you. To Mum and Dad sitting in the back there, Jack and Lou Camp, you gave me the knowledge and the strength to live my values. Your energy and commitment to social fairness, it glows in me. Friends, Mum and Dad are in their 80s, and for the best part of 9 months, they were almost daily features on the Paddington Strip, the local shopping strip, showing me off to passers-by. You are such legends. To my husband John, our lads Jack and Paddy and Jess, also over there, you were my sounding board and my rock during the campaign. You managed to keep the house running while I was running in and out. Without you, though, I would not be here, as this journey was only ever going to be ours. Special call out to you, John, my best friend, my love, my confidant, the man who has always got my back. And everyone on this floor knows how important that is in politics. To my sisters and Macca, my brother, I know you always have my back. To the hundreds of volunteers, some not even old enough to vote, others first-timers, Chris and Lulu, two of my sisters, and then the stalwarts who were there day in, day out, hail, rain, wind or shine. There are too many to name, but again, thank you. To my irrepressible, energetic and loyal campaign team, including my dear friend Greg and long-time friend who's up there in the gallery. There was also Charlie, Jack, Alana, Bree, Kate C, Paula and Ben C. You were the cog that kept the wheels turning. To my Labor family, those on the daily phone calls who door-knocked and provided quiet guidance in the background, especially John, the other Kate, Hayden, Hannah, Grace and Ben D. You know who you are, thank you. To my union, the United Workers' Union, a big thank you. To the SDA and others within our mighty union movement, thank you also. You all keep Labor true to its values and will always be there for workers, the engine of our economy. To Emily's List, who supported and mentored me, it was invaluable. To my friend the Prime Minister, I'll leave it to you to say how long we've been friends, but you and your team believed in me, you put your arms around me and you lifted me. Thank you, and I can say I'm just so proud to be here and be a part of your team. And as I say often, as often as I can, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, looking ahead, I see a bigger and brighter Brisbane, and people continue to move here in droves, and it's no wonder, but then I'm a little biased. But in less than a decade, Brisbane will host the biggest sporting event in the world, the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Queensland has a very proud sporting history, producing the King, Madam Butterfly and our Cathy the Golden Girl, 3 greats from my era. But the Games are more than a sporting contest. They will provide many opportunities to enrich and strengthen our community. Labor recently committed to funding a female change facility at a large local Brisbane football club. Finally, the girls will have the same facilities as the boys. But this is more than just a building. It's recognition that women's sports matters and sports matters for women. As a swimmer and a lifesaver who trained 5 days a week, shared sandy beach beds and rejoiced at the Nationals, I learnt so much. Through sport, we learn confidence, strength, leadership and resilience. The 50 or so players that joined me that morning for the football announcement were also excited that this means more girls will join their community and will grow. And you never know, there might be another Matilda in the waiting, another Tilly. As Brisbane grows towards the next decade, global developments will challenge us. However, with steady leadership, I do believe we can remain focused on restoring intergenerational fairness, strengthening social cohesion and protecting our environment. And this starts with implementing Labor's election reforms. I'll be biased and say especially in Brisbane. First, housing. Ownership is tough, with many like my sons living at home well beyond when I did. Renting is tough. My friend Ben, who's in the gallery today, has been forced to live in 8 homes since 2020, and he now lives in an area he has no connection, where there is no connection to his community. More people are couch surfing or rough sleeping. What Brisbane needs is more affordable and social homes across all our suburbs. We saw in the last Parliament the blocking of the Housing Australia Future Fund, and frustratingly, there have been local protests against sensible development. We can do better. We also need to set realistic and achievable goals to eradicate homelessness. This is particularly important to me. Women my age are the fastest growing group of homeless, and I saw this while I was on the board of Third Space. Also, here's a little story, but during the campaign I met Karen. Karen was in her 60s, and after fleeing domestic violence around 7 years ago, she finally got her own place. This meant so much. She can decorate it as hers. She can leave the dishes to tomorrow if that's what she wants to do, and she can use the washing machine without checking first. She can live her life her way. I'm really proud of what Labor's doing to help realise the Australian dream of owning a home. This gives people long-term security and stability and a sense of belonging. It will enable our community people to set down their roots and create long-lasting memories. We can't forget the renters, though, who are trapped paying the equivalent of a mortgage in rent, and I want to explore how housing policies can do more to help them. When it comes to health, I will always stand up for Medicare. As one of 8 kids, our family relied on it. But I also heard many stories while on the campaign trail about how affordable healthcare is the difference between living a decent life or not living at all. While door-knocking one day, one lady cried and she thanked me and she asked me to pass on my thanks, her thanks, to our Prime Minister because her best friend would now live because her cancer treatment was on the PBS and she could afford it. So I am just so proud to be standing here and saying down the track we will be delivering Labor's new urgent care clinic and new Medicare mental health clinic. Our community will get to see a doctor for free closer to home, and they won't have to wait those long, long hours in hospital waiting rooms. I also met many young people on the campaign trail who were suffering mental health challenges. They will now have easier access to life-changing care. Addressing climate change is also extremely important to Brisbane, and this starts with Australia becoming a renewable energy powerhouse, and I truly believe Brisbane can play a leading role here. This will support our net zero targets and reduce electricity prices. Queensland is rich in critical minerals, and we are on the doorstep of Asia that's transitioning to renewables. This creates a unique opportunity to grow our local renewable energy capabilities and manufacturing. I'd like to see more Brisbane businesses and education providers innovate, grow and build the skills that we will need for this transition. Battery and solar power incentives will encourage uptake of renewable energy, and that's absolutely great. But we also know renters need more support. We need to continue to look for solutions for them, including more community batteries. And I call on the local LNP Council to stop playing politics and stop blocking our Newmarket community battery. It was promised back in 2022 and we need it delivered. Over the next decade, we need to see our infrastructure and renewables programs come together to create a long, lasting and sustainable footprint in Brisbane. Now, this will need all levels of government working together on appropriate planning, community consultation, environmental and heritage protection, including for 2032. It also includes reforms to our environmental laws, which I'm proud this government is committed to. And lastly, we need to be more inclusive. Everyone, regardless of their heritage, skin colour, sexual orientation, religion or ability, must be afforded equal rights and feel safe in our community. No one of us is any better than the next, and no one is entitled. A must here is truth-telling of the historical and current injustices facing First Nations people. Our children may no longer have to walk through separate kindy doors like I had to, but there is a long way to go. The original custodians have over 65,000 years of knowledge and connection to this land, which has always steered this country forward. And I was reminded of this recently in NAIDOC, when young Sandy, probably in her early 20s, proudly shared her story and those of her forebearers. This history is unique, and we should all know it, embed it, celebrate it, and use it to advance reconciliation and walk together as a stronger nation. Sovereignty was never ceded. My vision for Brisbane is grounded in realism, but also a little aspirational. But we have a privileged opportunity to recalibrate intergenerational inequality and strengthen social cohesion. Our kids deserve the same opportunities I and many in this room had. This includes the education to aspire to be what they want to be, to buy their own home, raise a family and not be burdened by excessive debt. For our daughters not to be disadvantaged. For the LGBTIQA+ community to live as their true selves. For First Nations people to genuinely feel we share their history and walk with them. For our vibrant migrant community to flourish and enrich us. For everyone to have a safe home and for our environment to thrive. I will be a leader who will listen and care for our community. I will be a leader who will bring us together. This will require pragmatism, respect and courage from all of us. My commitment to Brisbane is that my door is always open. Friends and colleagues, it took a community to get me here. The next chapter in my life story starts now, and the pens you all hold will help me write this. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
If members could just take their seats quietly. We have business to conduct. The question before the House is that the address be agreed to. I'm going to give the call to the member for Chisholm and just remind her about the need to seek leave to continue your comments.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I seek leave to continue my address in reply.
Is leave granted? Member for Hume, is leave granted?
Maybe not.
Leave is granted.
Excellent, thank you. I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. It is an enormous honour to have the privilege of serving here for a second term, and as I noted earlier, the last member for Chisholm to win a second term was the wonderful Anna Burke, who won her second term in 2001. So it's been some time since the people of Chisholm have returned a member, and I am very grateful and very humbled by the trust that they have placed in me. I'm really proud of what we were able to achieve as a community together in the 47th Parliament in the first term of the Albanese Labor government. We were able to establish an urgent care clinic in Mount Waverley, to establish a headspace now in a former part of my electorate in Box Hill, but I'm sure the member for Menzies will have great stewardship over, and congratulations to him. Many sporting pavilions have been established across the electorate. And of course, our promises of a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer have been delivered, as has energy bill relief and so many other commitments to help people with the cost of living. Now, in our second term, I'm really looking forward to getting to work to continue to deliver for the community of Chisholm. I'm really looking forward to establishing a new Nunawading basketball facility which will service the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. I'm really looking forward to seeing another urgent care clinic in our community in the Stonnington Council area be established. And I'm really excited that we will be the first metropolitan Melbourne site for a Medicare mental health clinic, which is something that is really important for our community in the eastern suburbs. I know so many people from all walks of life have spoken to me about the importance of investing in mental health, and I agree with them. And that's why it is really heartening that we have a government who takes mental health very seriously, and indeed all healthcare seriously. We're going to work on new changing rooms at the Monash Aquatic Centre, and the Monash swimming pools were where I first learned how to swim myself, Deputy Speaker. So it is a very special commitment for me. And of course today we saw the introduction of legislation to deliver cuts to student debt of 20%. For so many in our community, and over 26,000 people in Chisholm will benefit from that. We are one of the greatest electorates to benefit, greatest beneficiaries to benefit from this change. Throughout the campaign, and earlier than the formal campaign began, I spoke to my community about really wanting to be a champion for Chisholm. And that is the commitment that I renew today in the 48th Parliament, and will hopefully be able to deliver on everything that we've said we will deliver on. I'm really proud that all the commitments that I made in my first term for our local community have been delivered on. We had a redistribution, Deputy Speaker, in Victoria, which saw my community of Chisholm change a little. But whilst we said goodbye to areas that I loved in our electorate and communities that I will hopefully have the opportunity to continue to work with, I was able to take in and learn about new parts of the eastern suburbs of Melbourne as a representative, but areas that were very familiar to me. My old high school is in my electorate now, and I've had the great pleasure and privilege to visit my old school since the election. And that gave me cause to reflect on my own journey to arrive in this place. It was as a high school student that I learned the importance of involving myself in social justice. I remember spending lunch times at school writing letters in the Amnesty International Club that I was part of. I remember spending time after school volunteering with St Vincent de Paul to tutor refugee children and students across the community. And it was at school that the teachers really instilled in all the young women there, it was a girls' school, confidence and the importance of never second-guessing yourself. I wish that I had never second-guessed myself and that those lessons were unchallenged throughout my working life. But I remember stepping out of that school environment and into university, and indeed, I must admit, into the Labor Club at university, and thinking that I didn't really belong there and that the contributions I wanted to make were not possible. And I look back now and I look around this chamber and I see that we have a majority female government, and I hope that no young women in universities or at schools or in workplaces feel as discouraged as I did back then. And I thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank all the women in this place and those who have come before for opening up those opportunities and to helping me find more confidence to be involved in the Australian Labor Party and the broader Labor movement. And I do want to thank the Labor movement for all their support throughout my campaign. Ours was truly a community campaign, and that is a source of great pride for me. We had over 500 volunteers. We knocked on over 60,000 doors and made over 80,000 phone calls, attempting to contact every single person in the electorate. It was a campaign that brought together people from all walks of life. We focused on optimism for hope. We focused on our community and wanting to build a kinder, better country, and it's been wonderful listening to all the first speeches in this place over the last couple of days and hearing that theme of kindness resonate so strongly in everybody's contributions. I have a lot of people I would like to thank, and I want to make sure that they are recognised in Hansard, so please bear with me. I want to thank my team for their hard work. Jared Panther, Matt Lawler, Meg Swain, who I congratulate too on her new role in the Prime Minister's office, to Evelyn Garcia, to Vivian Liu, to Barbara Harmon, to Jerry Hsu, to Grayson Lowe, to Jordan Lang, to Matt Merry, to Jordan Conway, to Joshua, and to Tharun Balasubramanian. I want to thank our amazing field organisers for all that they did, leading our field campaign, recruiting volunteers and coordinating very large numbers of people and maps and taking on enormous logistical work. I want to thank Alfonso Silva from the National Secretariat for his hard work and support. I want to thank Paul Erickson and one of my oldest and dearest friends who also happens to be the Victorian Secretary of the Labor Party, Steve Stakos. Steve and I knew each other well before politics. This is not just a political friendship. We grew up on the same street. We worked at the same supermarket on the checkouts, and I maintain that working in retail and working on the checkouts at a supermarket remains the best training I've had for this job. Talking to people and taking an interest in their lives, understanding that some people are going to have had a bad day and you need to treat them with kindness and empathy was wonderful training for being an MP who seeks to listen and learn from her community. I want to thank my very dear friend, Senator Jess Walsh, for her support on this campaign. And I want to thank her team for volunteering on their weekends to come and help me. To Courtney Zavalianos, to Lucy Skelton, to Sean Doherty, to Stephen Blacker, to Madison Lewis, Riley Geary and Atticus Core. I'm a very proud member of the United Workers Union, like so many in this chamber are, and I want to thank the union for all their support. In particular, I want to thank Paddy Keys-McPherson, Felix Sharkey, Corey Matthews and Gary Bullock for all their work. I've received incredible support from the Young Labour movement, so I want to thank all the students involved in Deakin Young Labour, Monash Young Labour and Swinburne Young Labour for their efforts. I want to acknowledge the support of Michael Miao, Nos Hosseini, Winnie Huang and their teams. They phoned many people in our community and spoke in language with our wonderful, diverse community. I want to thank every volunteer who gave up their time to help our campaign. And it really was our campaign, it was not simply my campaign. And every day I'm in this place, and every day I'm in the community, I will remember that I owe so much to the people who have put their faith in me and who worked so hard to see a re-elected Albanese Labor government. We knocked on so many doors, we spoke to so many people, because we believed in the Labor movement and the Labor cause and what we could do together as a re-elected Albanese Labor government. I want to thank people who turned up time and time again to knock on literally thousands of doors in teams every single week, to Campbell Frost, to Bailey Mackey, to Angus Dusk, to Marco Muska, to Simone Milhusen, to Megan Williams, to Rod Charles, Alex Gilders, Rudy Blooms, James Lintott Southwell, Gavin O'Loughlin, Jeff Rundell, Jason Zhao, Mark Warburton, Shiwan Pan, Thomas Campbell, John Nile, Gail Hall, Phil Ryan, Shouting Yan, Julie Vine, Mandy Lee, John Mortar, Hayden McMahon, Tristan Wald, Alessandra Paplio, Esther Fan, Onasia Jawara, Radha KC, Chloe Davies, Tanmay Kabir and Emily Mao. It's been amazing to have met all of you and to have worked with you. To Deb Peard, Lisa Carpenter, Bruce Carpenter, Graham Bond, Rod Short, Todd Moore, Noah Blumhoff, John Millerson, Angus Reynolds, Anton Grodek, David Higginbottom, Diane Hardage, Evelyn Clark, Greg Hughes, Weifan Zhao, Julie Dixon, Leslie Hardcastle, Manfred Xavier, who I first met volunteering on the 2007 Bennelong campaign for Maxine McHugh. We go way back to Melva Austin, to Michael Murray, to Paul Halliday, to Rob Grimmer, to Phil Robinson, to Susanna Mason, Veronica Davies, thank you. The booth captains that helped make sure that we were able to hand out how to vote cards and ensure everyone in our community participated fully in our democracy. Naveen, Robert Lowe, Gary Dirks, Jimmy Lee, Paul Ting, Jonathan White, Peter Spriggans, Ava Howard, Ranjika Idamel Goda, Dustin Kim, Xavier Andweezer, John Watson, Peter Fisk, John Burgess, Jeremy O'Keefe, Harrison Valentine, Thomas Nash, Michael Schaefer, Jacob Clifton, Harsha Ganaratne, Carlo Barato, Michael Gotze and Mithan Rajan, and all the scrutineers that we had helping us out too. Tessa Jones, Peter Beasley, Harmon Barrett, Pastor Godzier, Kurt Liffman, Julie Dixon, Hamish Welte, Dominic Burns, Jackson Walmsley, Alessandra Papalio, Anton Grodek, Jill McCabe, Kevin Adlard, Tess Robb, Herb Ramselaar, Janie Sue Brooks, Mark Sims, Julian Davenport, Edwina Kay, Tom Whiteside, Elijah Buckland, Shara Tao and Nicholas Richardson. In my final few minutes here, Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my family for their support over the years. I don't know if they quite realised what being a Member of Parliament would involve, but I'm really grateful that they've been so understanding and supportive. I do miss the time that I would have otherwise spent with them. It is hard not seeing the children in your family always at those special moments when you'd like to. But I think all of us do what we do because of the people that we love and the people who support us. And it is right that I take this moment to thank them for all that they do for me. And I always do seek to find those moments that I can spend with them. To my colleagues here, both returning, don't want to say old, and new, it has been an honour so far, and I'm sure the privilege and honour will only grow as our numbers have. We are going to be able to do some amazing things for our country together. We know that Labor builds the things that our nation needs, whether it is universal healthcare through Medibank and then Medicare, whether it is the superannuation system, whether it is the NDIS, whether it is making sure we have paid parental leave programs for people. I know there is always going to be work for governments to do. The job is never done. It never will be done. But I'm so proud to be part of a team that will put shoulder to the wheel, will seek to solve the problems that present themselves to us, and who won't shy from the challenges that are thrown our way by a changing global geopolitical context. I'm proud that I have this opportunity, but I don't ever want to take this opportunity for granted. My word to my electorate is that I will work as hard as I can with every day that I have in this place. Throughout my first term, I would say to people, I don't know how long I get the privilege of being the member for Chisholm. So every single day I have is an extra day of work I get to do to deliver for the community. And for however long I get to keep this privilege and this honour of being the member for Chisholm, I will work as hard as I can every day that I have to make my community proud. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And the question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's with great humility that I rise tonight to renew my promise to my electors, to my people in Fisher, that I will once again serve them in the best way that I can. It's been one of the greatest privileges of my life, perhaps the greatest privilege of my life, to take my seat in this place, to be given the honour of representing your community as an elected representative in this place. Every time I drive up into this place and I see the flagpole, that special goosebumps that you get when you see that flagpole, to the newbies in the room, I hope you never lose it, because it is incredibly special. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is my 9th year now serving the Sunshine Coast, and it's a great privilege. And of course, you and I have been sparring partners and, dare I say, good friends, because you and I have done a lot of good work in this place. And I think with all the time that I have spent in this place, some of my fondest memories here are the work that I've done with you, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, and the member for Bruce has chimed in, and I've done some good work with him as well. But I do hold, and of course our, look, I love yous all, as Jeff Fennick would say. I love yous all. But in all seriousness, Mr Deputy Speaker, you and I have done some really life-changing work, and I'm very proud of that work.
Me too.
As you should be, Mr Deputy Speaker. John Howard is renowned for having said that when it comes to elections, the people never get it wrong. And I think he's right. He's right. I'm not going to go into some diatribe of all the things that we did wrong in the last election, although I'm sure the member for Bruce would love me to. But I'm sure you do. But this next short while will be a period of self-reflection, because it's important that we take a good, long, hard look at ourselves to see where we went wrong. And I've lost a lot of good friends that are not here today, not here in this sitting term, because of the many things we did that we shouldn't have done, and the many things that we didn't do that we should have done. And I'm very sad for them, and I hope that they're getting over what is no doubt a pretty significant grief of not being in this special place serving their communities. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, since the election, I've hit the ground running in my usual style. I've done 20 listening posts since the election, because it's really important that we do listen. I always draw upon the analogy that the good Lord gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we should use them in that order. We need to listen a lot more than we do speak, and the Vicar General in the church service yesterday spoke about that very thing. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I sit and listen to those members opposite on their victory lap, for many of them, I'm not going to criticise the newbies because it's a very special time for them. But clearly the Prime Minister is on a victory lap. And I would just say to the Prime Minister and senior members of the government that it is incredibly important that they understand that Australians are still absolutely hurting. Nothing has changed. We are still in a period where more small businesses have gone to the wall in the last 3 years than in any other period in modern Australian history. And as a small businessman of some 30 years before I went into politics, I feel their pain. It seems like the world is just getting more and more and more complicated. And that's not just at the feet of the current government. I think that's almost universal. I think back to my days when I was a young carpenter, swinging a hammer for a living, and life seemed to be so much more simple in the 80s. But of course, we can't just hanker for the past. We've got to live in the future. But we really do, in this place, need to take stock. Every single bill that gets tabled in this place, as lawmakers, as parliamentarians, we should take stock and stop and think about how is this going to impact upon Mum and Dad Australia and small businesses. Because small businesses are not just the backbone of my electorate in Fisher, they are the backbone of the Australian economy. They don't have human relations departments, they don't have in-house lawyers, they don't have IT specialists. It's mum or it's dad or maybe both sitting up at night doing the books. My dad used to say he feels like an unpaid tax collector when he was a motor mechanic for nearly 70 years. And nothing's changed. If anything, it's just got a whole lot worse. So I call upon my colleagues in this place to think about every single law that we look to pass, about the consequences that they cause upon everyday Australians. Every law that we pass makes life often more and more complicated. And of course, over the last 3 years in particular, we've seen a significant increase in the cost of living. Groceries are up, rents are up, mortgages have been significantly up. Everything has gone up. The cost of energy. The cost of energy under this government is crippling Australian families. There are now 300,000 Australians in energy debt. 300,000 Australians who cannot pay their energy bills. Just stop and think about that for a moment. That's people who in summertime can't afford to turn the air conditioner on. In wintertime, they can't afford to turn the heaters on. There are so many Australians that they can't heat and they can't eat together. They've got to make a decision. Do I stay warm and not eat? Or do I eat and not stay warm? And that includes families across my own electorate. So my heart goes out to those people and those small businesses that are doing it tough. I often remark, and have remarked over the last 9 years, that unless you have sweated blood, wondering about how you are going to make payroll tomorrow, as many small businesses are doing tonight, payday tomorrow, and hundreds of thousands of small businesses tonight are making decisions about how they're going to pay their staff. And do you know what? They are very often dipping into their mortgages. They are very often dipping into their overdrafts to pay their staff tomorrow. So many small business owners put themselves last. They will pay their staff before they pay themselves. And so I say to those small business people out there in Australia, we hear you. We understand the pain that you are going through. But I'm not sure that the government does. In fact, I'm quite certain that they don't. Mr Deputy Speaker, over the last 9 years, I have been absolutely driven as the federal member for Fisher to deliver for my local community on essentially 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are infrastructure, healthcare, small businesses, which I've spoken a lot about already, and protecting our future and the safety of Australians. Now, in my first 2 terms in this place, the first 6 years, I've been able to secure funding when we were in government for increases and better funding for the Bruce Highway, $3.4 billion for rail, to bring rail from Biwa into Batinia. I got funding for the Mooloolah River interchange. I got funding for 3rd Avenue upgrades. Unfortunately, though, the member for Ballarat, the Minister for Infrastructure, in her infrastructure cuts, cut the funding for the Mooloolah River interchange. She cut the funding for 3rd Avenue. And what really upsets me, what really gets up my goat, is that members opposite talk about what all they're doing in relation to the housing crisis, building $1.2 million homes. But when this government, when this callous federal Labor government cut funding for the Mooloolah River interchange, the then state Labor government had demolished over 100 homes to make way for the Mooloolah River interchange upgrade. That's hundreds of Sunshine Coast locals that were evicted from their homes to make way for a road that the federal government then cut funding for. And yet this government talks about all that they're doing in relation to building homes, which has never eventuated, some $10 billion in their Housing Australia Future Fund, and that actually homes were demolished, people were evicted, and for nothing. Until, of course, the Crucifulli government in Queensland was elected, and to their eternal credit, David Crucifulli reinstated 100% of the funding for the Mooloolah River interchange. So, as it turns out, those people weren't evicted from their homes for nothing, but they would have been but for David Crucifulli and the LNP state government. Mr Deputy Speaker, one of my passions in this place, and you know this pretty well, has been my great interest in mental health. There are millions of Australians tonight who aren't just sad, they're not just down about something, they suffer from anywhere between mild to very chronic mental health conditions. My family has lived this path. We've walked that path for more than 20 years. And I want to say to those millions of Australians that, particularly in my electorate of Fisher, that I will do, even though we are in opposition, I will continue to hold this government to account in relation to issues around mental health. In the 6 years that we were in government, I was able to secure funding for $12 million to build the Wishlist House, which provides accommodation for families where they have a sick person at the Sunshine Coast University Hospital. I was able to secure more than $20 million for the Thompson Institute, which is the first research centre for post-traumatic stress disorder for our first responders and our veterans. I was able to secure more than $6 million to build Australia's first residential eating disorder facility. And based on the experiences that we learnt in that process, Greg Hunt, when he was the Health Minister, he allocated $70 million to build a dedicated residential eating disorder facility in every state in this country. Because prior to that, if you had a loved one that suffered from an eating disorder, you basically had, and it was a chronic eating disorder, you had to travel to Sweden or the United States. And whilst the rollout by the states has been appallingly slow, I'm very pleased to see that they are finally starting to get on with spending that money and building facilities in their respective states. Mr Deputy Speaker, we live in uncertain times. Everybody talks about that. As the former Deputy Chair of the PJCIS, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the member for Bruce served admirably on that committee as well. We worked very well together. There is no doubt in my mind that we live in perilous days. The security of Australians from a national security perspective is at greater risk today than they have ever been, perhaps with the exception of up until 1945. Australian government departments, businesses are subject to constant cyber attacks from the likes of Russia, China, North Korea and Iran. And it is incredibly important that we, as a parliament, ensure that our security agencies are properly equipped with the legislation and the tools and the funding that they need to be able to keep our country safe. And I'll take this opportunity to suggest to the government once again, to implore the government to look at the national security strategy that Jim Molan has put up in the past. It is not enough, as the government has done, is to institute a national defence strategy. A national defence strategy is just one aspect of a national security strategy. The defence of our nation involves the entire community, business, local government, state governments, territory governments, the business community, both small and large. The whole entire civil society needs to be on board to assist us to defend this nation. Because, make no mistake, Mr Deputy Speaker, this country is under attack. It is under attack every single second of every single minute, of every single hour, of every single day. And it's all very well for the Prime Minister to be in China, but if we do not recognise the threats that we constantly face by the likes of the Chinese Communist Party, by the likes of North Korea and Iran and Russia, we are turning a blind eye to those risks, and we do that at our peril. Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been a sobering experience, this last election. For my colleagues, I acknowledge in the chamber the member for Monash and the member for McPherson who used to work for me. I'm very proud of him to be in this place, but still it is a very sobering moment. We have much to learn. We have to go through this period of listening as to where we went wrong. We need to develop our policies without losing our values. And I know that the Shadow Defence Minister sitting at the table here will play a very important role in that policy development, and I look forward to working with him. There are many other things I could say, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the time remaining, but I do want to thank my family for putting up with me and this very strange career that we've all chosen. I want to thank all of the 573 volunteers that helped me on my campaign. I would not be standing here representing you but for those 573 people. I'm immensely humbled by the hard work that you put in. I want to thank you. I want to thank the people of Fisher for showing their support. I will not let you down. I will work hard every single day that I'm in this place.
I thank the member for Fisher, and I'd also like to acknowledge the work you've done for people with mental health issues in this parliament and elsewhere. So thank you. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs and International Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I also acknowledge my friend the member for Fisher's work on mental health. I enjoyed greatly our time working on the Defence Subcommittee, on the Intelligence and Security Committee and elsewhere, and I wish you a long and illustrious career serving in opposition on parliamentary committees. Here we are. We've survived the world's worst job interview. It's my fourth in a row, with very grateful thanks to the people of Bruce. The defining characteristic of the Bruce electorate, Deputy Speaker, is our human diversity. People of every background, from literally everywhere, speaking hundreds of different languages every day, getting on with daily life together. Stretching from the rural shire of Cardinia through established and greenfields areas of the city of Casey, through hyper-multicultural Greater Dandenong, to touch the city of Monash. Bruce has the largest number of voters of any seat in Victoria and tens of thousands of future citizens as well. Now, whilst campaigns are always tough, this one was especially brutal. The Liberals and News Limited were convinced they'd win Bruce, but it turns out the magnificent people of Bruce felt differently, and we achieved the largest swing to any incumbent MP in the country, 9.31%, thanks to the team. An incredible team effort due to hundreds of volunteers who lived their values. But this election wasn't just difficult, it was the most disgraceful and dirty campaign locals have ever seen. Why so, you might ask? Well, this time it wasn't the far-right Fraser Anning neo-Nazis we endured in 2019 or the Palmer Cookers of 2022, not even the One Nation folks who actually turned up this time. Last time they had a candidate from Queensland, no one even turned up. But to everyone's surprise, they were very decently behaved. No, in 2025, the truly vile and disgusting behaviour, day in, day out on the ground, emanated, radiated like a nuclear cloud from the Liberal Party. The supposed alternative government over there, or what's left of them, fuelled by their choice of one of the dodgiest major party candidates ever seen, Mr Zahid Atul Safi, and the collection of largely intimidatory, discriminatory goons he surrounded himself with. Mr Safi and his party advertised him, and I'll quote, as a successful small businessman who had a deep commitment to his community. A deep commitment to lying, dodging and weaving would be more accurate, as became clear as the campaign unfolded. What my community endured during this campaign deserves to be recorded here, because what happened in Bruce is bad for Australia's democracy, and it shines light on the ongoing failure of the Liberal Party, including its new leadership cabal, to face up to it, apologise or reform itself. Now, I've quite liked and respected my three previous Liberal opponents. I did. Never heard from them again, but I did like them. Yet from the moment Mr Safi was mysteriously chosen to be the Liberal candidate, locals started calling, whispering and writing to me, raising serious concerns about his personal integrity and business dealings. Over months, a number of local Liberal branch members, the small number of decent people they still retain, quietly shared their unease that someone so manifestly unsuitable to sit in our national parliament had been pre-selected by a party of government. And as things progressed, they shared their deep dismay at the sort of campaign they were embroiled in. Now, no one has ever properly explained why he was chosen. Some have concluded it was basic idiotic racism, a simplistic offensive view that by choosing Mr Safi, then all Muslim voters, and especially all Afghan voters, would automatically vote for him as if they were Daleks with one brain cell and would vote along ethnic or religious lines, not Australian citizens with their own hopes or dreams and diverse thoughts and views. Others quietly explained to me that Mr Safi had access to significant, mysterious funds, which helped fund his own campaign as well as his patron and mentors. Whatever their reasons, as a result, my community endured a toxic, nasty, negative campaign replete with misogyny, racism, homophobia and good old-fashioned intimidation, largely at the hands of Mr Safi's associates. It was consistent, I suppose, with their national campaign, where they literally ran out of groups of Australians to offend and alienate with their culture wars. The serial and daily disregard for the law and community amenity in Bruce saw the most bizarre signage wars and property damage we've ever seen. There was this Liberal Party truck, we got a video of it. It went around every night, rain or hail or shine. Well, it wasn't shining because it was night. Every night, nailing hundreds of signs, literally hundreds, to trees, roundabouts, schools, churches, park fences and everything that didn't move. People called my office en masse, we've never had this before, enraged that Mr Safi's face had been nailed to their own fence without permission in the night. They even tied political signs to the RSL. You can imagine how well that went. And then one night, massive homophobic banners appeared across southeast Melbourne on freeways, overpasses and park fences, right through Isaacs and Latrobe. They didn't know the boundaries. They were actually trying to capture people coming in and out of work in some bizarre personal smear. Now, for the record, I don't have a husband, and at least they did use a nice photo of me, Deputy Speaker. The broader community was appalled. It was personally unpleasant at the time, I will acknowledge. But my heart went out to all the young people grappling with their own identity who had to see that toxic rubbish in 2025. We weren't surprised, though, by the banners and their vile WhatsApp groups. Yes, we got the screenshots. As an insider had tipped it off for months that this was their central campaign tactic. Geniuses. I wish that I could send whichever of their goons organised the banners a lovely thank you note. Not only as it showed the broader community what they're really like, but also as their tactics generated some very generous donations and a hell of a lot more volunteers. Unfortunately, though, they forgot to authorise their handiwork. In breach of various laws and electoral regulations, the police remain on the case, though, so let's see who gets outed now. But back to Mr Safi, the man that the Liberal Party still thinks should have been elected to sit in this House. Turns out Mr Safi, the businessman, actually owns 3 NDIS providers. One of them, Willow Support Services, registered to a residential address, yet the people living there said they had no idea about the business. They did, however, receive mail for it from time to time, which they put in the bin. Exactly what the Liberal Party should have done much earlier with their candidate. Now, another, number 2 of Mr Safi's NDIS businesses, was actually deregistered recently for unpaid fees. But then there's Infinity Community Supports. Now, this seems a bit more promising if you read the glowing online reviews. I'll read some. John Aswanto from St Kilda wrote, "The ICS team broke down my plan in a way that was easy to understand and helped me to find the best providers to suit my needs." Another positive review was left by Newman Khan from Richmond, who said, "They helped me set and achieve meaningful goals." A basic Google search, though, Deputy Speaker, reveals all is not as it seems. Mr Aswanto's photo actually fronts hundreds of fake reviews globally, including as a student in London, the head of marketing at Crown Plaza Suites in Sydney, and he's even a general project coordinator in Azerbaijan.
Wow, talented.
I know, he gets about. Newman Khan is also a tech engineer in Germany, a talent recruiter in Amsterdam, and a marketing manager in Wisconsin. Mr Safi's website reviews were entirely made up. Naughty, dodgy. Full credit to the formidable journalist Charlotte Grieve at The Age for both exposing dodgy Zahid Safi's fake business empire and also for her tenacious pursuit of journalism's holy grail of the 2025 Bruce campaign, an interview with the Liberal candidate. For 23 days, she doggedly pursued Mr Safi, trying to land an interview. And for 23 days, Mr Safi dodged and weaved and went into hiding. But predictably, when she finally tracked him down on the big day, he literally ran away. But fortunately, Charlotte pursued him and had a camera on her phone to record the epic moment. Mr Safi had made it what he thought to the safety of his car, Deputy Speaker, about to drive away. But, couldn't script this, in a moment of genius, the Liberal Party official who was minding him physically ordered Mr Safi out of the car. You have to watch the video to really get the full gist of it. But as the Liberal Party dude also was inexplicably dressed in shorts, a fedora hat, a sort of colourful shirt like he'd sort of wandered out of a Bavarian beer hall in winter. But anyway, anticlimactically, just as he got him, as Charlotte got him, he refused to answer any questions about his businesses. Instead, he gave a very credible impersonation of one of those dolls. You know the dolls that you get where you press the button and they repeat the phrase? And he said, cost of living, crime, cost of living, crime, until he drove away. There were further revelations through the campaign later, including actual victims of Mr Safi's dodgy NDIS businesses, with multiple referrals now to regulatory authorities for investigations. Now, these are not trivial matters. Numerous laws may have been breached with fake website reviews, false addresses and phone numbers, and other worrying reports that attract serious civil and potential criminal penalties in breach of the NDIS Act, the Corporations Act and the Criminal Code Act. Failure to comply with the condition of registration as an NDIS provider in the NDIS Code of Conduct by failing to act with honesty, integrity and transparency. False or misleading information in registration, terms of imprisonment are provided under other acts such as the Commonwealth Criminal Code and the Victorian Crimes Act. The Australian Consumer Law also creates specific offences, making a false or misleading representation relating to the supply of goods or services, things like, false testimonials on the website. Further tip-offs about Mr Safi's previous training businesses, deregistered, allegedly selling fake qualifications have been referred to the appropriate regulatory authorities. Even News Limited eventually couldn't stay out of the action and they dipped their toe into the cesspit, Deputy Speaker, exposing Mr Safi for faking his own master's degree at Monash University, which is still featured on his LinkedIn, and his excuse to the media was he'd lost his LinkedIn password. Of course, Mr Safi was a very good fit with his campaign team. His campaign manager, a local Liberal elder affectionately known in their crowd as Uncle Andrew McNabb, he had to resign as campaign manager due to a slew of misogynistic social media posts using terms I cannot repeat here. Now, some of Mr Safi's more charming volunteers really excelled themselves on the polling booths, using multiple different languages to advise Australian Hazaras that Mr Safi was the reincarnation of Abdurrahman Khan. He was brought back again and warning voters that voting for me would betray Khan's legacy. Now, for most Australians, that's a rather obscure historical reference. But for those not in the know, Abdurrahman Khan is known for perpetrating the Hazara Wars and genocide in Afghanistan in the 1800s. Now, you might be forgiven for thinking that this was just a rogue volunteer, an extremist whose views didn't align with Mr Safi's campaign, but no. As The Guardian reported extensively, in 2021, Mr Safi co-authored an inflammatory anti-Hazara submission to a Senate inquiry. Now, the Taliban has, of course, pursued and killed and persecuted people of every ethnicity in Afghanistan and continues to do so. But Mr Safi and his associates' denial of specific atrocities against Hazaras is dishonest and deeply hurtful to those who've lost family and loved ones in countless acts of targeted violence, and the intimidation of Hazara Australians exercising their vote is disgraceful. Now, after all of this, you'd think that a functional political party would have dumped a candidate like Mr Safi. But nope, they didn't just tolerate him. As the scandals kept unfolding, they were falling over each other to embrace him. Senator Hume, multiple campaign videos, sans cocktails and sundowners, glowing endorsements from the member for Latrobe, who described him as phenomenal candidate. Pictured with Liberal heavyweights like the Shadow Minister for Defence and the Leader of the Nationals, the wonderful Senator Henderson blessed him as the exceptional candidate for Bruce. Senator Patterson just hailed him as an outstanding candidate. A fantastic candidate, said the now Leader of the Opposition, fighting hard for the people of Bruce every day. In her defence, I suppose Mr Safi did fight hard every day to get away, run away and stay away from all those pesky journalists. Now, all that said, to be fair, perhaps you could explain away their professed admiration for Mr Safi as just the heat of a campaign. Stand by your man. As the old saying goes, he may be an idiot, but he's our idiot. But even then, that cannot explain the most concerning and perplexing part. even after the election, even after all the scandals and revelations and referrals to investigation, this mob are still embracing Mr Safi. In the last few weeks, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Treasurer and the Shadow Minister for Immigration have already had meetings with Mr Safi, up there on the social media described as very productive. Maybe Mr Safi was teaching them how to create fake profiles and fake positive reviews for the Liberal Party. This is now a test for the Liberal leadership, to come in here and apologise for their candidate choice, apologise to the people of Bruce and admit what they are doing is wrong. Now, they should, but I wouldn't hold your breath waiting. Of course, one giant problem for them is if they did say sorry, they couldn't get away with pretending it was just one bad apple, could they? Their problem is that the whole tree is rotten. Their whole rotten Liberal enterprise needs root and branch reform. Now, a senior journalist did suggest to me that one reason that Mr Safi didn't get the attention nationally in the media that he deserved and wasn't dumped was in part because they had so many appalling candidates, there just wasn't the bandwidth in the media to pay attention to all of them. Let's not forget, the Liberal candidate for Wills, who pled guilty last year to obtaining financial advantage by deception, the Liberal candidate for Whitlam, who said we need to fix the military by removing women from combat, and that the ADF had been weakened by diversity and equity quotas and all those woke Marxist ideologies. So they sacked him. But get this, their replacement candidate for Whitlam was just as bonkers as his predecessor. His big agenda was gender fluidity and other forms of Marxist brainwashing in schools. The Liberal candidate for Bradfield, who's still off at the High Court now, was named at a $650,000 settlement over discrimination and harassment claims brought by a former staffer. This is my personal favourite, though. The Liberal candidate for Kooyong, who thought she'd relate to everyday Australians by describing herself as a renter. Yeah. The only problem was she forgot to mention her giant trust fund and investment properties worth millions of dollars in Canberra and London. Now, Twitter was possibly just a little unkind with the Pony Club and Nepo Baby monikers, possibly. Perhaps she just misspelled rentier, Deputy Speaker.
Pony Club,
then there's their candidate for Leichhardt, who described my home state of Victoria as a fascist state and bemoaned the feminists who helped kick Trump out, whatever that meant. Not content with that offering, though, the Liberal Party has now launched its latest civil war over there about gender quotas. You know, whether it's maybe time to ensure that half the population is properly represented in the Parliament. Apparently, it's okay to have quotas for National Party blokes and seemingly for dodgy candidates, but not women. I have been talking about my electorate. You weren't here. You should check the transcript. Then you could come in and apologise for standing with that dodgy candidate who you ran against us. But let's move on from the so what. Make this bloke happy. This isn't just about some post-election catharsis.
The member should refer to other members.
Yes, make the Shadow Minister happy. This isn't just about some post-election catharsis, Deputy Speaker. This is about the state of our democracy. In my firm view, a Westminster system relies on strong, functioning political parties who can perform public goods, develop realistic costed policies for people to choose from, campaign for those policies, vet and select candidates who are suitable to hold public office. In the Parliament, a strong democracy requires a proper, functional opposition. Yet what the Bruce campaign, and indeed the entire National campaign and their post-election civil war has starkly revealed, is the rotten, broken shell that is now the Liberal Party. They were a terrible government. They weren't much good at opposition, but beneath that sad fact is that they're now barely a functional party. In Victoria, their main pastime is suing each other in the courts. They're back there again in September. Can't wait for Moira for PM and those stickers. That'll be great. They've well proven their inability to vet and select and choose proper candidates. They have literally not a single policy, not one, except those forced upon them by the National Party, you know, to avoid the messy divorce, climate change denial, economic populism and risky nuclear reactors. But don't worry, the Leader of the Opposition says, we have our values. We'll always be guided by them. The only problem is they're not actually sure what they are, so they've now embarked on this soul-searching exercise to find their values. Good luck with that. Eat, pray, love to you all. Now, one of the best things about the 2025 election was the resounding rejection by Australians of the politics in the community of fear and division, voting instead for a politics of unity, care and optimism. To me, an Australian is anyone committed to our country, to its institutions and to that basic principle of mutual respect for their fellow Australians, who may be very, very, very different to them. The people in this chamber may be very different to each other. They may have very different beliefs, identities and worldviews. And perhaps one day the Liberal Party will get that. Miracles do happen. I'm not giving up on you. Now, I'm proud to be a member of this government. I've known the PM since '96. He's the real deal. He's kind, he's smart, he's strategic, he's tough, he's experienced, he's authentic, he's an insanely hard worker, and he's actually fun. I spoke in my first speech about the fun faction back then. And I'm especially proud, and I'll finish on this, to be part of a parliament now that reflects modern Australia. I spoke in my first speech to this place that our institutions of power, the courts, the judiciary, the military and this parliament, have to reflect the communities that we serve. And these are, without doubt, the best first speeches I have heard in my time here, and I could not imagine a better collection. They're people who have real problems, have had real lives, and actually reflect the community. So, full marks and a shout out to my new colleagues. The country is going to be well served by this government under this Prime Minister.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we commence the 48th Parliament of Australia, I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Robertson. Your trust and support mean everything to me. Representing our community in the federal parliament is one of the greatest privileges of my life, and I will continue to serve with dedication, humility, and an unwavering fairness and progress for all. It was an honour and a privilege to have been the member for Robertson in the 47th Parliament, and I now look forward to continuing my work building a better future for my community and for our region, the Central Coast. Campaigns are particularly challenging, and having a supportive team is crucial for any Member of Parliament running for election or re-election. There are some exceptional people that must be mentioned here tonight. To my beautiful wife, Shaylee, what a vision. Words cannot express my love for you in this moment. Public life is not something that one does alone, with its demands, its pressures, and countless absences. You have endured the burdens of this life with quiet grace, resilience, and extraordinary patience. Your support has been the steady foundation beneath every step I have taken, and your sacrifice, often unseen by many, have made it possible for me to serve the people of the Central Coast and of Australia. Thank you for being by my side every step of this journey. To my incredible parents, Brian and Leanne, in my first speech to Parliament, I said that there has never been a time in my life where you have not been there for me. True then and true now. Your love and support have been a quiet constant behind every moment of my public life. You have both instilled the values of service, humility and hard work long before I ever imagined a role in Parliament. Through the pressures of being the member for Robertson, the long hours, the difficult decisions, and the moments of doubt, you have both been my strength to move forward. I know your belief in me has never wavered, and your quiet and sometimes not so quiet pride has given me strength. I would not be who I am or have done what I have done without the life that you built for me. I love you both. My sister Grace, Dr. Grace Reid, as any big brother knows, having a little sister means never getting too full of yourself, because she'll be the first to bring you back down to earth. Throughout my time in public life, while I've been giving speeches and sitting in Parliament, she's been there with a quick wit and that unique sibling ability to keep me grounded. But behind the jest is a heart full of loyalty, of love and unwavering support. She has been one of my biggest cheerleaders, and I couldn't have done this without her strength, humour and the occasional reality check only a little sister can deliver. And she lives in Alice too, that's exactly right, Member Flingiari. To Nan, Auntie Robin, the Lady of Labor, the matriarch of the Reid family and a proud Aboriginal woman. Thank you for encouraging me to run in 2022, because without that moment, none of what we have achieved so far would have been possible. So thank you, Nan. I want to offer my deepest thanks to two exceptional people who have stood at the heart of my parliamentary office. My Chief of Staff, Joe Lloyd, and my Press Secretary, Jessie Corder. Jo has led our team with strength, integrity and a tireless commitment to serving not just me but the people of the Central Coast and of Australia. Her leadership and strategic mind have guided us through every challenge with clarity and with resolve. Jessie has been our voice, sharp, principled and unwavering, navigating the public arena with skill and with conviction. Their loyalty, professionalism and belief in the work we've done together have meant more to me than words can express. And I want to take a moment to thank the extraordinary group of people who have been the engine room of my parliamentary office. Cherie Pulley, Jackson Tumpy, Matthew Henry, Lily English, Bernadette Cox, Josh Partier, Cooper Lloyd, Max English and Megan Connor. Each of them has brought dedication, heart and an unshakable work ethic to everything that we have done for the people of the Central Coast. Whether it was helping a constituent through a difficult time, helping to deliver vital local projects, or simply keeping the wheels turning day in and day out, they showed up with professionalism and they showed up with purpose. Their belief in our mission and their service behind the scenes has been nothing short of remarkable. And I'm deeply proud of what we have achieved together, and I'm forever grateful for your talent and your care. To my campaign team, Kiara Moore, Chloe Oliver, Christian Lober and Oscar Loofs, all of those months door-knocking, phone calls, letterboxes, street stalls, train stations and so much more all paid off. And Labor now holds the seat of Robertson with a historic margin, one of the highest since the 1930s. I wish these brilliant young Labor campaigners all the best for their futures, and I look forward to them continuing to contribute to our great Labor Party. I want to pay special tribute to the trade union movement, those who stood shoulder to shoulder with me through this campaign. I want to make special mention of the USU, the United Services Union, Transport Workers Union, the Rail, Train and Bus Union, the SDA and my amazing health colleagues in the HSU and the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association. I am unashamedly a supporter of the trade union movement. Your support was not just political, it was principled, passionate and deeply rooted in the belief that working people deserve a voice, a dignity and a fair go. You knocked on doors, made calls and stood in the rain because you know what's at stake, not just in elections but in everyday lives. The trade union movement has always been and remains the beating heart of progress in this country, from better wages and safer workplaces, from universal superannuation to paid parental leave. Unions have fought for and delivered the foundations of a fair society. Thank you for everything that you've done, not just for me, but for the country we all believe in. To the incredible Labor volunteers, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are the true soul of our movement. You gave your time, your energy and your passion, not for recognition or reward, but because you believe in a better future and a fairer Australia. You knocked on doors, handed out how-to votes, made calls, put up signs and had countless conversations, each one an act of faith for what we believed in. To the New South Wales Labor Party office, thank you for your support. And to General Secretary Dom Offner and Assistant General Secretary David Dobson, along with organiser Peter Duggan, your support of me and our team over the last term has been appreciated. I want to also acknowledge and recognise my federal and New South Wales state government counterparts, particularly the member for Gosford, Liesl Tesh. Along with former member for Gosford, or member for Pete, Murray Andrews, I could not ask for a better support duo. Thank you to the both of you. And to the rest of the Central Coast Labor Caucus, Senator Deborah O'Neill, Assistant Minister Emma McBride, Minister Pat Conroy, Minister David Harris, Minister Yasmin Catley, Parliamentary Secretary David Meehan, and to the fantastic New South Wales MLC Mart Buttigieg, thank you. I also want to make special mention of several local Labor branch members and supporters who went above and beyond this campaign to help with this re-election. Thank you to Sam Borton, Hugh Sykes, Dr John Fogarty, Margaret McDonald, Jenny Neary, Joe Colbram, Jenny Murphy, Sharon Dunn, Jenny Taff, Mills Brown, Harry Barnett, Bill and Pauline Hayden, Kim DeLay, Penny Rogers, Rhonda Audsley, Claire Pullen, Leighton Drury, Valerie Govind, Hannah Mercer, Sarah Loney, Scott Palmer, Edie Nurse, Kelly Falconer, Coral Roberts, and a quick shout out to my auntie Deb Mawson and Uncle Gary Matthews. That rain and wind was cold, but that victory sure was sweet. And to the over 400 Robertson Labor branch members and volunteers who helped me during this campaign, your support was invaluable and helped us achieve this historic win. Thank you for believing in me, my campaign and our vision for a stronger, more prosperous Central Coast. During the 47th Parliament, I was able to secure significant funding towards several major projects on the New South Wales Central Coast. These federally funded projects included securing $100 million for the upgrade of Avoca Drive through Kincumber. The upgrade of Avoca Drive is now gathering pace, reaching critical milestones and progressing closer to having shovels in the ground. Just recently, Transport for New South Wales published the project's consultation report following community feedback on its strategic design options. There were 337 individual submissions from the community, which will now help shape the future design of the upgrade. I thank everyone who contributed during the feedback period, and I look forward to continuing to support Transport for New South Wales progress this vital piece of infrastructure for my community. Another major funding allocation that I fought hard to secure was the $40 million Central Coast Local Roads package. That package is helping Central Coast Council undertake much-needed road renewal works and local road infrastructure in our region. These renewals benefited Rickard Road in Empire Bay, Debnam Road South in West Gosford and Beach Street in Yamina Beach, plus many more. And during this term of Parliament, I will work with the Central Coast Council to help improve local road infrastructure and to identify additional funding sources from the federal government. The Narara Community Battery has now been established and is storing excess solar electricity from nearby rooftop solar panels in the suburb. This community battery is helping reduce electricity costs for Narara residents and helping to lower emissions. Since the establishment of this community battery, with the support of Ausgrid, there have been a marked increase in interest from my community for this technology. Several groups in suburbs from across my electorate have now been formed to explore the viability of community batteries and whether one can be established in their community. There's been considerable interest from beachside suburbs including Copacabana, McMaster's Beach, Avoca Beach and Davistown and Saratoga, plus Patonga. Like any region in Australia, sport plays an integral part in our community. I've had the pleasure of meeting with and supporting many sporting organisations over the course of the last term. Examples of this support include federal funding for upgrades to local sporting facilities at Frost Reserve in Kincumber and at Carryong Recreation Precinct. The upgrades to the sporting facilities at Frost Reserve are progressing in collaboration with local sporting organisations, the Kincumber Roos and Avoca Kincumber Cricket Club. And upgrades to Carryong sport facilities include refurbishment of interior change rooms and other amenities to ensure they are fit for purpose and reflect growing female participation in sport. And a huge highlight during my last term was the opening of the Peninsula Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Yamina, which has now seen over 17,000 patients, all of whom have been bulk billed. And as an emergency department doctor, I see firsthand the impact Labor's Medicare urgent care clinics are having on our health care system on the Central Coast and more broadly across Australia. Patients now have a place to go when they are too sick for a GP and not sick enough for the emergency department. And I welcome the Albanese Labor government's commitment to continue to roll out more Medicare urgent care clinics across the country. Now in this new term, this new parliamentary term, I will be continuing to deliver for the people of Robertson and the Central Coast community, working on delivering the commitments made during the federal election. These commitments include securing $115 million to commence works to upgrade Terrigal Drive through Erina and Terrigal, establishing another Medicare urgent care clinic to service the northern end of the electorate of Robertson, providing $10 million towards improving maternity services at our public hospitals in Gosford and Wyong, delivering $15 million to assist in upgrading intersections in Empire Bay and in Bensville, and providing $1.8 million to upgrade Edelong Beach foreshore in conjunction with the Central Coast Council, as well as $2.1 million towards the construction of a shared pathway at Avoca Beach. And lastly, delivering $985,000 to upgrade Breakers Indoor Sports Stadium in Terrigal. And I look forward to delivering on all my election commitments and continuing to identify further areas on the Central Coast where the federal Labor government can continue to support. Australians have backed Labor's plan for the future of our country. They want to see more investment in healthcare. They want to see more investment in housing, in education, in infrastructure. That includes our record investments in women's healthcare, improving access to medications through our cheaper medicines policy, and also to our Medicare urgent care clinics or our record funding for bulk billing so that more Australians can see a doctor for free. It's our Housing Australia Future Fund and its investments in building housing for vulnerable Australians, or our policies to help younger Australians get their foot in the door of home ownership and making it easier to buy a first home. It's fully funding public education in Australia, giving all young Australians the best possible start in life through a quality public school system. The nation is built on the shoulders of working people, Deputy Speaker, on the dignity of secure jobs, the power of education and innovation, and the belief that a fair go means looking after one another through both the good times and those times of crises. Labor understands that a strong nation is a self-reliant nation, and that is why today, as part of my contribution, I want to speak about a defining issue for Australia's future: our industrial sovereignty. From healthcare to defence, from energy to transport, all vital for our nation to thrive into the future. Because when I talk about sovereignty, I'm not just talking about flags and borders. I'm referring to something deeply practical: the ability to care for our own, to protect our communities, and to stand on our own 2 feet in a fast and often unchanging and uncertain world. The Australian Labor Party has always believed in the power of local industry. From the NBN to Medicare to the rebuilding of our industrial base, Labor governments build for the future, because that is what responsible governments do. After the pandemic, Australians understand more than ever that we must never again find ourselves in a situation where we are overly reliant on fragile overseas supply chains, whether that be for medications, whether that be for vaccinations, equipment that our hospitals and our families depend on for the care that they need. And that is why Labor is delivering a future made in Australia, an economy built on Australian innovation, on Australian jobs and Australian resilience. Industrial sovereignty, Deputy Speaker, is no longer just an economic aspiration. It is a national security imperative and a strategic necessity. In a world of geopolitical tension, disrupted supply chains and strategic competition, Australia must never be in a position where we cannot produce what we need to protect and what we need to care for our people. Whether it is critical medicines, whether it's security, whether it's energy systems, whether it's advanced technologies, our capacity to manufacture at home is part of the foundation of our resilience. This is not just about economics, Deputy Speaker. It is about national preparedness. It is about ensuring that in times of uncertainty, Australia remains strong, that Australia remains self-reliant, and that Australia remains steadfast in the knowledge that the future truly is made in Australia. And I again want to thank the people of Robertson for re-electing me to this House. It is truly a privilege, it is truly an honour to sit on these benches, whether it be government, whether it be opposition. It truly is an honour to represent your community in here, because what we do matters, what we say matters. What we do in here makes a difference to people's lives, to working people's lives, to families, to young, to our old, or young at heart, I should say, Deputy Speaker, to our First Nations communities, whether they be in New South Wales, the Northern Territory, WA, right across our vast continent. The decisions and the words that are spoken in this chamber and in the other place will matter now and for the rest of time for our country. I truly believe that. We are truly lucky to live in this country. It's a beautiful place. And I'm a bit biased, Deputy Speaker. Robertson truly is a beautiful place. I'm biased even more. Umina Beach truly is God's country. And I encourage every member to look at that beautiful place. Lion Island, sitting out there, just off the coast, used to have a fairy penguin colony on there. It's absolutely beautiful stuff. But no, Umina Beach is one of the best beaches on the Central Coast, one of the best beaches in Australia. Great surf when there's a southerly, as the member for Kingston Smith points out. But no, it truly is a beautiful place. And I'd encourage every member to get along. Had a few members there for a pint or two. But wherever you are in Australia, you're more than welcome. Even from the opposition benches, we'll have you there. It truly is a great place. Another time. But no, again, thank you to the people of Robertson, to all the amazing Labor volunteers, to my amazing family, my beautiful wife. Thank you for everything that you've done for me, not just in this latest campaign, but in the campaign prior, because it's tough. I know it's tough on you. So thank you for everything, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Robertson. There might be some argument about the best beach in Australia from some of the South Coast beaches, and indeed from some of the Northern Territory beaches. You do. Well, the Shipwreck Coast as well. It's beautiful. Now, I thank the member for Robertson for that very colourful and positive speech. It being almost 7:30 p.m.
Talk about a few more spots with good beaches.
Yeah. Yes. Port Fairy is lovely. I agree. No, Maroubra is fantastic. I totally agree. Look, I don't think I should get into arguments about the best beaches in Australia. I think we're very lucky to have so many great beaches in our country. It now being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and today I rise to address a matter of urgent and ongoing concern to small businesses in the Flynn electorate and indeed across regional Australia. It is unfortunate that two of my speeches today are focused on dealing with the lack of support for regional areas. Our small business owners are already doing it tough, with rising energy and transport costs impacting their ability to run their businesses. They are also dealing with illegal competition, not from another business working under the same rules and regulation, but from the illegal tobacco trade. Tobacco, like alcohol, is strictly regulated. As a retailer, the businesses are responsible for complying with the new tobacco laws and obligations, including the Smoking Products Supply Licence in Queensland. This new licence includes mandatory employee training and the additional requirement that employees must be over 18 years of age even to sell smoking products in their businesses. This is another issue for small businesses who employ young people, now forced to meet this new requirement and impacting on their staffing levels. My understanding is that there will be job losses in many communities, as juniors will need to be replaced with adult staff members to comply. At the same time, just across the road, there's another retailer selling cigarettes and chop-chop, illegally, but not hidden. This is the black market in full view. There are no secret deals, no back road meetings. This is easily verifiable and reported trade. These illegal shops have been identified and reported to the Queensland Police, the Australian Taxation Office, the Australian Border Force, Queensland Health and even to local councils, with video evidence and photographic evidence all provided. As law-abiding citizens, you would feel that this was all that was needed to attract the attention and action would be swift. After all, these government agencies are supposed to be working together to target the black market trade. Months later, these illegal operators continue to sell their chop-chop with no penalty. The new Queensland Government announced tougher penalties and the flying squad resulted in 15 million illegal cigarettes being seized and raids were carried out. Honest retailers were being seen, unprecedented enforcement. But not all reports and tip-offs were followed. In regional areas of Flynn, our businesses are still being impacted, despite their efforts to report these illegal operators and shops. My constituents continue to cry out for equal justice in the regions, where their businesses are losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mr Speaker, why are they being ignored? Why is there no action taken on these reports? They are facing the very real threat of bankruptcy because nothing has been done to stop these illegal trades operating from the streets, from their legitimate businesses. As Australians, we believe in fair and equitable justice system, where we abide by the rules and laws set down by our parliaments, both state and federal, and our court systems and the police. The penalties and processes are in place to deal with these illegal operators. Queensland has introduced tough new laws, including the ability to shut down these shops, along with massive fines for operators, extending to the landlords who lease these premises to the illegal trade. The swift enforcement of these laws must be prioritised, especially where the evidence has been provided directly to those tasked at keeping the law in order in our communities. As the receiver of taxes from the tobacco trade, where is the Albanese government in this? The Treasurer would have a vested interest seeing this illegal trade stopped due to the revenue it brings to the Australian coffers. And surely he would want to help our small retailers with their efforts to stamp out the black market that is forcing them out of their businesses. Every packet of legal cigarettes contributes about $35 in tobacco excise. With the recent budget forecast, the Treasurer knows the impact of the black market on revenue. This is a $4.5 billion hole in the budget. And if there is a genuine reduction in the amount of people smoking and the improved health benefits that come with this, then we'd be celebrating. But the knowledge of the thriving black market trade and the flow-on effects in our community, there's no celebrating with businesses closing and the resultant loss of jobs. As the re-elected member for Flynn, I will continue to advocate for these issues facing my constituents. And I will fight for jobs and small businesses in the Flynn electorate.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and congratulations on your well-deserved reappointment as Speaker of this House. Last Saturday, the 19th of July, I attended a community meeting at the Australian Unitarian Druze Community Centre at Hope Valley, which had been urgently convened to raise awareness and seek help for Druze people living in their homelands on the Syrian and Israeli border region who were reportedly being killed, beaten, raped and looted by Syrian militia groups allegedly linked to ISIS. I believe similar Druze community gatherings took place in other cities in the eastern states. Druze people are of Arabic heritage but do not identify as Muslims. Although they can be found in substantial numbers in several countries, the largest populations are in Syria, Lebanon and Israel. In Australia, they are a minority group, but their presence here dates back decades. Many of the people who attended the forum were visibly distressed at reports and video footage showing family members and friends, including women, children and the elderly, being horrifically attacked. They were additionally distressed at global media reports portraying the attacks on Druze people as being long-standing tribal clashes in the region between the Druze people and Sunni Muslim clans, when in reality the Druze people were being attacked as defenceless people, unarmed and in their own homes. Druze people who fled their homes are reportedly trapped within the region because exit points have been blocked. These reports are consistent with reports by the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Understandably, armed members of the Druze community in the Sweda region engaged in military clashes in defence of their people and in retaliation, but they claimed they were not the aggressors, but responding to what they refer to as an act of ethnic cleansing or genocide carried out by Syrian militia with the tacit complicity of the Syrian government. It was only because of the Israeli intervention that a temporary pause in the hostilities occurred, but even that has left the Druze people in fear, feeling under siege and completely vulnerable. In summary, the Australian Druze community are seeking a stronger UN intervention, an investigation by an independent body into the attacks on the Druze people in Sweden, protection by the Syrian government, and the recognition of Druze people as having centuries-old ties to their homelands and their right to exist. I'm not on the ground in Sweden, and I know there are conflicting reports about events in the region. However, I heard from members of Adelaide's Druze community who are in direct contact with family and friends in their homelands, and right now they are desperately pleading for help from the Australian government on behalf of the Druze people in Syria, and they will be grateful for any assistance the Australian government can provide them. They've provided a statement which they've asked that I pass on to the government, and I will read it out in full, and it says, and I quote, "On Sunday the 13th of July 2025, under the false pretence of peace and security, the Syrian interim authorities entered the province of As-Suwaida and started an indiscriminate systematic execution of men, women, children and elderly of the Druze population. These forces arrived with tanks and immediately started killing, raping, burning and bombing the city of As-Suwaida. The atrocities being carried out include armed attackers forcibly entering homes and executing residents while they were eating, then proceeding to burn the homes to the ground. The kidnapping and rape of Druze women and kidnappings of men, women and children. Families fleeing, stopped and executed inside their vehicles, entire families wiped out at once. Druze civilians being forcibly dragged from their homes and executed on the spot, many in front of their children and spouses. Druze civilians led up to balconies of buildings at gunpoint and forced to jump while being shot. Mass roundups occurring where Druze civilians were gathered in public areas and executed. The region's water supply and electricity has been deliberately cut off, and reports indicate contamination of wells, placing thousands at further risk. Medical supplies and food have been looted and destroyed, plunging the civilian population into catastrophe. Thousands dead and injured. The death toll is rising every hour at alarming rates. The main hospital of As-Suwaida was attacked, patients being treated were executed. This barbaric violent terrorism must be met with greater force and stopped. These violent acts are not just violations of basic human rights, but an assault on the cultural heritage of a unique and ancient people and international war crimes. We call on the Australian government with a heavy heart. Urgent action is needed immediately. We demand medical supplies, food and water and financial aid to help with the displacement, safety and security of the people of As-Suwaida. Condemnation is not enough. We need to act now. Mr Speaker, I have written to both the Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs about this matter, and I draw the House's attention to the statement from Australia's Druze community.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wright.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and allow me to take the opportunity to firstly thank you and acknowledge you for your elevation to high office as the Speaker of the House. I had the great fortune of serving with you in the previous Parliament, and I know you to be fair, equitable, a man of enormous integrity, and someone who serves at the core of your being the values of this Parliament. I wish you the best of all the endeavours and the deliberations that lie in front of you in the next Parliament. And I think I win the award for the biggest praise of you, Mr Speaker. I want to congratulate Labor on their remarkable victory. Sitting in the House today, hearing the first speeches of the new parliamentarians, it allows you to ponder about your own maiden speech. I remember there are times in my time that I've spent here where our side of politics commanded similar numbers in the Parliament. But can I say it's the first time I have seen from the opposition benches such diminished numbers on our side. So the Australian public has sent us, our coalition, our Liberal National Party, a very clear message. They want us to do better. They want us to have a more articulated policy position. They want us to articulate that message to them in a clear and precise way that they can understand it. Whilst we are in diminished numbers, can I share with the House that more now than ever, that the job of the opposition is to hold a government of this magnitude to account, to hold them and put a mirror up to the language that they bring into this House. And I do that from a perspective of that, and I acknowledge you, to Mr Speaker, today the Prime Minister in this House referred to the coalition as, in a language where he was referring that we kept on saying no to everything. And I was in the previous government. I was on the benches. And I don't actually remember us saying no to too much at all. And so I asked the Parliamentary Library to do some research. And they came back to me and they said, during the last Parliament, there were 375 bills that came through the Parliament. And the member for Jellybrand was here when I made an address earlier on today in the MPI. Thank you, member for Jellybrand. And I think we didn't say no to everything. But if you listen to the Prime Minister, he would have you believe, he'd have the Australian public believe, he would have every new member that are giving their maiden speeches that we said no to everything. Now, there are a few people in this world that you can believe, but can I tell you, you can believe the Parliamentary Library. When they say that there was 375 bills that came before this House, I ask you the question, how many bills do you think we said no to? And you would think, well, clearly all of them, if you listen to the rhetoric, if you listen to the mendacious claims made by those on the other side. And what they came up with, it wasn't 200, it wasn't 100, it was less than 15% of pieces of legislation that came through that we supported.
Oh, there you go.
85% of the bills that came through this place, we were in lockstep with the government.
Pinocchio's nose is growing again.
So when the new members give their speaking points, my point would be, don't trust everything that this Prime Minister says. Don't trust them when they say that they're meeting their emissions targets, because they're not. Don't trust them when they're saying that they're giving $275 relief to energy bills, because they're not. They're going up 32%. Don't believe them when they tell you that they're meeting their housing targets. They're not. Our job as an effective opposition is to hold up a mirror to the failings of this government, and believe me, with every breath I have, I will do it every day.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Jellybrand.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I extend my congratulations to your continuing service in this important role. Well, the results of the last federal election said something about the kind of nation that we are, and we've seen it in Parliament this week. On Tuesday, we saw new MPs being sworn in on Bibles, on Qurans and on the Bhagavad Gita. We saw gender equality in the members and the senators sitting on the government benches during the Governor-General's address. And in members' first speeches, we've heard beautiful stories encompassing the glorious diversity of modern Australia. At the last election, the Australian public chose a government that reflects and represents modern Australia. A diverse nation united by common values and aspirations. A nation that doesn't always agree, but still comes together around the bigger things that unite us as Australians. A nation that divides ourselves not by our differences, but by what we have in common. It is what the Prime Minister called a progressive patriotism. And the Australian voters voted for this at the last election, but they also voted to reject those politicians who practice the politics of division. They rejected politicians who sought to advance their own partisan interests by dividing the Australian community. The world has thrown a lot of challenges at Australia over the last 3 years. Australians have been traumatised by direct connections to international conflicts, and some Australians have disagreed strongly about how the world and Australia should respond to these conflicts. It's challenged the cohesion of our diverse Australian community, and I've said before that cohesion is a verb, not a noun. It means the action of forming a united whole. It's an ongoing process, not an end state. Preserving our cohesion as a nation requires continuing work, and Australian multiculturalism works best when we work at it. This means engaging with each other in good faith, understanding that our fellow Australians will sometimes see things differently than we do, but listening to each other with empathy and curiosity about this rather than judgment, trying to understand where other Australians are coming from and why they think and feel and act in the way that they do, and using that understanding to find common ground. Unfortunately, in the last Parliament, some in this place chose to exploit the challenges we faced, demonising some groups and seeking to divide the Australian community for political gain. The Australian public rejected this at the last election, and many of the most enthusiastic practitioners of this kind of politics are no longer with us in this chamber as a result. But there are lessons for those who remain from their parties. For the Greens, the lesson is that you can't build a political movement on condemning everyone who disagrees with you. You can't build a political movement based on the premise that everyone who disagrees with you is either financially corrupt or morally evil. Unsurprisingly, this approach to politics doesn't persuade anyone who didn't already agree with you beforehand, and it makes it impossible to build a big enough coalition to actually deliver anything on the issues you care about. Speaking of coalitions, there are lessons for the LNP from the last election too. From labelling Chinese Australians participating in our democracy as Chinese spies to actively preferencing Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party, it sometimes felt like the Liberal National Coalition were deliberately trying to alienate every segment of modern Australia. But I want to highlight one specific trend tonight on the right of politics that has attracted less attention and needs to be addressed. It's not a reflection of the broader Australian community, but a narrow segment of right-wing politics. In far-right circles around the world, there's now an emerging trend to specifically single out Indian diaspora communities in anti-immigration rhetoric. Media reports have noted a significant increase in overtly racist AI-generated material targeting Indian Australian communities on social media platforms like TikTok. Former Liberal National MP George Christensen has even nonsensically alleged that the Albanese government rigged the last election in slow motion by flooding Australia with Indian migrants. Now, George is an irrelevant nobody, but this kind of singling out of Indian migrants over other groups has more recently been taken up by Advance, a group that has actively campaigned for Liberal National Coalition candidates. Advance recently published an anti-immigration video that explicitly singled out Indian and Chinese migrants as hurting Australia by sending remittances to their family. The video even included a photo of the Prime Minister wearing a turban, an act of respect at a Sikh event. What are they trying to achieve by sharing a picture of the Prime Minister wearing a turban in an anti-immigration video? And why did they not use a picture of any other group referenced in that report? The new leader of the opposition says that she wants the Liberal Party to reflect and represent modern Australia, and I'm glad to hear it. All of us in this chamber should work together in this cause. I welcome the Liberal Party joining this mission, but a good contribution the new opposition leader could make is taking on this emerging trend of signalling out Indian diaspora communities in anti-immigration rhetoric on the right. She should nip it in the bud now in the interests of a modern Australia.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If housing were a game of hide and seek, Labor would be world champions because no one can seem to find the houses that they promised would be built. We were told Labor had a plan, a so-called ambitious target of 1.2 million homes over 5 years. But ambition without ability is quite simply fantasy. According to the Property Council of Australia, and now we know, validated by Treasury, Labor is on track to miss this target by a staggering 400,000 homes. That's not a small error. That's the equivalent of forgetting to house the entire city of Canberra twice over. Now, let's be clear. The core of this crisis is not the weather, or the war in Ukraine, or some mysterious supply chain ghost. The core of this crisis is Labor's catastrophic mismanagement of the policy levers that drive housing supply. They talk a big game about the Housing Australia Future Fund. $10 billion allocated and proudly announced with much fanfare. But 2 years on, Mr Speaker, that fund has delivered a grand total of 17 homes. That's right, 17 homes. And to put it in context, that's one home for every 43 days since the fund was announced. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister continues to ramble on about solutions, but he has quietly relocated his once-beloved Minister for Housing and Homelessness. She used to sit around about there, just behind the Prime Minister. But now she's been shuffled so far down the front bench, she might as well be out in the car park. And she's now further from the Prime Minister than the member for Sydney. Now, in Labor terms, that is really saying something. And yet, she remains the public face of a housing policy that's so hollow, not even termites will move in. Make no mistake, this is policy failure and economic failure. Labor has utterly failed to provide the conditions for housing construction across all sectors, the private market, the not-for-profit sector, and even state governments hamstrung by policy paralysis here in Canberra. Builders are crying out for certainty, local governments are asking for coordination, and families are desperate for a roof over their heads. And what they're getting from this government is delay, dysfunction and dishonesty. And it gets worse. Labor's immigration settings are running at full tilt. Net overseas migration topped 500,000 last year, but housing completions are dropping. There's now a yawning mismatch between migration and housing supply. Labor's bringing in more people than we are building homes. A basic economic imbalance that puts upward pressure on prices, inflates rents and prices Australians out of the market. Where's the plan to align migration, infrastructure and housing? Now let's talk renters. Labor said they'd act on rents. They said they'd take pressure off families. But under their watch, rents have skyrocketed up to 30% in some parts of this country. Their only solution, more red tape, more talking points and more false hope. Even social housing, their so-called priority, has stagnated. Labor's approach seems to be announce the money, pocket the headline and then walk away from responsibility. Mr Speaker, this is a government that can't get the foundations right, literally. They cannot and will not construct housing. The real failure is not providing the settings for others to do so. Their policies are confused, their coordination is non-existent, and their credibility is gone. I wonder if the Minister will now concede that it's time to stop using the word ambitious and replacing it with unachievable, delusional or misguided. The Australian people deserve better than spin in place of shelter. They deserve a government that can match population growth with infrastructure, that can enable builders, not bury them, that can enable the private sector to get on with doing what they do, building houses, roads, shopping centres and playgrounds. Labor has had 3 years to show leadership on housing and all they can show is failure. They can't build homes, they can't manage supply, they can't fix the crisis. But what they have built is an almighty housing mess.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Oh, thank you, Speaker, and it is a real pleasure to see you back in your role. And it's a privilege for me to be back in this place as the member for Jagga Jagga. This is now my third opening of a parliament, and while I don't yet think I'm at the nostalgia stage, the ceremony and the first speeches of the past few days have certainly prompted some reflections for me. I have in particular been thinking about one of the things that was a huge prompt for me to first stand for Parliament, and that is the need for us to urgently tackle the climate crisis. When I first ran for Parliament, we were well into the decade of Liberal national climate denial. It was the time when Scott Morrison brought his lump of coal prompt into question time. And at that time, for me, and I think for many Australians, thinking about the need for climate action and the lack of it under successive Liberal national governments could make you tend towards despair. The denial of successive Liberal national governments meant we were drifting further and further away from the actions that needed to be taken. Now, in general, I am not someone who tends to lean into despair. I try to lean towards hope. And a lot of that hope for me was realised in our first term in government. Because as a government, we have been and we are working hard to recover the lost time and the lost opportunities, and we are making real progress. Labor is the party of climate action. We've legislated a 2030 emissions reduction target. We've locked in our commitment to net zero by 2050. We're investing heavily in clean energy projects. Since coming to office, we've approved a record number of clean energy projects, and we're now at a stage where we're powering homes across the nation. From 1 July, we launched our Cheaper Homes Batteries program, providing a 30% discount on battery systems. We're scaling up climate adaptation, investing in disaster preparedness, all of this work that I am pleased and looking forward to getting stuck into supporting in my role as the Special Envoy for Climate Change, Adaptation and Resilience. Speaker, I'm very aware that we're not all the way there yet. We must still push ahead with the ambitious action that allows us to land the clean economy future that this country deserves, the one that I want my kids and generations to come to benefit from. And there are still risks, and there are still deniers in the ranks. Most notably, there are deniers in the ranks opposite. Most recently, the member for New England, who's proposing the Liberal National Coalition abandon net zero. In his recent words, you have to find issues which are binary, where you are fully for and the Labor Party is fully against. I suppose, we've come to expect this type of attitude towards science and climate action from the member for New England. But I must admit, I was slightly disappointed to see us being joined by the member for Riverina. I expected better from the member for Riverina, who I've always held to be quite a sensible person. The member for Maranoa seems like he might want in on the action as well. He's leaning in, I think, to suggesting that perhaps net zero needs to go. And the Leader of the Opposition has today refused to affirm her commitment to net zero. So once again, we're back in the situation where those opposite are either deniers or they're a climate rabble. Well, I say to the many Australians who I know are still deeply concerned about the need for climate action, who are urging our government to succeed in tackling this crisis, that we are up to the task. And we certainly won't be wasting this opportunity that this new Parliament gives us to get on with this most crucial of jobs. Speaker, my final point of reflection tonight is once again not nostalgia, but it is deep sadness. Throughout the ceremonies and moments of the past few days of the Parliament's opening, I've so deeply missed my good friend, the former member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy. Peter and I gave our first speeches on the same day 6 years ago. We spent the opening of the 47th Parliament together, and I so vividly remember her excitement and her determination as we approached that first term of a Labor government. She made her time count, her determination amply demonstrated. I told myself I would not cry. You don't need length of service in this place to make a difference. I so desperately wish we could have celebrated the opening of this Parliament together. And I do feel like I carry a little piece of her with me into this. I send my love to Rod, to her parents and to her sister, who I know must feel this ache even more constantly than I do. And I know I'm not the only person here who holds a little bit of Peter and her memory close and into this new Parliament. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.